What's up, everybody? We decided to start after all. We were waiting on a straggler, but you know what? Fuck it. He'll get here when he gets here at this point. I'm not going to wait for that.
Whataburger.
Robert Adams can just go,
Whataburger
in the ass. Well, welcome to PLD Project. Welcome to Generally Speaking, the new show craze on PLD Projects, where a bunch of the generals in the Action Army, plus other people, like my boy down there, we're going to get together and we're going to talk about movies, probably do some tier lists. That seems to be the fun thing to do. Although I don't know if we can call last week fun. It was kind of painful.
Had they been fun at all?
It was horrible.
I mean, the fight lasted for like a week. It's fine.
It's probably still going on. We're not going to talk about it anymore. In fact, I don't want to mention that stream ever again. But I just was, hey, okay. I don't know where that came
look at
from.
that S tier face.
I don't know where that came from. But let me introduce this esteemed panel, and Jake. First of all,
what?
Wow, Kelsey. Whew.
That's a nice A tier face. Look at that A tier face right there.
I did forget to change that. Kelsey changed that for me, and I forgot to change that back. Fuck. Damn it. She wins. She always wins. Kelsey, how are you doing today? Are you ready to fight me some more? Are you going to be on the same page as me? What do you think here?
I feel like I don't have quote-unquote hot takes with Marvel movies per se. I might actually be on your side defending some things, but we shall see. There might be a weird straggler there that suddenly you and I really disagree, and then we'll have a repeat, but we'll see.
I'm interested to see what happens. I'm interested to see how this goes. You motherfucker. I can't believe Jake just did that. Jake. Yeah. Actually, I do like that one. Actually, it's better than I thought. Jake Yakavetta, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, man. We had a good call live, just a good Saturday. Fuck it.
Is.
Or wait, it's Friday. Is it Friday?
No, it's Saturday.
I don't know what
It's
fucking day it is.
Oh, it's Sunday here.
Time is a construct.
Actually,
It's fine.
for Paul, Jake,
It's technically Sunday.
Artis, it's Sunday. I don't know where Austin is. I think it's Sunday
I'm
for
in misery.
this guy, too.
Give or take, it's Saturday, Sunday, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Let's just do the damn thing. Party Jay, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing all right. I'm just ready to get into it.
This is your first time PLD Products, right? I don't think you made it last year, right? All right. Well, welcome. Hope you had a good time.
Thank
Of
you
course,
for
my
having me.
boy, my right-hand man on PLD Projects, he helped me keep these tier people in line. He's been backing me every step of the way, and then making sure I don't fold, because I don't peer pressure. I don't fold to peer pressure because of this guy right here. Austin, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm lovely. I'm ready to get in some fights with some people and hold lifelong grudges.
Ding, ding, motherfuckers. That's what I'm hearing out of him. Next to him, you got Brandon Buck, my friend. Cash, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well. I got some hot takes ready to go.
All right, good. Ready to shoot them right down. And we
Yes,
got
I know.
underneath Buck there, I don't know, some guy, does this joke ever get old to you, by the way? I'm just curious. Does this joke ever
It
get old to
never gets old.
you? Okay, so I don't know who the fuck you are.
I never remember it.
Good call. Who? AJ, my friend, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I've got a couple that I'm going to stump for. There might be a couple that you might call the new Foley picks, but
I was gonna say.
there's a couple I'm not going to fight too hard. But
All
there's
right.
a few things I think are too high, a few things I think are too low, and I just want to jump in and be part of it.
All right. Ferris, yes,
And
I did
AJ had a good date the other night too.
I only opened up the S tier a little bit. That's not exactly folding, but it's a minor folding. That's why Austin's got my back from now on.
I was the one that made you fold on that.
You're fired.
You're supposed to add a little more Vince McMahon to that.
I know.
You're
Fired. Fired.
There you go.
That's better, good, better. What's up, Andres? Always good to have you on board, my friend. How are you doing?
Doing great. How about thanks for bringing me on board for this, guys. It's been a great Saturday so far. So great way to cap it off.
Always a fun time. Finally, we do have our straggler. Finally, we waited for years and years. We were waiting for him. When is he ever going to get here? I don't know. Is it even worth waiting? So we said, fuck it, we're just going to go live and he'll be here when he gets here. He does make it before the stream starts, so I'll give him that. Robert Adams, my friend, how are you?
I am doing great. Man, this is a huge panel here. How are y'all doing? Andres, haven't seen you in years.
I know, right?
Are you sitting in my fucking chair?
No, I'm sitting in my fucking chair. Would you stop? Your chair is out there in our living room. Granted, I didn't show you my bedroom like I was supposed to do
I don't want to know about any of that. That's not.
I didn't want you
That
to.
seems like a story.
Save that for the OnlyFans page.
That's gonna be for the OnlyFans page. Definitely gonna be for the OnlyFans page. After
I don't know about anyone else, but
Dude,
I
I don't even want to know
I
how
could
much
really- I
stuff
could
you
really
guys
use
have
Banana right about
in your
now.
street.
What's OnlyFans?
we'll get into that.
Never heard of that.
Anyway, let's move on right away. Let's do the first tier. We're going to get into, well, the first tier. We're doing more than one tier. We're in trouble. The tier we are doing tonight is the live action Marvel films. Now, we're not going to be doing no animated, not just the MCU. There's 60 things. No, well, actually, there's less than 60 now. 'Cause we found 2 animated in here. We found Big Hero 6 and Into the Spider-Verse. So we can't really put those in there. But we will try to be arguing all the rest of these live action to see which are an S tier and which are below. I think we're clearly defined as just as easier than last time. This definition is clear. The Marvel movies that are S tier, A tier, B tier. No representations. They're all kind of equal level as far as they all have the same ability to be good, and some of them just didn't hit the mark. Some of them fucking suck. But we'll go without further ado. We got S tier. We're gonna have 5 slotted S tiers. We always do now. We're not gonna expand that out. So that's where it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have the A, B, C, D. We have up to, since we have the 2 out, I think we can make. We had 11 initially scheduled. Well, we'll just say we can do it 11 at this point. So it'll be 11, and then the E tier or whatever will have 2. Someone will have 2 less because initially he was making it for the 60, and then we saw we have 58. So we're gonna play it by ear a little bit. We'll go with 11 for now, and the rest in 5. So without further ado, anybody else have anything further to say, or should we just go to it?
Well,
Do it.
can
No
we
hard
just go
feelings.
ahead and say that Spider-Verse is honorary S tier?
You can say
Yo,
whatever the
big
fuck you want.
slots. S
No.
tier Spider-Verse.
No, Jake, you don't get any free throws on this.
That's true. I agree with that. There's nothing. But if you want to, of course, if you want to donate to PLD Projects, streamlabs.com/PLD Projects. I will read that. That'll get obviously priority. Anyone else in chat, you can say something. You can argue with me. You can yell at me. I always like it when you yell at me in Streamlabs. It's fun. So yell at me a lot.
Turns you on, I think is what it does.
That's false
It might-
kink. Yeah, I
It
like
might
being
be.
yelled at.
It might be.
Being paid to be yelled at.
Why does it seem like a
Son of a bitch.
Ferris
It works.
invitation right there?
That does seem like a Ferris imitation. Ferris.
Please,
Ferris
let's not mention that name here. Can we?
Can you not say Ferris?
Why? Because he
Uh,
whooped your ass.
No, he didn't. The
Yes.
chat did. The chat, the people watching did.
Check out that
No,
schmoo
Robert, it's probably because you let like
It's
45
probably because
seconds to
people
a minute.
didn't know me or know who I was, but that's beside the point. Let's move on. That's a touchy subject.
Anything I say in the next few hours, I'm sorry. I don't mean it. And
Fair enough. All fair.
It
Love
stays
and
here.
project. Without further ado, let's get right into it. The first film on this
I'm
list.
wondering who's this dude with the Rachel haircut over here off to the side.
Jake,
Go.
want to explain that, Jake?
I have no idea. But
I don't know what you did in the 90s, man.
All right, the first film in this list, these are in random order. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Volume
Perfect C.
2. Now, let me see what you guys think about
That's
this.
middle C right there.
Middle C.
I'd put it.
Yeah.
I'd put it at low B.
Yeah, I was thinking low B, high C.
I think it's going to end up being kind of middle C once things are going on, but I'm okay with putting on B tier for now. I do think it is very middle of the road Marvel.
is that Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2?
Yeah, it's Volume 2.
Yeah,
think
it's
that's gonna end up in
Oh,
C or
then.
D.
I think
Yeah.
the only good thing from that movie was the fact that they somehow managed to wrangle in the fact that Ego was his father. That was it.
But
And Kurt Russell
And Baby
fight
Groot.
with Ego was fucking horrible.
But Kurt Russell's
I thought as far here's the thing, if you know Ego from the comics,
Mhm.
that was one of those characters that I thought like that's never gonna work on film.
Yeah.
I thought they did a really good job as far as translating Ego onto the screen.
But can
But
we
it's still kind of weird.
for the people who have never looked at the comics, can we make this list based off the movies alone?
Well, we are. He's
Because
saying-
I don't know anything about the comics.
well, he's saying
I'm
the
making
thing that
poppins,
it's-
y'all.
It's specifically just saying that, and it made something that was hard to. I think it's basically still based on the movie, Jake.
I'd be your father, boy.
So are we including the comics in this? Or
No.
is it-
No,
No,
we can
no.
talk about them, but the movie is the key. That's what we're talking about. If we want to mention something about the comics,
Okay.
that's perfectly fine.
That's also saying. My opinion comes from the fact I know Ego from the comics.
Yeah.
The fact that it
Nerd.
was put into that's fine. Someone give me a swirly
Still
or
C tier.
like wedgie or whatever. But the fact that it was put into a movie is absolutely amazing. The fact that Ego actually popped up in a movie. That's like I'm waiting for MODOK to pop up here. And for those of y'all who know who MODOK is,
I
cool.
do know what that is.
Robert,
You're-
if we ever see that on film, I will lose my. I was like, how are you gonna make this?
He's already going to be in the animated What If, I think. I think he's going to be in the.
We're
No,
going
no, he's getting his own Hulu TV series.
Is that what it was? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Patton Oswalt is voicing him.
Yep, that's true. That's true.
It's gonna look so
All right, let's move on. I'm going to say put it.
gonna
I'm
be
going
so
to
funny.
put it. I want to put it in C for now.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah,
think
I
it's not
think it's
fair.
fair. spot.
That's a great place to put it, I think.
Okay. Let's move on. This is Thor. Is this the first Thor or the second Thor?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
first.
First
one.
Thor.
No. You had it in the right
No,
spot. E.
No.
No.
I
Actually,
would
like
agree
that.
with
One at a time. One at a time.
All
Go
right.
ahead. Please. All right. Go ahead, Andrews.
See, for me, I feel that this movie is one of those that gets a lot of hate because of the fact that it was phase one. It was one of the weaker films in phase one. But honestly, this is probably one of the stronger films. If you go back and rewatch it, it still holds up fantastically well. The only thing that doesn't hold up is Hemsworth's eyebrows because he just looks very weird in this.
Yes.
But
Yes.
the story and the arc of Thor himself, I don't think it's been better than it's been in the first Thor film. It was only up until Endgame and Infinity War, when you get those two together, that you actually got a compelling Thor storyline. But honestly, this is one of those that I would say belongs in the B tier, guys. And
Yeah, B.
I actually wholeheartedly agree with that aspect of it because I'm one of the people who've always liked the original Thor. I kind of get why some people don't. I'll give you that. But
Yeah.
to me, I thought Kenneth Branagh did a great job directing this.
absolutely.
It's a movie that, for a Thor that was limited to being Earthbound much of the time, it did very well. It did very well indeed. I thought it introduced the character well. Hemsworth did a great job with the role, minus the eyebrows. But that's not really his fault.
Yeah.
Or is it his fault? Kind of his fault. But I want to put it in the B tier as well. At this point,
I
especially
agree.
at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
B tier.
My thoughts, it's going to end up low B, high C, and I think it's kind of right where it belongs. I see some people in the chat agreeing with that. So I think B for now is fine, and we'll see where it ends up.
Dwayne, do you want on, buddy? I got a tweeted about it. So
Oh.
come on, Dwayne, you're welcome to come on, man. I'll send you the link.
Dwayne.
Dwayne Burke, my boy, I'll get him on there. I'll copy it. I'll just send the link. If he wants to come on, he's free to come on here. Let me get that to you, Dwayne, while we're talking. I do like Thor. Like I said, I like the original Thor. I think that's good, a good one to go with for now. Anybody else have any objections to that? I know you were saying E there.
I don't. I just think it does not hold up very well for me.
Okay.
Well, you're
No,
Stupid.
shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. First of all, I think there's a lot more. I almost feel there are at least a good 20 movies on this list that are better than Thor, so I don't think it's going to stay on B.
All right. Well, we'll find out.
I think it,
well, you
I
can
could
think
put it
whatever the
m-
fuck you want to think, but
That's an argument for later. though.
I could put it middle or low C.
Okay. Well, for right now, I'm going to put it in B. I think that's what most of people say. I get you, Buck. We're
Yeah,
going to have to overrule you
B.
on that one, but I appreciate your opinion.
Sorry,
wait.
I can relate, Buck. I know the feeling. It's fine. I'm sorry.
So the
Well,
thing
what
is,
does me
I
this
know
time?
this is
What
going to happen a lot, so I'm picking my battles. This
Pick
one is
your
not
battle.
worth. This is not one worth blowing up over.
Is it start a hashtag?
Joseph, I haven't heard that a billion times.
My name's
Right.
Buck, and I'm here to get fucked.
There you go.
My pussy wagon died.
Kelsey, keep an eye out for Dwayne if I don't see him,
Yeah.
please.
I will.
And yes, Danny, we're doing all the Marvel. So we're gonna have to find that out actually, all of Marvel. So the next film is The Punisher.
See, this is one of those films. You know what? It's a guilty pleasure for me, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it's bad.
I don't think I've seen it.
no, it's not bad.
I like watching it, but it kind of is. I'd say low C, high D.
I think Dwayne.
Dwayne.
I love watching this movie, but it's not
Punisher.
great.
Okay,
The
which
original with Thomas
does,
Jane, the original
does
Punisher.
Tom Jane?
Yes, the Thomas
Okay.
Jane Punisher.
See how dare this is so much disrespect.
Oh no, that's not me putting it there at that point.
Oh,
That's just me
okay.
bringing it
He
up.
always
and
puts it
we're
at C
talking about- I
before
put
we
it at C to
talk
start to
about it.
talk
Okay,
to you
got
about it. So
Okay, for one, this has got the best deaths in like comic book movies. Like
Yeah.
period.
there
Like
are some really good ones.
Like when he fucking shoves the knife through the guy.
yes, that is the
It-
best
yeah.
comic book movie death. Like period.
The problem with the Punisher, though, is he's playing games with people the entire time, and the Punisher wouldn't do that. He would just straight up kill fools.
Yeah.
Yep.
The thing is,
but
if we
this-
adapted that from the comic, it would be less than an hour's worth of film before it's over.
Seriously,
That's
though.
true.
Yeah.
I mean,
I have one thing I want to mention with this one. For me, a good comic book movie has to have a good comic book movie villain, and Howard Saint isn't even a comic book character.
Mhm.
no, he
Like
is.
I know that we're trying to keep the comics out of it, but he seems so outside of the world, and it's because it's just a created character. It kills me a little bit.
Okay, well then I don't ever want to hear anyone say like Harley Quinn is the best thing about Suicide Squad because technically she didn't originate in the comic book. So let's
She
not
didn't
let's not
originate.
No.
let's
How-
let's
how-
not
Got there
let's not
eventually,
it,
but
it doesn't
Howard
it does
Saint
not it
is
does
a
not
part of
have
the comics.
All right.
Howard
but
Saint
also
was in the comics before the movie came out. He is a comic book character, but he's not anywhere near the villain that, like, say, Jigsaw to Punisher is.
Right.
Was
The
he
Jig-
or
also,
for the
Spider-Man
Punisher
depending on
series.
whose side you're on.
True.
wasn't also Howard Saint not necessarily a lackey, but sort of like a second tier to another crime faction?
Yeah, he was like in Batman. You had the Falcone or whatever, like crime families. That's,
Right.
That's where Howard Saint was to Punisher. He wasn't a major villain. He was just one that was a constant villain throughout the series. That when Punisher wasn't taking on an actual villain, he was dealing with something having to go on with Howard Saint.
Yes. No, I absolutely agree.
He was an annoyance. Got it.
Yes.
All right. With that being said, let's.
He's the equivalent of the crossword puzzle in the newspaper every week. You just have to solve it just once.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, I liked it better than Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, first of all. I would put it in the B tier, solid the B tier at this point. Does anybody have any upset by that?
I'm not upset. No.
No,
I haven't
No.
seen it, so
I haven't seen it either.
Okay, if you haven't
Only
seen it,
seen
then
it
don't worry
once,
about it.
but
Okay.
It's so
I
much
think it's
better
fair.
than Warzone.
You know what? We'll get into that. We'll get into that later.
but yeah, I
Question
think that
is-
is also on this list too.
Punisher or Thor, then that would be our thing right
Oh.
now.
I do like Thor better than Punisher.
I did like Thor better than Punisher
Me
too. I
too.
think Punisher is more guilty pleasure for me. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Dwayne looks a little put out. All right, you good? You okay, Dwayne? Are you good with that? Do you think? Or
Yeah,
You
yeah.
okay for now? Okay,
Yeah.
we can argue it later on. You can always come back.
It takes too much like thinking that
Yeah.
I think like okay, no, I think it's good.
Oh, this
Well, she
next
just
one.
came back from a 24-hour stream, which congrats on that, by the way.
Good
Very
job
much
on
so.
that.
Thank you.
Very much congratulations on Dwayne raising money in 24 hours. That's tough to do, man. Good for
I
you,
can't.
man.
I couldn't.
I mean, it was fine until the last like 3 hours. The last 3 hours were rough.
Really tough, man.
Hey, no, the last 3 hours had a lot of fucking support.
No, no. I don't mean in terms of support. I mean in terms of me like wanting to go to bed.
Right.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get
Are
that.
we talking about Logan?
We are now talking about
We're now
Logan.
going to talk about
Yes.
Logan. Yes.
Yes.
That's-
Yeah.
All the way.
That's-
Yes, all the way.
All right, let's say, is anybody against it being necessary? Let's start with that. We are against it being necessary.
I think it should just stay right there.
I'm
the
hearing
first
a
one.
lot of like sighs and
Yeah.
shit,
Who's sighing?
so
Who's against it?
I'm kind of sighing.
Okay.
Like only
Yeah.
because I don't feel like it was that well told out. Like I know the old man Logan storyline from the comics, and I know that, but I'm not directly comparing it to it. I feel like it was a great Wolverine movie, but there was a lot. If you step back and you look at the movie outside of the comic books, there was a lot of like just dead air to that movie. It was parts of it were just really slow. It was slogging along. I know.
Robert, what are you? You're an idiot
I
sandwich.
I know that. I agree, but I'm trying to look at it objectively as not someone who's a fan of the comics. It was a great storyline as far as Logan himself, but I think as far as a movie itself, if you don't pay attention, if you're not that connected with the character, it's just it's slow.
Okay, is anybody else an idiot?
You
Well, first of all, he's a banana Waterburger.
So here's
All right, no, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Here's the thing: is that I mean, I agree that there's a few pacing things here and there, and that's a little slower. But I feel that this movie in particular, with everything that happened with the previous Wolverine films, I feel that this one earned it. I feel that this one earned to be a much more earnest take on the character. And I love Old Man Logan. I love that comic. It's one of the best. Go back in and reread it. It's one of the best Mark Millar comics that they've ever put out. Yep. It's fantastic. But I thought I so much didn't see this as an Old Man Logan story. I saw this as Hugh Jackman's swan song, his goodbye to the fans. Like, this felt like a definitive end for the character.
Yeah.
So in that, we got the violence we've always wanted in a Wolverine movie, but not only with that, we got very heady themes about it, where, you know, it's a superhero it's a main protagonist that's talking to his daughter about the moment that he tried to commit suicide.
Yep.
Like, it deals with certain themes that we don't usually see in a Marvel film, and that's one of the reasons why I feel Logan belongs in upper echelon of Marvel.
And also the Professor X storyline.
Andres basically just told Robert to shut the fuck up.
No.
I completely get why the general public views this as high, and I'm for it. I'm not against it at all whatsoever. It might be my weird perspective of like the comics and stuff, but this actually is a really good movie. I completely would agree with any argument keeping this in A or S tier. I would say low S tier, but
this is going to be the scream of this episode.
I don't understand why
if this is not S tier, I'm gonna fucking stab Robert.
This movie.
I don't know why slow is a knock against the movie. That's what I don't understand.
I would agree with that too.
I think the story
because I think that was kind of the point. Is the story is supposed to be slow?
It's a noir western.
I don't know of any way to word that better, unfortunately. But I mean, it works. I understand why it works.
Because slow doesn't necessarily mean boring. Because I don't think the movie is boring at any point.
Part of it is
even in the slower moments.
Yeah, part of it is because I'm just really bad ADD and I need stuff to pick up really quick. Completely understandable. I get that.
I gotta take a piss, and I wish I was pissing on Robert's face right now.
Wow, Jake. That's what I mean. I completely get why that's not a common perspective of it. That's fine. I understand, but yeah.
All right. Well, then, you know what, let's just say for right now, I mean, obviously we got a lot to get through as 2 films. I'm going to say we're going to keep it S tier. Everybody else seems to be S tier. Let's keep it S tier for now. If we want to do, if it stays there, we'll find out. I think it will. But we'll see what happens going down. Let's go to the next one. The original Iron Man.
It has to be S tier.
Whoa. Kelsey, go.
This is my favorite MCU movie. Actually, it's probably my favorite Marvel movie, slightly above Logan. I love the first Iron Man. It set up what became the MCU. And I don't think if this movie would have been as good as it was, there would not be an MCU. So if it's not A tier, I'll be so sad. I believe it's a high A tier.
Iron Man needs to go straight S.
This is all Marvel movies.
All live action.
Yeah.
All live action Marvel movies.
This is S tier.
I would agree with that too.
It's S tier. It's S tier purely because of the fact we would not have the MCU without this movie.
Okay, let me interject real quick. Does anybody think it's below A tier at all? I just want to hear anybody who thinks it's below A tier.
No.
No one. Okay, that's good. That's good. Kelsey's
I
very
think
happy.
that it'd be low A, might be high B, but Like
That's
we
good
can play
call.
and keep it at S for now.
This is
I
my
I would say
most
throw it S,
watched.
and it's probably
Yeah,
gonna get moved down to the top A.
Yeah, we can play with it.
I
This is my-
think
Thanks,
it's
Yeah.
it's low S tier, but I think it just because of the significance of the movie, it's S tier.
Absolutely.
It's
a little bit of both, Liam. It's about everything about not especially the movie. but
Was
also
that
the movie
AJ
itself.
who said low A
I mean,
tier?
I also
Yep.
think that it is the best Iron Man movie.
It is.
Oh,
Um,
it is for sure.
Hands
Yeah.
down. Hands down.
So
He did not
Find
have
out
the
a little
best
later.
trilogy, though. Let's be honest.
I am a sucker for Iron Man 3. I'll tell you
no,
about
I
it.
love
like
Iron Man
I
3.
like Iron Man 3. I'm not one of the people that hates it. I think it is the best Iron Man movie though.
Paul,
and
we're not here to hear about what you suck on. I mean,
Because I think Obadiah Stane is one of the best villains.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
Iron
think-
Man 3 isn't bad. It's not bad.
See, I
No.
think not only
And we'll
I
get
think,
to that when we get to it.
I think Iron Man is the best origin movie of all the Avengers as well. Like I think it's better than the first Thor. It is better than Captain America: First Avenger. So it's
I also love that.
Best
Avenger movie.
Marvel
Captain America
origin,
is slightly
not just
Okay.
MCU.
Okay.
Best origin for Marvel. For me.
Could be.
I could
Yeah.
honestly.
All
I
right.
love
because Tony Stark is the most interesting character pre becoming a hero.
that's true.
That's true. I
but
guess.
that's mainly because of Robert Downey Jr.'s performance.
Oh,
So,
I mean, I'm not saying
I'm not discounting
I'm
it
not
all,
saying the reason. I'm just
That-
saying
That's not
like
exactly.
Steve- that's like
not.
like
Just
Steve
an
Rogers
analyst.
is so like Steve Rogers is like boring American white bread. Like
I'm
Like,
going
he
to argue with you
didn't-
there. I'm going to argue with you there.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's no change in him. There was no change. There was no change in from who he was before to who he was after he became Captain America.
I completely disagree with you.
The big change in,
We're not
in
there yet.
him. The big change in him came in subsequent
Civil-
films later.
Civil War and things like that. Yeah, I do.
But I think the largest change in a person from who they were at the beginning of their film to who they were after they became a hero is in Iron Man and
So
Tony Stark.
encircled in the one film, you mean? Like
Yeah.
in
Yes.
just that
Yes.
Okay,
one
so-
film.
in that
okay,
one
so that
film.
makes sense.
In that one film.
Okay,
I'm not talking about an entire
I'll give
arc.
you that.
I'm talking about from
In
the
that film.
moment they stopped being the character they were at the beginning of their movie, their origin movie, to the moment that they became I am Iron Man, I am Captain America, I am like in their movie, like the moment in their origin movie, you're like, okay, that's character X. Tony Stark has the best journey and the
agree
biggest
with that.
change.
We'll talk
Yeah.
about that when we get to Doctor Strange.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you that for now. I'm comfortable
For
for now. I'm comfortable. I am comfortable.
You're
putting
not
that there
driving
for
this
now.
shit, AJ.
I am
Can I grab
comfortable
this
enough.
shit?
Get back in the
Putting it-
trunk where you belong.
Putting it
AJ,
for
you need
now.
to have stable internet to be able to drive this, which you clearly don't.
Next movie is Thor Ragnarok.
Ugh.
That's got to
Now-
go A.
I'm
That's
going to
A.
tell you. I will
It
tell you one
has to be
thing
A.
right now. Hold on, before I say anything else, I want to say one thing specifically. This right here is my favorite MCU movie.
It's definitely top 5 for me.
So I would
yeah.
definitely put it in A tier at the very least.
Yeah.
I'm good with it at
yeah.
A tier.
I almost wanted S tier, but I won't make that argument.
I think it's
Well,
I think
so
it's- I think it's
S-
eight.
It might make it to S tier at the end.
Yeah. S
I'm
tier-
okay with putting it there for right now.
It's got room to move up.
S
It's
tier,
got
I
room-
would leave for the Marvel movies that are actually going to change something within the Marvel universe. I mean, granted, there's some of these that are not MCU, but something
Wow.
that
Yeah.
like really
I
has
think-
an impact to the Marvel movies overall.
Mhm.
That's what I would leave
Yeah,
for
I
like,
think-
S tier. Like,
I
Logan,
think Thor-
I
Robert,
understand.
Robert, you've already proven that your opinion is shit.
No. I'm saying I understand Logan. Like, I'm completely okay with Logan being S tier. Like, my personal opinion aside, I get why Logan
Because-
is S tier.
Because
That-
on
cool.
top of like I get what he's saying. The impact that Logan had on comic book movies
Yeah.
makes it S tier. Like
Yeah.
it elevates
Absolutely.
it above. That's why I put Iron Man in S tier because of what it did for
I
comic book.
Guess we
movies.
should clearly just make that clearly defined if we're going to talk about specifically just we're talking about just the movie or also
Well,
how important it was to the cinematic universe, how much important to comic book movies. I'm fine with including that in the argument, but we just got to make sure that's what everybody's okay with in here on.
I think
everybody
that's
okay with
going
including
to
that?
affect other movies we'll talk about later. That
Yeah.
I think other movies might be better than, but because what it did is so
Absolutely,
important.
because
Yeah.
there's some movies that I know people are gonna want to put down and probably see
I
that
I
think
kind of
isn't-
want to.
I think there's one that is I think is an S tier movie that is probably.
I
gonna
kind of
end up
want
in,
this
like,
list to be about the movie, though.
Yeah.
But
Not,
Well, it can't just be
not
like-
about
it
the
can't just-
impact,
wait,
but
but,
about the movie.
yeah,
I mean, but that is important, and that
Well,
is
the-
part of the movie.
The movie and the impact is the same thing. So
no,
what?
the fuck it isn't.
it's related.
It
It
is.
is related
It-
because you
it
can
is.
have an
It's
amazing
related.
movie, and if it has impact, that gives it more credence to be
Because
in
because
the
it's
higher
not
tier.
it's not just about the quality of the movie. Because if we're talking about just the quality of the movie, some of these are gonna have to get knocked down a peg or two.
Iron Man 2 and 3.
Not
I mean,
really.
some of the ones that we've already that are already
Yeah.
been
Or the Dark World
slated.
#1.
Oh, what up, Chris?
Disagree.
Strongly
Apparently, my brother
Well,
just got back
well-
from filming his wedding, so
we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah. All right. So we have right now Thor Ragnarok on A. I'll
Wait,
leave it there
can
for
we
now.
can we establish whether we're talking about the
I think-
quality
I
of the
think-
movie
It's both.
or the impact on shit that came after?
It's
We
I-
can try.
I think you have to talk about both because honestly, on like my personal list, I have Iron Man above certain very high-end Avengers movies, but because of what those Avengers movies did for film, for comic book fans, for emotions, for crying, and just everything, probably deserve to be in front of Iron Man. Even though I personally like Iron Man better, I feel like, but the impact those movies did deserve recognition and what
Right,
they, you know what I mean?
and that's what I want to figure out for this list.
I
Are
think
we
we have to
talking
do
about
it.
what
I'm gonna
what
executive
are
decision.
our favorite
think
movies or what?
not favorite. We're gonna go with quality and impact both. Quality and impact both. We'll make that clear now, just so everybody makes sure we're there now. Where quality and impact matter. Because I like the idea. Because if it's a favorite list, it's a lot different. Because it's hard to. It's actually more hard, I think, to make just a favorite list. Because Thor Ragnarok being my favorite MCU movie, I might put that S tier. I recognize that it's my favorite movie, but it's probably not S tier in those qualifications. So I think we got to use both. So that's where we're going to go with this. And so therefore, with that being said,
Because that keeps us from putting the entire MCU as like A.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll put Thor Ragnarok as A, and that seems to be okay with everybody.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm totally fine. I mean,
Yeah.
like I know I love the original Thor more than Ragnarok, but again,
Same.
thank you. There you go.
Yeah.
But again, I'm totally comfortable with that.
Okay.
Kenneth
right.
Kenneth Branagh is fucking great.
I love Kenneth Branagh. I do love Kenneth Branagh.
Mhm.
All right, this is going to be an interesting one. I feel on this list.
Blade.
Oh, here we go.
Blade, the original
We already
Blade.
came to it. S tier.
S.
Yeah.
S
Yeah.
tier.
Yeah,
S tier.
Yes, S tier.
Blade
S
is
tier.
S tier.
Automatic.
Start
Yes.
there. We can
Blade
start
is
there.
Because if this tanks, if this just
Oh.
does awful, we don't get anything else after this. We don't get Blade 2, we don't get X-Men, we don't get Spider-Man, we don't get Iron Man, we don't get the MCU. If this just tanks, they're like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do these movies.
This was the highest grossing R-rated film for like over a decade.
Yeah.
Like over a decade.
Yeah.
It's got to start high because some motherfuckers just try to ski uphill.
Yes.
true.
But also, I think one of the big things that people keep forgetting about this film is that the script is very well written, and the plot is actually very intricate, but it actually does make sense at the end of the day. And then also, what people also tend to forget about this, Deacon Frost is an amazing villain. I
Yeah.
love Deacon Frost.
Mm-hmm.
Like we don't get villains like that anymore in the MCU or even today, where it has a little bit of a bigger picture in terms of what they want to do with their evil scheme and stuff like that. But also, we don't get moments where they're just kind of just messing around, just being human. I mean, like, I love that scene with Deacon Frost and Blade in the middle of the sunlight, basically just chatting with one another. We don't get moments where we get to know the villains, and I feel that Blade is so forgotten in that sense. It absolutely belongs in the S tier.
I will
Most
argue.
definitely.
I will argue to the death. Blade is S tier because Blade is what brought the Marvel comic to the forefront.
Mhm.
Blade came out in what, 1998? I want to say
7 or 8. Yeah.
This is the first movie, and a lot of people didn't know that Blade was a Marvel comic book, or the fact that it was based off a comic book at all. Blade was what begun. I hear a lot of documentaries talking about Marvel comics and movies and stuff, and a lot of them are always quick to reference X-Men that came out in the summer of 2000, and they're completely ignoring the fact that Blade was the first and foremost to the current Marvel renaissance of movies. Blade is the godfather of all Marvel Comics movies. The MCU would not exist if Blade did not come out first. And
Yeah, we can put it here for now.
Blade.
I will put Blade. I agree.
Joseph, wait, real quick.
Blade
Joseph.
low S tier.
Real quick, Joseph. They're all saying S, and you're the one saying S. So why are you getting all upset? I don't get it, Joe. What are you getting upset for? Everybody's saying S except for you.
Before Blade, comic book movies were the
Campy?
Phantom, the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with those movies, because I actually love both of them.
Yeah.
But you didn't get serious.
You didn't
get something that was taken seriously.
You had the
And
90s
Blade
Batman,
changed
you had
that.
Rocketeer, you had the Crow, you had Spawn. That was all that came out
Spawn
before
was the one
Blade.
that did it.
But the other thing that Blade proved is that anything apart from the big four, Batman, Spider-Man, X-Men, anything below that, Blade wasn't even
God damn.
Fantastic. Whoever you are, good job.
Yeah, but the thing is that before the
Jake,
movie came
why
out,
am I not
Blade
surprised?
was a D-list character at best.
That's true.
And this movie sort of the same thing with Iron Man. I mean, I'm sorry, Iron Man was kind of a C-list character in the comics
It really was.
before the movies came out.
So was Cap.
Exactly.
Star Drew is mentioning in the chat Dick Tracy. Here's the thing: I will argue real quick for Dick Tracy, even though I'm pretty sure it's not a part of this.
No,
it's not MCU. Dick Tracy was a very well done comic to movie, and done not only starred but directed by Warren Beatty. That's unheard of as far as comics go.
Yep, very true.
So yeah,
But it's funny. It looks like we're all going S. And
Yeah, and it was a Disney movie that
I would,
had a lot of murder in it.
The funny thing is,
Touchstone. Yeah.
To be honest, I actually kind of would put it more in A, I think, but I'm not going to fight the argument. I'm not a.
Yeah.
I think it
it's
might
sort of a-
end up moving down. Yeah.
But I do see the arguments, and I won't fight against it. Although I will say when I said this before,
moved up
in the pre-show S tier. Blade, the remake might be in my S tier because Ed Harris might be playing Whistler from what I've heard.
Oh
So
my
anyway,
God.
that's what I've heard. That happened.
Had to bring up Blade because it
It's
somehow
direct,
detoured into.
direct to S tier. Before
But
we move on,
Blade
though,
3 had the best line ever with cock juggling thunder cunt.
Where would you
No,
put?
no. Blade had
Blade?
the Blade had the best comment. Is like, there's always motherfuckers trying to ice skate uphill.
Are we doing?
Okay,
Blade
so
over
hold on. I want
Go
to
on, guys,
address
go
one. I want to address one comment that Dean Morgan just made. He said he hates the argument just because it inspired something means it wouldn't be there or have better movies. No one's saying that wouldn't happen, but like without Blade, would we have gotten something like Black Panther, who was not even
Or
like
Deadpool.
a D-list character in Marvel.
Right.
Like
Well,
they're willing
I-
to take a chance.
I had
on,
never
like,
heard of Black Panther
on-
until
on-
he was in
like
the MCU.
would we be talking about possibly getting a static film,
Right.
Yeah.
like things like that if we didn't have Blade.
But I would also
Like-
even argue that Blade cut off from everything. If you was just to look at it as its own film, it stands alone and its quality on its own.
On its own, I would argue it is high B, low A. That would be my thing, honestly. I'd
Yeah.
say A at that point. But given the impact, I wouldn't mind the up to it, the S tier.
Dean,
The
no one's
question I
arguing
have,
about the quality of the film. We're saying that the quality plus the
Yeah, there's quality
impact.
there.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
And we can move it. We can move around. We're not going to start low though.
Do you want to put it above Iron Man or Logan, or are we putting it down?
I think it's okay.
Put it below.
I would put it
Iron
below
Man.
Iron. I would put it below Iron Man.
I would put it right where it is. That's my own.
Yeah,
personal-
I like it
right where it's at. I think is where.
Good enough. Let's move on. We're 40 minutes in. Got a lot of films to go, so let's just try to push this forward.
Dean. Black Panther wasn't just because of the MCU. Because
good
Wesley
Lord.
Snipes tried to make a Black Panther movie for 15 years and couldn't get it done.
The potential that this movie had.
Spider-Man.
I know it could have been so good. But
God
it
damn
couldn't.
you, Sony! God damn you, Sony! Like
Wait.
I love
Hey,
Venom.
Hey, is the Venom solo movie on this
Yes.
I
list?
think it should be. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it
We-
should be.
Is
Can we-
it?
can we
is it
just-
down there?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, it
it's
is.
Like
Yeah, it is.
very, very up.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, do we got like an F?
Then
F
drop
tier?
the Spider-Man 3 drops immediately to E since the Venom solo movie is on this.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think
It's
this
not a
is,
good
like
movie. It's a
Sandman
guilty
is-
pleasure, but it's not a good movie.
Sandman
I
above is A. The rest of the movie is
Yeah.
below E. So
That third
it
act, I'm
bounces.
like, ugh.
There's really great moments in 3, but overall,
It's an easy
it's
E.
just a mess.
Yeah.
It's a plate of spaghetti that's barely held together.
The
Yeah.
best part of Spider-Man 3 is the confirmation that it is also part of Into the Spider-Verse.
Right.
If that's what
That's
happened.
the best part of Spider-Man 3.
We don't talk about
I'm sorry, Topher Grace. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely.
Like when I saw that, I was like, are you kidding me?
Wait. Are you kidding me? I'm agreeing with Brandon Buck on something.
Right?
Are you kidding me?
Here's the thing. At that time, and still now, but I was a huge Topher Grace fan, like huge. And even I was like, really? That's who you cast for him? I mean, like, come on. So, like, yeah. 'Cause I love Topher Grace, but that was so bad.
Some people are
and the other thing with that as well too is that Sam Raimi just didn't want to freaking make this movie.
No, he didn't.
Sam Raimi does
Like,
not
you know,
like
you-
Venom. Like he
Oh, no.
does not like Venom.
I feel like I just got done talking about Sam Raimi for like the past 3 hours.
Hey,
Andre
Robert,
knows what I'm
I
talking
wonder
about.
where that
high five
happened.
on Sam Raimi, Robert.
Yeah.
It hurts just to like talk about this movie.
Yeah.
I
Can
think
we
I
move
like it
on?
more than most, but I would at the highest I would put it at D.
I think the thing
also.
that
Yeah.
frustrates me most is when I think Venom, I think just a huge, just muscular, like a linebacker in football.
Mhm.
And then you get fucking Topher Grace, which is like a scrawny little freshman.
Get
I'm like,
Eric
exactly.
Foreman to play.
yeah, I'm like, fucking Foreman? Like, Foreman, are you kidding me with it? Like, I was so pissed about this. And then I see the movie and I'm like, oh, the suit makes him all big and I was like, no, just
Well,
no.
if you even look back to the '90s Spider-Man cartoon, the Eddie Brock from there was still pretty beefy.
yeah, he was a beefy
He's
dude.
a pretty
Yeah.
beefy dude. Like I believed that he became Venom.
No,
Topher Grace?
I
Nope.
I talked to so many people around town about movies that got screwed in development and got screwed in post. Spider-Man 3 always comes back because at the end of the day, this movie was supposed to end with Brock getting the suit in the church. And apparently Sony and Avi Arad and a couple other people, they basically said, everybody wants Venom. Everybody wants Venom. Nobody's going to be
Right.
willing to wait for a Venom movie. You have to
And do it correctly then.
Yeah.
Introduce him in the prior movie.
Yeah, no,
That makes sense for Avi, though.
That's the thing that Marvel did not understand back then. They understand it now. The minute that yeah, there you go. Absolutely, that.
So I don't remember what came out first, this or X-Men Last Stand.
They
came out the
both
same
came
year,
out-
I believe, right?
They both came out in 2007, so they both came out in the same year.
So to me, that Last Stand and Spider-Man 3 kind of started the long road of Sony kind of realizing like they need to just kind of leave it alone. Eventually, it got us to where we are now with Spider-Man being creatively controlled by Disney.
All right, now what if I say
The thing that both of those films have in common is Kevin Feige effectively left Marvel, effectively left Avi Arad's production company and started off the MCU on his own. And if you realize the next year, what did we get? Iron Man, Incredible Hulk, Thor, all these films that would slowly build up. So it was a downward trajectory, and then we just went back up.
We ice skated up.
Yeah.
No,
Avi Arad was squeezed out of production pretty quick into the actual development of the MCU.
All right. I don't know. At this point, I get saying it on E. I always like putting things higher than they go because they always get pushed down. So would anybody really object if I put it in D at least until we get
Why
there?
not?
Yes, because we know where it's going to end up.
Church
So
is
why
great.
even? We
I
know
like
where
having
it's
it
going to end
up
up.
higher.
So
gonna move
why don't we
down,
just put it there?
I'm gonna put it there for now. Make it that executive.
D,
thing
all
for
right,
now.
I will
Put it
give
there.
you this. I will leave. It can stay at D only because of Bruce Campbell.
And
All right, let's move on. Oh,
I feel like my
War.
entire
Oh,
night has
oh,
been
boy.
brought to you by
S
Bruce
tier,
Campbell.
S tier.
S tier
Yeah.
for now, at
S
least.
tier.
Remember, guys, just so you know, we have 5 spots in the S tier. We are barely like in this right now. We have
Put it
4
above
in there.
Blade.
What? Wait.
yeah,
Infinity
above
War.
Iron Man.
Is that
Infinity
Infinity,
War.
Infinity War?
Infinity War goes above Blade.
Oh,
I
yeah.
definitely agree with that.
I would almost argue that, like,
I'm okay with putting it.
technically Logan should go below Infinity War and Iron Man.
Infinity War, Infinity War has one of the best theory reactions of all time for the snap.
Almost.
Here's the thing.
Almost. Oh,
It's one of the
only for
fastest
fact
moving 2.5-hour movies of all time.
If only
I
for the fact.
just watched Infinity War again tonight, and I was watching Endgame when the stream started.
Yeah.
I would put it below Logan.
Okay.
I put him like real close. Yeah, you're interchangeable to me.
I'm okay with it in either of those. I do agree it should be in front of Iron Man. I'm okay either way with it in front or behind
wait.
Logan.
So here's an argument. I know this normally isn't done, but a future argument. We
Shut up,
know
Liam.
that Endgame is going to be S tier. Are you
It shouldn't be.
Are you
Why?
forecasting that Endgame is going to be above or below Logan?
I have Endgame at A tier.
Endgame is
Yeah,
I have Endgame
below.
after Infinity War for sure.
Well, y'all are just weird.
B for me, so I don't know.
All right, I think I'm going to move on from this. Actually, we're going to talk about it again when Endgame comes up. I feel like it's going to be in the
That's
conversation. We
There
know
we
right
go.
now everybody put Infinity War in S tier. Where exactly it is, we'll make that an argument towards the end. Right now, it's in that area somewhere. We can go further into it later on. I think let's get some more news out of the way first. Captain Marvel.
This is a C tier for me.
Yeah, it's
See.
Honestly,
This is literally, if there was cookie cutter Marvel MCU movie, it's this.
So here's
Only.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Your argument that it's a cookie cutter MCU film only holds water because we had all of the other MCUs before, like films before it.
Well, of course.
yeah.
If we didn't have all of those films, we would be talking about it the same way we talk about Iron Man, the same way we talk about Captain America, the first Avenger. I only have one problem with that entire movie, and it's when I'm Just a Girl comes on out of nowhere.
Needle drop.
Out of nowhere.
I love that song, but it did not fit there.
I would
Yeah.
you know how you fix that entire scene? You put a jukebox. She throws somebody into the jukebox, and then the music starts.
That would work.
It solves the problem. The
and it just
only
so
thing that
happens-
bothers me,
And
the
it just
only
so
thing that
happens
bothers
to
me
play
is the
on Just a
music
Girl.
starts. Exactly. The only
Yeah.
problem is the music comes out of nowhere. There's nothing even
Who
playing the
would
music.
she throw into the jukebox?
Like
Some random
I remember,
Yeah,
I remember
random
having an
score.
argument. I remember
I have a
having
really
an
cool,
argument
deep
about
cut
Guardians of the
story I want to
Galaxy
tell about
with the
this
needle
movie.
drops. Like
Long time.
with the needle drops and Guardians of the Galaxy, but the thing is, Peter Quill always had the little freaking
set up for it,
tape
yeah.
recorder. There was some motivation behind it. It didn't just pop up out of nowhere.
I will always argue for the soundtrack of Guardians of the Galaxy because I've actually met Tyler Bates and I have the soundtrack signed by him on my wall. So
Joseph made a comment
Yeah,
here.
drop in a little bit. You gonna pick that up?
Let me pick this up for you.
Oh, what did I do?
Joseph
that?
made a comment here to me
Ooh.
that kind of sticks out and kind of makes me look at it a little bit different. He said C or B, if it was in Phase 1 film, it would be seen much better.
That's an
So
interesting
to
idea.
me, this is basically on par with Thor 1. It's about a self-indulged character that thinks they know way more than they do, and they learn through that.
At the same
arc
time,
that
we've
they
already
don't.
seen it a couple of times.
And
too,
and that's
I don't know why.
basically my argument is that people give it like more grief just because of when it came out, and that they don't equate it to it's an origin film. So like
Mhm.
hold it
Well-
against the other origin films. Don't hold it against
I will go so
Infinity
far.
War. Don't hold it against.
Well, hold
Endgame,
on,
'cause,
hold on.
like,
I will
I will
argue
go
That's the point of this
far-
list. We're ranking
Hold on.
it.
One second, I will add to
Well,
that.
no. But
Let's
what I mean is
also-
the majority of the origin films are going to end up in C and B levels. So
Let's-
But also,
I think
let's
that's
we
a
were talking
fair.
before. We were talking before about how impact matters and how Blade's impact matters and everything else. I think so. You got to keep in mind that after a while, if a movie hasn't done much more after so many movies that are like it, I think that also is a negative to it as well. I understand what you're saying about it. You got to knock it up against origin movies, but it's also because it's done so much. It's because it has been done before. It makes it lesser just by having seen it so many times before. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand it works. It's both a positive and a negative argument to me. I think they can kind of cancel each other out to me. I want to see.
I agree that it has very little impact, but I don't think the impact is so like small that like it's dropping to a D or drop like the impact of the film does not affect the quality of the film at all. Whereas when you're talking about like Blade, you can argue about the quality of the film, but you can't really argue about the impact.
So
the film is well made. It just doesn't have a huge amount of impact outside of the MCU.
Because Disney did not want to have this movie made. Like they were because they were about to lose. They were about to lose Kevin Feige because Ike Perlmutter did not want to do this movie, and basically,
Perlmutter.
Kevin Feige was about to walk off if they would not do this movie.
Correct.
And then that was the whole change where Feige no longer reported to Perlmutter.
So AJ, you're being too polite, buddy. If you want to talk, let's talk.
Keep in mind overall.
This movie 15 seconds to get this out. 15 seconds. I went and saw this movie after my sister got done with surgeries. She's trans. And when she left the house for the first time, we went and saw a movie on March 8th, International Women's Day, and it was a beautiful, touching moment. That doesn't cloud the fact that this is an okay film. It is a beautiful moment that we had a female-led Marvel film in the MCU, but it's still a C tier quality film, and that's something that she and I agree on.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
It's a C tier film, and it was a beautiful moment in my life, a beautiful moment in my family's life, and it's still a C film.
Keep that in mind as that this movie came out after Infinity War. Both Infinity War and Endgame, they did a very, I would say, a decent job as like putting a lot of focus on the female-led superheroes. There was a scene in both of those movies where the focus was on the female-led superheroes. This was the first female-led superhero movie of the
but it was not a good movie.
It's good.
Why wasn't it a good movie? Why wasn't it a good movie?
That part aside,
what was so different about it than Thor,
C.
Iron Man, or Captain America? What was
It
so
felt-
different?
it felt- I will say, hold on, it felt a little tired to me. It did feel a little tired to me.
Yeah,
I would say the argument is,
but it only felt tired because of those other movies.
Which
I understand.
I'm saying
but
it wasn't a good
can't
movie
say that the
because I
movie
didn't
is
enjoy
bad.
it.
Okay, Jake, go ahead.
Okay, but you not enjoying it doesn't mean the movie's bad. It means this is one of the things I get really worked up about. You not enjoying it doesn't mean the movie's bad. It means you didn't enjoy it.
We're talking about opinions.
That's like me saying
on movies. We're ranking movies based off of our opinions.
But that doesn't mean the movie's bad. It means you didn't enjoy it.
I never said it was bad.
You just said that means the movie's bad. You literally just said that.
So here,
okay, well, I didn't mean that.
Let's rephrase this.
It wasn't.
It's got a 47% on Rotten Tomatoes. No one.
Let's rephrase this into the fact that like I don't think the movie was bad. It wasn't a huge enjoyment, I would say, for at least for me overall in the MCU. I think MCU has done better, but I think it was a good movie as far as it was the MCU's first time out with a female-led superhero movie, which was what they were trying to plug before they got to the Black Widow movie.
Kelsey.
As a
Oh,
standalone movie,
Nick.
as a standalone movie, it was good.
Okay, Kelsey.
I don't think it was
Nick.
Hey,
necessary.
let's get a female
All right, Kelsey,
opinion.
go
I
ahead.
know.
Kelsey.
I have a female perspective. Okay, so hearing that a female character I really enjoy in the comics was going to be made in a solo film, me and my daughter were super excited, especially my daughter because she wanted to see a superhero that looks like her as a girl kicking butt. She fell asleep halfway through and has had no desire to rewatch it, and I thought it was fine.
Facts.
Yeah,
I feel
it
like
was
it's
fine.
fine.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It was fine.
absolutely.
It's-
And I want to clarify one thing. If I'm knocking this film, it's not because I feel that it's a bad film. For me, it feels more of it's a bigger disappointment more than anything else because building on everything we got Avengers Infinity War. Ryan Fleck and Anna Boden directing. They directed one of my favorite dramas in Half Nelson, which is freaking fantastic. And also Brie Larson as well too. I know Brie Larson is a touchy subject, but I love her as an actress. She's great. And it just kind of felt like, and again, this was one of those films that they rushed out there because of the fact that it was actually shot after Endgame. And
It wasn't necessary.
yeah, well, again,
That's my whole point.
It was only necessary as far as a point if you didn't have this movie and Captain Marvel showed up in Endgame, it would have felt cheap. When she came in and she destroyed Thanos' ship in Endgame, it would have felt cheap because you would have been like, oh, well, here's some random person that has all the powers in the world. I think Captain Marvel set that up properly.
But they didn't.
Right.
I do
They
agree.
didn't do a good job in making it.
I
Like
potentially agree with that.
She was the person. Like
Okay.
she was the most
There was
powerful of
in the
all
Captain
of them.
Marvel movie.
Like, they didn't set that up.
which to say, I'm still excited for Captain Marvel too.
I
Absolutely.
am too.
There was very little in Captain
Alright.
Marvel. There was very little that when she broke free of the Kree, there wasn't much there that really showed off
us what she was
how
capable
powerful
of.
she was.
Yeah.
She just started beating guys like in the corridor, and that was it. She flew
Okay.
up into
Yeah,
outer
Jack,
space.
I'm going to cut you short a little bit. Let's cut short because we
Yeah.
do have a lot to do. Like, where on the tier do we want this? Where do we want this?
Right where it is.
Right where it's
I
at.
want it where it's at.
Right,
Yeah, just
where
leave it where it's at.
Perfect. The
Right
rest
there.
of this was
During the
extra
discussion,
time.
we're
Yeah,
all
it's-
confident on where it is
It's,
right now.
Better or
it's
worse
the
than
solid
Guardians 2?
C.
I think it's after. personally.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
just
worse.
right there.
Okay. Perfect. Let's move on at that point. It's funny we're getting into minute damages and we're all like, oh, it's C anyway.
Oh,
So-
man.
Oh, fucking get that
Put
Yeah.
them right to
out of
E.
there.
E.
I have no
Yeah,
say.
what
is
I
that?
actually have never seen it, and that says something.
That was
Uh,
the first superhero movie I ever saw that I
Is
just
that-
straight
is
up
that
could
fan-
not
is that-
even enjoy.
I
man.
can't tell if it is it Fan Four Stick or the
Yeah.
It's fan force.
Okay.
Yeah, get that out of there.
Okay, we're good.
Uh,
What's next?
no, but Fan Four Stick is better than Spider-Man 3.
No,
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 not even
Yes.
a little.
I don't agree.
Yes,
night-
because
the
the
night
first
voted.
No.
2/3 of that movie I will rewatch. I will not rewatch any of Spider-Man 3.
Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa.
will rewatch
I'm the
Spider-Man
opposite.
4 times before Fan 4 Stick.
Yes.
All right, Dwayne, looks like you're being outvoted on this one.
I mean, that's fine.
I don't know. I haven't
Josh
seen it,
Trank
so.
hates Fan Four Stick more than Sam Raimi hates Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, no.
That's
Next.
He hates the movie that came out, not the movie that was shot.
Is
Well,
the
that's
night
different.
is the 1994 Corman Fantastic Four on this list?
I don't know.
Oh,
I haven't gotten
man.
it. We'll see.
doubt
We'll
it.
get there.
That would,
Probably
We're
not.
judging
I
that
would
came
rate
out.
that
Yeah.
higher than Fan Four Stick.
All right, well, let's see. All right, next one then.
Warzone.
What is it? Punisher Warzone. I don't remember a lot of Warzone.
One of the funniest things I've ever seen is in that movie.
It wasn't as good, but it surprisingly wasn't that bad.
It's a C. It's a C.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
it's better than Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, one of the first correct me if I'm wrong, one of the first comic book movies directed by a female as well, too.
Right.
Lexi
Yes,
Alexander.
Lexi Alexander. That's right.
It has the it I think it had the unfortunate timing of being released around the same time as The Raid and
Right.
Dread.
No,
'Cause they're-
no, this one came out like 4 years
2008.
before Raid or the Dread.
2008.
It came out.
Maybe it just
that
fell.
thing-
Maybe it just fell by the
2008.
wayside.
It
'cause
was
they're-
billed basically as direct home video, but it did have a small theatrical release. It had like a couple million box office.
I remember nothing from this movie other than the scene where a henchman jumps from a building to another and is shot out of the air by a rocket launcher by the Punisher. And that is the hardest I've laughed at anything in a
That's
very
like
long
the-
time.
That alone should give it
the parkour drug mules.
Okay.
That's the thing is that I'm saying, like, when she made this film, she made it to be a dark comedy, and if you look at it as a dark comedy, it absolutely succeeds in every single facet that it tries. It's not an action run and gun movie because, granted, keep in mind this movie was produced or put into production about a couple of months after the Virginia Tech guy went in and shot everybody over at the school. And what's in his room during all the newscasts? A massive Punisher poster. So she decided to go through and make a movie that was a dark comedy as opposed to an action film. What she did right here, absolutely appropriate for the Punisher. And if you read the Garth Ennis stuff, it's very, very faithful to that book.
Was this before or after the Dirty Laundry short film?
This was before the Dirty Laundry short film.
Yeah, he
which
came
was
back
great.
for that one. Thomas Jane came back for that one. All right. I don't remember exactly, but it sounded like you're doing both Spider-Man 3. So
Yeah,
and the C
I
tier
had-
or D
So
tier?
right there.
Right there for now.
I would just.
Yeah,
I know.
It's got room to move down.
All right,
It'll
we'll do
go
it
down.
All right.
Which Spider-Man is that?
Is that the Amazing Spider-Man
Amazing
1?
Spider-Man 1? Is that what?
No, that's Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yep.
Two?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
two.
Oh.
Put it.
Right there.
I
would say it's
mm,
E, but it's better than Fan Four Stick.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, it suffers from a lot of what Spider-Man 3 suffered, but
Yep.
even more so because of the fact that they wanted to introduce the Sinister Six, and they had all these ideas that just didn't mesh or coalesce, and also just really bad casting in certain aspects. I mean, like, again, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy are the only reason I go back and watch that film.
Yeah, they have really good chemistry.
Can I add something real quick?
Go ahead. Absolutely.
It sucks.
The only positives I will say about that movie is you're right. I love the Gwen and his relationship stuff because I like
Oh.
her as Gwen.
Sorry,
I
dude.
love
I need to crack my neck real quick.
Also, seeing it in 3D was kind of cool because visually seeing the spider webs with electricity going down them was actually really cool in 3D.
Mhm.
It's not a good movie, but that looked cool. So
What's the difference between Jamie Foxx and
Can we be
Jamie
very
Foxx and
honest?
Spider-Man 2?
Yes.
He can
I
fix
would-
the gap in his teeth.
I would watch Spider-Man 3 over Amazing Spider-Man 2. I didn't like. I hated Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I'm the
so much.
opposite. I would watch
No,
Spider-Man
no.
2 over Spider-Man 3.
Really, I did not like that at all. I hated Jamie Foxx in there. I hated.
Twice as many villains.
I was about to say, dude, like one of the worst villains we've gotten in modern movie history. I mean, like just the way he decided to play Max Dillon as like, oh, I'm a big fan of Spider-Man.
And we get him again. And we get it again.
I mean, I know.
my
Well,
God.
that's not
Terrible
confirmed yet,
villain
right?
later.
Is that confirmed?
He's
Yeah,
playing
it's
Electro, but it's not.
Yeah.
We don't know what it's going to be yet.
I
We
hope
don't
it's
know
not
for
gonna be
sure.
They just don't want to let us down that badly. They
Then
don't
again,
want it's coming.
everybody knows. Everybody by now, if you've watched my streams enough, knows that I don't like Jamie Foxx anyway. To be honest, I've never been a Jamie Foxx fan, and I'm way super for him. Only a few times I've liked him. So
You white motherfucker.
I don't do it. I just don't like him in any movies. But he just
Just because
about
Baby
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 Driver?
Driver.
Foxes.
Hey,
the only
I like
thing
him
about
in Just Mercy.
PLG's a gold digger.
he was okay.
You want
He
to
got
know why
some
they call me Motherfucker Jones?
Motherfucker Jones.
One night, stuck in my mom's room late at night.
I liked him in Collateral.
$20 out of
I
my
liked
purse.
him.
I'm actually I'm heading out.
Gotta go, Jake.
All
All right, brother.
Let it
All right,
Drake.
thank you.
Yeah.
Here, Jake.
Bye. I'll burp for you when you're gone.
All right,
So,
sounds good.
if-
Somebody's got to fill that spot. Thank you
If,
for that.
if we can strike all of Jake's opinions from this, all
It's already done. Already gone. So.
Shut the fuck up, Robert.
Strike it from the record.
Jake's the only person I agree with stuff.
Love
on.
ya.
Later, man.
Here, buddy.
So, okay, well, I think we don't talk much more about that. We'll go put it there for now, up in front of 1046 at this point.
Could we like save some time and just preload some of the ones that we already know are going to be easy?
You mean like Daredevil?
I don't think. I think Daredevil's a D, but I think
I don't disagree with that.
I think with this group we can't. That's the problem.
I will tell you.
Well, I mean,
the 90s Captain America and the 80s Punisher is gonna end up in E.
Dark Phoenix. Where
okay, but next one's Civil War.
Let's wait.
We have to find. That's the problem. We'd have to find them and everything. I think the panel.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
So all right.
Like some of these we know where they're going.
Right. My old man eyes. Civil War. Let's start with Civil War now. I liked Civil War quite a bit. It's kind of polarizing. I have found.
I think C is A tier. It's the best Avengers movie.
I'm gonna go on my rant real
It's
quick.
the best Avengers movie.
I'll go on my rant real quick. That is not exactly. That's exactly right. That's the whole thing is. I always hated the fact that they called this a Captain America movie because it's definitely more of an Avengers movie. I think it actually has more to do with Iron Man than does a Captain America half the time, to be honest with you. And I also think that the Avengers, Infinity War and Avengers Endgame shouldn't have been called Avengers movies. They should have been called like Marvel Universe Infinity War and Marvel Universe.
They should have just been called Infinity War.
Or just that. That's fine. Like, I mean, if they want to throw Marvels on it, I get it because that's what it is. It's not the Avengers. It's the Guardians of the Galaxy. It's everything involved. Whereas this right here is Avengers 3 right there. So is Avengers.
This is Avengers 2.5.
So
Avengers 3, it really is.
To me, if we were ranking this completely on like what they set up like for things to come, this would be an S tier movie. As far as movie quality and everything involving in that, I think it's A. Personally,
I'm happy putting it at A.
I'm good with putting on A as well. I do think there's a lot of great things in that movie. The whole airport scene is fantastic. There is a lot of character growth for Captain America. I do can see why it's called Cap. There is a lot of character growth for Cap in this movie. Not enough for it to be called. I still think it's an Avengers movie, but it did do a lot for that character. So I would personally put it in front of Ragnarok, but I'm okay with it being behind Ragnarok.
This is Robert Downey Jr.'s best performance in the MCU.
Absolutely.
And if you have any other thing to say against it, I don't care.
I'm going to put this on there because Ryan, I put on other opinions. I just strongly disagree. It's an Iron Man movie, if anything else.
I think it's A tier above Ragnarok.
Civil War is a Captain America movie the same way that Thor Ragnarok is a Hulk movie.
Actually, you've heard this rant before too. I say Thor Ragnarok is actually a Hercules movie, but that's a totally different kind of rant. It's actually not Thor anymore. He's actually Marvel's version of Hercules, pretty much. That's what they turned Thor into, which kind of makes me a little bitter because I wanted Hercules in the MCU, and now I can't have it pretty much because it's pretty much.
Isn't there a Hercules in the Marvel universe already?
In the Marvel Universe, yes, it's exactly not an MCU, and it is Thor. Basically, it's the slapstick version. That conversation that Thor has with the Hulk in Ragnarok is almost lifted from a Hercules Hulk conversation they've had. That's Hercules and Hulk's relationship in the comics. The whole movie is great, and it fits because Taika Waititi is more comedy, a little more comic size. That's exactly what Hercules would add to it. So I'm a little bitter because I'm never going to get my Herc now because they basically just took it away and made him Thor. Thor is supposed to be more of a noble, almost I don't say boring, but he's boorish, boring. He's not a slapstick funny guy, and I like what they've done with it because I like Thor in the MCU, but that's why I like Hercules when I read the comics. So I'm a little bitter about it. So I think that's why actually I have a love-hate relationship with Thor Ragnarok to a degree.
Didn't know that.
But that's why I would put it behind Thor Ragnarok, though I did like it. But I could listen to anybody saying it's above Ragnarok. If you want to put it there, I wouldn't be opposed to it. Is everybody
right there?
I think it's fine right there.
I'm okay either way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to argue and fight too hard for it.
Okay.
There are other films that I'm definitely going to argue for more.
Yeah, save your battles. Let you have one battle, and so you got to save it.
Pick your battles.
There are going to be some we spend 15 minutes on. Let's enjoy these ones where we spend 2 minutes on it.
Also, I just want to say, Party J, I don't think you've said one word yet, Party. Do you have anything you have to say about anything so far?
I think Civil War is Avengers 2.5 as well.
Okay. Are you happy where it is located wise on the A tier there?
I believe it's A as well. Like under Ragnarok is fine.
Okay. All right. Then let's move to the next one then, I guess, for now. The original Avengers.
A
Ooh,
for me.
Yeah.
This is gonna be
It's
controversial.
I
A.
love
Oh yeah,
Love
you're,
that, Dwayne.
you're right with me on the same point, right, Dwayne?
Yeah.
I say B.
I say
I
B.
think. I
You say
think
what?
It's B. Yeah, I think it's
B
B
as in
too.
boy.
I think it's the top of the B tier.
Wow.
I would
Yeah,
say low
I-
A personally. I could see it
I-
ending at B, but I love the first Avengers.
I gotta tell you something, guys. Right now, I could honestly see an argument for being S tier. The way that it happened, like
Okay.
it brought all the heroes together like that for the first time. If Endgame and Infinity War is what brought is what culminated, Avengers was the first time you got all of them together to build to the Avengers. I would argue it's S tier, low S tier at this point, because I think it's you don't have nearly the impact of. I mean, Avengers Endgame is what we're building towards. But this is what got us that first step of the way there. If Iron Man is important for being the first MCU film and bringing it together. This was that next big step.
You're talking about the Avengers.
Yes, I am.
It doesn't work.
If
It's not S tier, that has to be upper echelon of A tier because that was the culmination of what they started, which
What I just
what
said.
they started was already good.
Yeah. But I'm interested to hear. the arguments for B tier because
I want to
I
hear
would-
what Dwayne and
yeah, Dwayne
Andres
and
have to
Andres
say.
both have arguments against it. So let's see.
I
what
want
they
to hear
say.
this.
Well, you know what, Dwayne, I'm gonna let you go first, dude, because you were talking about it first.
I think my biggest thing with it is when we're talking about the impact. I understand we would have never gotten to, Endgame, Infinity War, but I think that there's solo movies that are better than the first Avengers, like significantly better.
Is this the Blade argument now, though?
No. But that's what I'm saying is but we've already got Iron Man for that. Like we have to kind of like, because if we go off like what started everything, like we're gonna have like 10 S tier movies. If
Oh,
we
I
gotta
know.
keep it to 5, like I think if we put Infinity War up there, I think that's our representative for the achievement that is the Avengers.
It gets a little
Like-
dangerous if you start having films represent other films, though.
Well,
feel
what
like that
I
kinda
mean though
gets
is
dangerous, though.
but if we gotta limit it to 5, like
Right.
we gotta say like, okay, we have to draw a line here, and I think because of how much better, I mean, even how much better Civil War did bringing all the heroes together.
Right.
That's why I think it gets knocked down a few pegs. Yes, it was first, but they did it so much better after.
So Avengers
So
came out in
much better.
2012, right?
Other than Age of Ultron.
2012.
Yeah.
It has
I
some
like
of
Age
the
of
worst
Ultron.
CGI
I do
in
too,
the MCU. It has some of the worst CGI. It's insufferable to watch because of the CGI. Like when Loki is riding into New York, that is some serious like TV from the 1970s green screen action going on in there.
Okay,
and
that's
it's terrible.
That's stretching
70.
a little.
70s. Come on.
Okay, 90s. 90s TV green screen is basically what's happening when Loki's riding to New York.
Mhm.
It's,
See, I
it's
wouldn't
hard
necessarily
to
call it
watch.
a terrible film. I would just say I wouldn't say it's a terrible film at all. I would just say for me, I agree with Dwayne because here's the thing.
It's A tier, but despite those flaws, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Go ahead.
But the thing is, for me, like Avengers 1 has a meddling first and second act, but it has a third act that brings it all together and makes you forget about how, frankly, kind of boring the first 2 acts were. And also, you were more willing to accept some of Josh Whedon's flaws as a director because of the fact that we got all these characters together. But the thing is, I completely agree with Dwayne, where it's like, you know what? Avengers Infinity War is a great Avengers film from start to finish. There is not a single thing in that film that you go, man, this was kind of shaky, or you look back on it, or I think it's going to stand the test of time where you look back on it in 10 years, you're going to be like, holy crap, this is the first film where we got a villain story, and then also on top of that, we actually got to see all the Avengers come together in a much bigger way. So honestly, for me, Avengers is a fun movie, but it sort of falls in that B, A tier echelon for me, just in the hindsight and retrospect. But honestly, I'd be okay with it being an A. I personally can't see it being an S. That's my opinion.
No, I have
I
it
don't
mid to low A.
All right.
I-
All right. All right. Hold on. Let's go through. Kelsey, just a letter. I just want to hear just a letter where you want it.
Me,
Yes.
A.
Buck.
A.
Party.
High B.
Andre.
Really?
High B.
Dwayne.
I'll go high B as well.
AJ.
B.
Robert.
I'd say high A.
And Austin.
A.
A. Okay.
So
I think it's
So
safe to
low
say
A sounds
I
like
think-
a good
Yeah, I
compromise.
think that's
I
a
think
yeah. I think that's
low
a
A
50-50. So I think A is
it's a
where
good
it goes.
compromise. And
Yeah,
I would say
yeah.
before or after Civil War, would you say?
After.
below.
Below Civil War.
Yeah.
Ah, I would
Civil War is
say-
way better
would
movie.
Actually, I would agree with below Civil War. I agree. Avengers accomplished something that no one else had ever done, and I think that's what really blew open the doors for the MCU.
I
The
agree.
fact that they did all
But-
these single movies, and it's something DC has not been able to replicate yet.
They tried to. and
Because
tried
they
to
don't
start
have
with it.
Kevin.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't really hold up that much anymore.
They tried to start it though. DC
The thing
wanted
that
it so
DC
bad. They
doesn't
tried to do it,
have
to start it.
is-
They didn't do it.
They don't have someone that knows how to make movies, but also understands comics. They
Agreed.
have,
They don't have a Kevin Feige.
They
yeah,
don't
they
have a
literally
Kevin
don't
Feige.
have Kevin Feige. Like,
The WB has producers, but DC does not have a Kevin Feige. That's the problem.
And the one Kevin Feige that we kind of got. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm not comparing him to Kevin Feige at all. But he was steering the ship forward with Zack Snyder, and the fan base rebelled against him after versus S. And that's the problem: is that if you don't have someone that the fan base is willing to go, yeah, that's a great direction. Studios are going to get freaking.
Yeah.
They're going to
Well,
get.
Ramada,
but that's another story.
That's a whole other
Yeah.
argument because I can get into that
That's
too.
for
I love
another week
Snyder.
because I'm excited for that one.
I
love
think
that.
the reason
Oh,
why
he's
Kevin
gonna
I'll be
Feige,
here.
Discussion.
I think the reason why Kevin Feige is so good in like how he has basically a mapped out plan for the MCU. He worked on Marvel movies for 10 years before even starting on the
Yeah.
MCU.
Same with Avi
DC
Arad.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, but
Avi Arad was a part of the buyout for Marvel that helped keep Marvel going in the 90s when they were about to do bankruptcy. And Avi Arad was a part of what bailed them out and saved them. And he did phenomenal going into, like, say, Blade, X-Men, and the early Spider-Mans. But then even Avi Arad had to, like, die off. And that's when Kevin Feige, who had a hand in the early Marvel movies, took over. And, yeah, now we know him as a legend in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. Well, then we have that. I'm going to put it in the low A tier for now. We'll have to
Now
see
that
where
we've
it
got
goes
the
at this
history
point.
all of a sudden out of the side.
I would put it S tier. I'll still say that. Actually, I love it. I actually love it. I'm a sucker for this one as well.
I
and
love it too.
But I'm willing to bring it down there at this point. All right. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Oh, see?
C.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
right above
I like-
Warzone. Like,
I
Yeah,
liked
it's-
it better than Captain Marvel personally, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
I
I
did
did too, actually. Yeah.
Sticking above Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
they're tie. That's a
I'm
tie.
pretty indifferent
They're
either way.
If,
perfect.
if
I
we
think-
Either way.
I think it has a more interesting villain,
Mhm.
I guess, or antagonist. 'Cause, yeah,
Antagonist.
I don't want to call Ghost a villain because
Yeah.
I don't think she's really a villain. But
Yeah. That's why she's
I'm
interesting.
overreacting.
yeah, but I think overall the movie is more interesting. than
That's-
Captain
I
Marvel.
like the villains. I hate the heroes.
is it this like after we're done with the rest of the ranking?
But
I love
yeah,
Paul
I think,
Rudd, I gotta be
I
honest,
think a C
I-
is fine.
But-
See,
I'm
so-
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
All right. So, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 or lower?
Mm,
See, they're kind of like
Right
this
where
to
it's
me,
at.
so
Where's that?
So
I
make
would
it
say
hard
I would
off.
only-
For now.
I would only put it above Guardians 2 because of what it introduced in that movie that we got paid off in Endgame.
We got Janet.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it being in front of Guardians if you want
yeah.
to put it there.
Yeah, I
No.
put it above.
I watch
yeah.
it more than I watch Guardians too.
Ryan, I wasn't saying it as a bad thing. I just didn't want to call someone a villain that's not a villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and in fact, at the very end, she actually comes about, and you just get to know her.
I think that's one of the things that makes her the most interesting character in a movie.
Right.
I was actually kind of disappointed that we didn't see Ghost in Endgame. To be quite frank.
Yeah.
The
I'd
school
like to
scene.
see her come back.
The school scene in this is actually pretty funny.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1.
That's either the lowest of A or the highest of B.
I agree completely.
I agree with that.
I would almost say that this is it's above Avengers.
The fact that
and the reason is because Avengers brought together characters that we knew. This successfully brought together characters that we had no idea what the fuck we were getting.
You
said
Guardians was a Marvel movie.
With a dope ass soundtrack.
I love Guardians 1. Hold on. I'll say real quick. I'll say that, but Avengers brought together characters and lead characters in different movies together in a way that hadn't been done before. Guardians did a good job of presenting like maybe C or D-list characters and made them successful and made you like them. But I think that's not. I think the other reason having 3 large franchise characters in one and what it did for the Avengers film makes Avengers a higher ranked film for me.
I understand that.
Guardians was
we
good.
already liked all of those characters.
Yeah. Guardians was good if you didn't know who the people were, and if you happen to be one of the few people in your group that was a comic book fan that knew who those characters were.
Then you fangirl the whole time.
What they did with Guardians of the Galaxy was phenomenal. Yeah, I would keep
I think
probably just under Avengers because I think what Avengers achieved was so much better. But Guardians is right there behind the fact you took like Z-list characters almost and made them relevant. And now people care. People know who Groot is.
Yeah,
we have a talking raccoon.
You also got people to care about a freaking talking raccoon
and a tree.
You got people to care about a talking tree that can only say "I am Groot," and you cried at the end.
And we cried.
Yeah,
we
more
were
people know who Groot
devastated.
is than who know who Blade is.
Yeah. I would say that if
that's my S tier argument.
If you took it into a vacuum and you showed someone who had no idea who the characters in Avengers were, I think that there would be a great deal lost by not having that previous knowledge. But
I don't disagree, but you can't do that though. But you can't do that.
But that's why I think Guardians is better because it took unknown characters for even for the majority of the audience that it was targeted at. It took characters that were unknown, brought them together, and made a fantastic movie.
I think
it's safe to care about the characters after.
I think it's safe to say we both actually understand each other's arguments because I completely understand your argument as well. We just disagree about it. To me, you can't take it out in that vacuum. Absolutely right. I don't think you can take it in. I don't think you can take it and put it into that.
I think that note is what puts it above Avengers, just slightly, not by much, but just slightly.
Right now, I think we'll leave it as it is for now.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing in comparison. You have a candy that you've loved your entire life, and then all of a sudden you eat this
Chips Ahoy Chewies
you've been aware of, but you've never eaten. You like it, but you don't like it more than the candy that you've loved your entire life. That's where I would compare Guardians to Avengers. Avengers was fantastic. The fact that it pulled together all these characters into one movie and it made sense in an age where comic book movies were kind of like still hit or miss.
I grew up on Snickers bars, and then I had to take 5 at some point in my life. Have you ever had to take 5 bar?
Actually, I've got a perfect example of this, and you can all go out to your local supermarket.
Not better than whatchamacallit.
My favorite mass-produced cookies are Chips Ahoy Chewies. Right?
They're really good.
Well, they just recently released Chips Ahoy Chewies with Reese's Buttercups.
Oh shit!
Hey, PLD started.
I'm never looking at Chips Ahoy Chewies ever again.
We need a ranking of cookies at this point.
From now on,
the streaming cookie rankings.
I mean, I would be down for that show.
I will do that at some point. Absolutely, that's what the people want. That I'm willing to give it to them.
I'll have hot takes.
I forgot who you want to put anywhere. I just wanted to argue with y'all.
Y'all realize y'all are
All right.
arguing that bit of honey is better than a Reese's peanut butter cup. That's what y'all are doing right now.
I would not
The
do
thing,
that,
the
definitely.
thing is when we do the cookie show, we all have to have the cookies on our
Yeah.
desks and
Yeah.
eat them
I'm out
as
then.
we're judging them.
And we
Stop it! I'm trying
I'm
to
allergic
lose weight.
now.
All right. Well, for right now, I get the arguments. I think we're close enough now. We can probably move on at least for now, and maybe we can revisit one of those arguments later on. At this point, it's in this area. I think we're fine with that for
In
now.
A, right?
Yeah, it's in the A. It's in the A right
Okay,
now.
yeah.
So it's in that area.
That's
Doctor Strange. I
Nancy,
really
Mm.
like this movie. I
We
You-
can't see the tears.
You might need to show us the
Oh.
ranking again.
Sorry, I didn't do that again. Yeah. that's right.
Okay. Put me under
Considering
my
going back
Wachowski
and
banner.
okay.
above
Poor
Thor.
Austin.
Above.
How you doing down there?
I would- yeah.
I
Here, I'll take the banner.
It's at
off,
least
yeah.
You
B to
could be
me.
flipping off Paul this whole time and he wouldn't be able to see it.
I would
Some
call
of the best special effects we've ever seen in Marvel.
Four.
Okay, that's right. Go ahead.
And
So AJ, say again. Was that AJ you were talking? I couldn't.
it has some of the best special effects we've ever seen in Marvel. It has probably the most transformative origin story. Like it's 1A, 1B with Tony Stark. Some people like Benedict Cumberbatch, some people don't. So that's kind of the thing. But it's one of the most beautifully shot movies in the entire MCU.
Agreed.
I think for that it's got to be in the B area.
I also say
I would say high B.
Hi, yeah.
I
would
think, I
say
think
hi.
it's
I
put it above
it's-
Thor.
Punisher and Thor.
Is there anybody dissenting that? Hold on. Is there anybody dissenting it should be above or below B at this point? I don't hear any arguments that way.
I'd be okay if people wanted to argue for low A, but I think it's fine at B.
Okay, so we're on B then at this point.
I think
That's-
I think it needs to be a. oh,
It needs
this is-
it needs to
this
be
is-
above Thor.
This is so
Above
so
Thor.
hard.
Unfortunately, it needs to be above Thor.
Yeah, it does
It's
need
a-
to be above Thor. And
I-
my biggest thing for it is this is I think maybe the only MCU movie outside of like Infinity War and Endgame that I saw multiple times in the theater.
I saw it 3 times in one day. The opening day, I saw it 3 times. So I'm like,
Like,
okay, I gotta see it again. I gotta see it again.
it kept making me have to go back to the theater and see
I-
it again.
I have to argue for a high B because it's the only MCU movie that has Pink Floyd on its soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
Like,
That's the only argument needed.
it's the only Marvel movie that I like bought the ticket. I was like, okay, I need to go back and see this in 3D.
In all actuality, it does have a better origin than Thor does.
Mhm.
So as far
I- I
as comparing
will-
great origin movies because they're the first one of a franchise, I think Doctor Strange's origin movie is a lot more cohesive than Thor's is. And I love Thor's first movie. I'm one of the few people that probably really likes that movie.
I am too.
This movie is basically
Also,
Abracadabra Iron
Full
Man.
equipment.
I am intrigued. So I am intrigued to hear if everyone
Oh,
thinks this would be the same if they had casted Joaquin Phoenix as Doctor Strange, as
It would've
they
been-
were.
I don't see why.
Possibly, but I'm
don't
of
know.
mind. I wasn't a big fan of when I first heard that Benedict Cumberbatch was Doctor Strange. I was like, that's a weird choice. I think both him and Joaquin Phoenix are weird choices for that. Benedict Cumberbatch has managed to make it work, but I mean, I also was not a huge fan of Peter Hooton, but we saw how that turned out.
Ooh.
Also, another selling point for it is I've never wanted to buy a hot toy before because they're so expensive. But I almost bought the Doctor Strange hot toy because it was
Wow.
so damn cool.
It's on my
So
list.
close.
It is on my list.
Actually, is that
So
an
good.
OnlyFans? Is that OnlyFans account or is that?
Oh, stop it.
Not that kind of hot toy.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Sideshow toy. It's
Gotcha. Okay.
action figure.
Screenshot this
Well,
corner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that belongs in the low A, high B tier, but because of the fact I know people are going to argue it's basically just Tony Stark all over again, but I argue that Doctor Strange was actually more of a vain character than Tony Stark was. Like you watch that beginning, he's a freaking asshole all throughout that
he's
beginning.
a dick.
Yes.
I think he's still incredibly arrogant even after.
Yeah, kind of.
Like,
He's
But
incredible.
he believes in magic.
but
So is RDJ.
Yeah.
Though. So Tony Stark is
But he-
gonna be-
chakras.
I mean, but Tony Stark at least had the, whether you agree or disagree with the outcome of Age of Ultron, he at least saw, okay, I fucked up. Something needs to be different. Doctor Strange doesn't.
Doctor Strange took that to his grave, literally.
Yeah, he is so adamant that he is right.
The argument,
there's no.
He knew that he
wavering.
fucked up so bad that he was willing to die and come back for it.
The argument on that though is we've learned Tony Stark's personality over the course of like 3 Iron Man movies and 2 Avengers. We only had like right now we're only judging the one Doctor Strange based on the one Doctor Strange, in which all those Iron Man movies and Avengers had already come out. So I mean, as far as
I'm talking about people comparing the two of them as like they're basically the same. I don't think they are. I think Doctor Strange is way more arrogant than Tony Stark.
And that's exactly why they play off so well together in Infinity War.
Yeah,
it's like, who are you? I'm protecting your reality, douchebag. It's like,
like in Infinity War, like, do you speak for this? Does this Earthling speak for you? No, I speak for myself. Like they are definitely, like, I would say, 2 sides of the same asshole coin.
I wanted the line "No shit, Sherlock" so bad, but I knew.
Oh, we all did. We all did, but that was a little too on the nose.
Yeah,
is that a flirkin?
Oh my god!
So I have a quick request.
This is the flirkin right here.
If I dip out after the next movie, can I request one movie?
You can request
Iron Man 3.
Oh, you want to talk Iron Man 3 before you go? As you're saying?
Yes.
I'll jump ahead. Okay, I'll jump ahead for you.
I will say. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Austin.
I will say that Doctor Strange's sequel is probably one of the things I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, it has the most potential.
But is it because of Doctor Strange, or is it because of the other involvements, like the multiverse thing and everything else? Like that could be
all of that within the Doctor Strange.
For me, is freaking Sam Raimi coming into the MCU.
Yeah.
Again, that's not about Doctor Strange. It's about Doctor Strange.
Is today Sam Raimi's birthday or something? Like, I feel like I've been talking about Sam Raimi all night.
And we're not going to stop because we have probably 2 other movies on the list.
We're here right now. We'll move on. We're in a high beat right now. You're putting above Thor. Is everybody okay with that at this point?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I think I like Thor 1 better, but I'm okay with it being there. So, all right, I will make that request for AJ since you want to get out of here.
Thank you so much.
Find Iron Man.
It's the very bottom. It's the very last one.
Oh, there you go.
Very last. Thank God.
Iron Man
it's a good thing we didn't wait on that.
So, Iron Man 3, I'm going to put, I would want to put in the low A, high B tier because of one line. It's the best line, the most humanizing line for Tony Stark in the entire MCU.
Go ahead.
I'm just a mechanic named Tony.
There was. The whole film is a humanizing aspect for Tony. It's something you don't see in a lot of the movies. like it's a way that it's like a really how war affects people. It's a really great analogy. And you don't see that in any other MCU films nearly to the same effect. Shane Black is a genius at times. I love a lot of Shane Black stuff. He's very quirky. He's very unique style. I thought it fit well. A lot of people hated the fake out with the Mandarin. I fucking loved it. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was great. I would love it again.
I would love it if we finally got like some comeuppance. Like,
I would like it to circle back.
It'll be there. It'll come. I think.
My
argument.
I'm just a mechanic named Tony. The PTSD stuff. It played out so well. I didn't really like Iron Man. I grew up with Iron Man being my favorite superhero when it was the animated cartoons in the 90s.
Oh,
like that was my favorite superhero, and I didn't like the first couple movies. This movie made me love Iron Man and RDJ as Iron Man again.
That cartoon was.
I want to exit on that,
but it was extremely blasé.
I would put it in the B above Punisher.
I'm good with it there. I would interchange it with Thor. I like Iron Man 3 a lot better than Thor, but I'm okay with it there. I'm not gonna put it
No,
on.
I would
I'm
keep.
fine with
I would.
I just want to make sure that you guys didn't put it on E tier, and I stuck along
Nah,
for that entire process
it's
just to make
it's
sure
definitely
y'all
not
didn't
E.
do that to me. So I'm
Nah.
gonna call it night. I
Alright.
love you all, everybody in the chat too. Night.
Take care, AJ. Thanks for hopping on, man.
Right.
I do
all right.
love Iron Man 3 a lot.
I will say, I gotta be honest with you. There's part of me. We're just talking. I know it's about what films are in there now already.
Okay,
We
so
get started with Iron Man
now that
3.
he's gone, can
hold
we
on.
put it on E?
Yeah. I was gonna make that joke.
No, put it back.
I will say if it
Hurting
was
me.
if we had started with Iron Man 3, I would have put it in the 8 tier because that's how much I love the movie and think it's well done and everything else.
Probably would have too, but
I
That's
see the
that's
argument for
fair.
it low. I honestly personally would probably put it in the higher B tier. I'd actually put it above Thor and Doctor Strange to me.
I think it's pretty
I
good
will.
where it's at right now.
Yeah,
I'm
Just
okay.
just looking at also
I think-
what else we got to rank.
I
We've
would
yet to touch X-Men.
I would put it higher.
Shug, you want to come on?
if
Shug,
the
you want to come on
middle-
talk MCU? Let me know, but I'll put you on.
I would put it higher if it didn't feel like the middle of the film kind of fell apart a little bit.
I agree with you.
The beginning is dope. The end is dope, but the middle just
Dude,
kinda
I
like,
love
there's
the ending.
something, There's something missing in the middle.
Well,
Yeah.
I disagree. I was fine with it, I thought, but I understand that argument. I can see where some people think that.
I
Uh,
just the one thing I just kind of wish with this is I just wish Disney didn't have their hands fully on this one as much as they did, because speaking about drinking, the big storyline in this was not supposed to be the PTSD. It was supposed to be the PTSD, but
bottle.
not it was supposed to be demon in the bottle, but it wasn't the panic attacks. It was the fact that he basically just became a raging alcoholic after Avengers, and I think that would have made an amazing story.
I agree.
But it's Disney, so
Yeah.
Yeah, they lightly touched upon Demon in a Bottle in the second one, and lightly means that someone made mention of the fact that he had drank alcohol that night.
Yeah.
Paul.
That's even
Not even funny.
Oh, you're great.
It's a little funny.
Just
a little funny.
Paul.
All right.
All right, let's
So
keep
my
going.
argument would be here, but if you guys think you want to put it below Doctor Strange and Thor, that's what I'm hearing is consensus.
I would prefer it above Thor, but if the rest of the group is not for
I like it before. I like it after Thor, just because Thor's actually still was, for the most part, a pretty decent origin movie, given the fact that you got to talk about like the origin of a god. And like that was a very cohesive way of doing that. I think Iron Man was good as far as like a personality piece, as far as developing Tony Stark just a little bit more after Avengers, but so many movies after Iron Man 3 did a much better job of that than Iron Man 3 did.
Mhm.
I don't know if I agree, but all right. Well, what's in the chat before or after Thor? What does everybody else say?
I say after because it's the opposite of what Kelsey said.
What?
I say
I'm
Wow.
kidding. I want it after just on personal preference. I feel like Thor's a little better. I'm trying to kind of form my thoughts on why. To me, Iron Man 3 felt like a movie that didn't necessarily need to be made. Would be my best argument for it. Whereas Thor it's an origin story. You need his origin, and it's, to me, the worst thing about Thor is that it's a little slow at the beginning, and Thor has bleached eyebrows.
Is that what annoys me about Thor? Is the eyebrows? Like I've heard this multiple
very
times, and I
obnoxious.
don't.
Yeah.
I guess I need to go back and watch it with this in mind.
He looks odd.
He does.
He looks off. It's,
Is it the eyebrows?
it's the eyebrows.
By the time he
Hey,
appears,
pull up a picture.
Keep talking.
Yeah, it's,
he does have bleached eyebrows. It's
if you
it's
look
a
at
look.
if you look at blondes, I'm a blonde. Their eyebrows are usually darker than the rest of their hair. It's very often
Yeah.
that it's that way. So having that, very few people have light eyebrows like that. And if you aren't born with light eyebrows like that, don't do that.
it's
See what?
But did he do that to the rest of his facial hair? Because that mustache and beard or stubble or whatever that is, he's got
Yes.
going on. Kind of looks a little
Yes, he did.
as well.
Yes, he did. Because if you notice, his beard changes colors throughout the movie.
Yeah, it does.
Movies.
Okay.
Sorry, movies. No.
So,
One of many weird
pull
decisions around the
up
movie.
a picture of him from like Ragnarok for comparison.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it's
pretty sure his beard is a lot darker in Ragnarok.
Which also
Yeah,
is very
it's more
common
brown.
with blondes. Is their all facial hair is often.
Well, I'm
Chris
asking
Hemsworth made me
also
question
because
things.
I'm in the position where I need to figure out which like hot toys to buy for our like backdrop display,
Ooh.
and I want to make sure I get the right Thor.
Yeah, don't get the first Thor. Don't get the
Yeah,
second
I'm
Thor.
thinking not the
Yeah.
first. I'm actually kind of leaning more towards Age of Ultron, but
I would say go for Endgame Thor.
okay. So that's his actual facial hair
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that looks
Yeah.
weird.
I think that's also his natural hair color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
They
goes from
realize don't do that.
Okay, so then the question comes down
I'm not gonna
to
make that
the person's natural facial hair color, determining factor in the movie ranking.
All right, let's move on
It's
for
an
now.
important topic, Robert.
Well, final arguments we can talk that. For right now, I'm just going to throw it in there, and we'll keep it in that range until we get further into it. So we got a lot more to do. Still got a lot more to do.
Is that
Um,
Homecoming?
That is. I can't tell.
That is Homecoming.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Ugh,
Homecoming. Okay.
I love Homecoming. To me,
Be
that is
Iron
high
Man down there.
A.
I
To
would,
me.
yeah, maybe
I would
above
put it.
Punisher.
Yeah, I would put it actually right above or below Doctor Strange.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, that's
I would-
fine.
I would be okay right there. Personally, I like Doctor Strange better, but the reason why I feel that it should be right there is because I know we're going to be talking about the Sam Raimi films, and for me, I do like Homecoming, and I do like the Tom Holland Spider-Man. There was one aspect that they're missing from the Spider-Man character that I think is key to him,
Uncle Ben.
which is this Spider-Man.
No.
It doesn't feel like a Spider-Man that understood the hard truth that with great power comes great responsibility. He kind of feels like they just like he doesn't know that part of it. Like Peter Parker is a character that's built on his guilt.
Yeah,
And-
the most enduring thing or the most endearing thing about Spider-Man is always that
His uncle
he
died.
doesn't want to be Spider-Man.
He
That's
doesn't want.
always his thing. He doesn't want to be Spider-Man, but he knows that he has to be Spider-Man.
Right.
And with this Peter Parker, it doesn't feel like he doesn't want to be Spider-Man because of the toll it takes. It feels like he doesn't want to be Spider-Man just so that he can be, a kid.
Yeah.
Which
Which again is
is understandable, but it's just not like it's not the truth of the character. Like it was always a internal fight of like the toll this takes on my relationships, the toll this takes on my family, not the toll I can't go to parties now because I'm Spider-Man.
I think
Because he
that's
went to a party in
the
the movie.
major flaw with him being so young. I think if they aged him up like maybe just out of college, I think we would probably get that. But because the character's 16, 17?
See, and
Yeah,
I think to me that's a very it's one thing. It's like it's about the time. I feel like for it being 2000, what year is that? 18, 19? I can't. 17.
It was 2017.
Not
but
even
like-
the MCU knows.
But like, that's what a kid that's being a superhero would be like. Like, I feel like what is important to a person has changed over time. Like, your friends' opinions mean more now because of social media and the way things are than they did in the 60s and even the early 2000s and things like that. So I feel like in the current time period in the universe Marvel's set up with the MCU, his stakes make sense for the world he's in, if that makes sense. To me, I put it above Doctor Strange, in my personal opinion. But
I will say the cat over here says that it's fine where it's at. And it's
Hey,
a
don't put words in
cat.
his mouth.
It's a cat, so therefore y'all know not to disagree with him.
So
I disagree with my cat all the time.
Most
I
people
don't-
besides
I don't like
Kelsey is
So we're
saying
to admit on stream, but okay.
right. Most people besides everybody else besides Kelsey are saying B tier. Is that what I'm hearing? Anybody else besides Kelsey saying anything but B tier? At this
I said
point?
B tier just.
I
fine,
enjoy
that's
it.
fair.
I think it's a great movie, but I still think B just because I know what's coming.
I would say I would agree with that too.
I mean,
All
But
right,
I have a really hot take coming up. I know it's gonna piss some people off.
Sorry, but B.
Michael Keaton just doesn't do enough to move it.
Although honestly speaking, Michael
Which is
Keaton
sad.
I could honestly argue that Michael Keaton is my favorite villain in the MCU.
I
I
love
would,
Booker.
I would
Michael
entertain that argument.
You know what? Freaking How It Should Have Ended kind of ruined Michael Keaton's portrayal because have you guys seen the How It Should Have Ended for
I
Home?
actually have not watched that one. No.
I haven't watched it lately.
Oh no. So hey Chris. So there's a great moment in that where you know the scene where he looks back at Peter Parker when he's dropping them off at the homecoming party and basically goes, don't mess with me. I'll kill you, and all this other shit, right?
Right.
So the funniest thing that they do in How It Should Have Ended was that literally Peter Parker just grabs onto his arm and just goes, oh, so you don't have superpowers, right? And he just beats the crap out of him. It's like, oh man, he could have literally done that. Or they rewind it and they go, someone's trying to kill me. I'm in my car. Like it's like, oh my god, they pointed out so many flaws. It doesn't kind of totally disrupt it, but that's all I'm waiting for anytime I watch that scene now. I'm just like,
That kind of speaks volumes a little bit to his character, though. Even though he doesn't have superpowers, Peter was the one that felt intimidated.
Yeah,
well, he was freaking Batman.
that's true. That is very true.
That's my favorite scene in that movie. Is the car.
It is actually.
Not to derail this.
Almost
too much.
any cartoon or movie where, like, at one point a person's identity, whether hero or villain, is revealed, that's usually the best scene of all of them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Not to derail this too much. And I'm not gonna go into it too much. But did you see his ad endorsing a presidential candidate?
Who's?
Yeah, Michael Keaton's. He literally in about 2 seconds into it, he goes, "You're gonna listen to me, 'cause I'm fucking Batman."
Yeah, I'm fucking Batman.
I did see that. Yeah, he's gonna be Batman again, guys.
I'm so excited for that.
I'm so
You can get a Batman Beyond out of that. That would be fucking so cool.
Oh my god!
Oh, yeah.
Please,
I would
please.
know.
If he
Please.
is actually playing the Batman Beyond Bruce Wayne in that would be fantastic.
I don't
would.
think we're ever getting that movie, but that's just me.
No, we probably won't.
Oh, hey, shit, Brandon's here.
It's
They
a
should.
fun thought, though.
We won't ever get that movie because DC doesn't have the balls to make that movie.
I don't know. If
But
that's
you know,
true
hand
anymore. I don't know if
it
that's true
off to
anymore.
Marvel.
But
Let Marvel do it.
Why is Marvel making Batman Beyond? That's
DC has been doing a little more like to bring my faith into like their willingness to try a lot of weird shit out. I almost feel like
First of
Yeah,
all,
yeah.
Tried out a lot of weird
Flashpoint
shit.
should not be the first movie in a Flash, but I'm not gonna. That's
but they're
all.
ballsy enough to try at a lot of different things. So I would not be shocked to see that happen.
It's
But
gonna
anyway.
be a fucking mess, by the way.
Paul-
There's so many
Paul,
rumors.
would you say that you're static shocked?
I don't have the Rodecaster, sorry, but all right. So we're gonna put it right there for now. At this point, if we go, I think it's good.
Yeah, I
We're
think,
up
yeah, it's
till
fine.
4
It's fine
a.m.
right
is
there.
what we're saying.
Oh,
here.
oh boy.
And
Okay.
That's gotta go S. That has to go S.
That's. I think it's.
I think it's high A.
Yeah, I think it's high A.
Maybe the highest A, but high A.
I would say for me personally, it's a low A.
It's
Here's
so I was actually gonna
keep in mind,
Andres,
this is-
you're with me. I think it's I would think at best it's a mid A. I think it's below Civil War.
Keep in mind that it is the culmination of the entire MCU, and they did a fantastic job at that. Tell me any other movie that tell me any other MCU movie that has such a visceral reaction in the theaters as when Captain America picks up Mjolnir or when Captain America says Avengers Assemble.
I think the snap was more visceral. To be
I think
honest.
the snap. The theater
Because
reaction to
the
the snap
villain
was more
won.
than anything I've ever
Yeah.
experienced in a movie theater. Just like the dead
Agree.
I've never
silence.
heard. I've never.
And
never
then suddenly
heard
you hear this
a theater
whimpering
so
that's happening,
Silent.
and it's
so
suddenly-
Yeah.
silent.
But I agree with that. But I feel like
There was not a
par with
single
it.
black person talking in that theater.
Okay, a funny story about Infinity War. Okay, that moment happens. It's
Especially-
dead silent. Dead silent. No one's talking. Nothing. So it's my second viewing.
That
and
was
it's
the
dead
most perfect gift that could be used.
Okay, all right. Okay. I think Endgame has a lot of the same flaws that even Avengers 1 has. It has for me personally, it has a meddling first and a second act, but that third act fucking comes together
The
so
last 45 minutes is so good, but for me, it middle to low A.
But the other thing too is Robert, you were asking what's a more visceral experience. Again, Spider-Man. When Spider-Man gets dusted, I think people were more surprised that I heard more of an audience reaction the minute that Black Panther comes up, puts his hand out, and he disappears.
Yeah,
Holy crap! We just had a movie with him.
I think getting people
A rhetorical question.
I think getting people to be quiet
Yeah.
is much harder than getting
Than a
people to
cheer.
cheer and explode like that because anyone who's a fan of wrestling knows cheap pops as awesome as Cap picking up Mjolnir was, that's a cheap pop. It was a cheap pop. Avengers Assemble, that's a cheap pop. You know you were gonna get cheers on it.
But
You know you were gonna get
Although
cheers.
that was
Yeah,
kind of
the problem is they may be cheap pops, but they were earned. They
the video.
They were.
And I'm not
Throughout
saying,
Avengers
again, I'm
Endgame,
not saying they weren't, but
You're
I think that
placating
the
to an
reaction to
audience
this,
that not only knows the comics, but you're also placating to an audience that doesn't know the comics.
but they know the
fact
films.
That
But they
Captain
know the
America
films.
picks up Mjolnir is amazing.
They know the
Avengers
films.
Assemble is insane.
They know the films. Cap picking up Mjolnir was a callback to Avengers. So you don't need to know the comics to know that.
And also,
It's you know the films. So
and also another thing I want to say real quick though is getting 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds in that theater to cheer is easy as cake. Getting 5 and 6-year-olds to shut up for a good minute and a half is almost impossible, and they did.
Kelsey, I'm going to need you to cite some references in this argument.
I've got 2 of them, and they're asleep over there.
I want to bring up an interesting. This is more of a question than an argument. 'Cause I don't know. Infinity War, the snap and the death scenes of everybody was definitely obviously well played, well thought. Did anybody feel like I did at one point? There was almost a little when you watch that, you knew Spider-Man was coming back. You knew Black Panther was coming back. You knew that because of some of the people that they picked to die. You knew that this is all going to be reversed. So it almost cheapened it for me a little bit, to be honest with you. I didn't like.
I don't disagree with that.
But I felt a little.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
We knew there was going to be another movie.
Right.
Yeah, I think if we
knew
didn't know,
Infinity War was going to be part 1 and part 2, but
So for me, the best metaphor comparison I can make, Infinity War is Dark Knight, Endgame is Dark Knight Rises. To me. So Dark Knight being Infinity War is a much, much better movie. Like the way it's put together, the pacing, everything about it.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Dark Knight Rises and Endgame is more rewatchable to me because of the tone of the movie, the entertainment value, and it has more pop moments. Infinity War does have one of my favorite moments when Thor enters Wakanda and the snap, but
y'all are screwed now.
yeah, that I get goosebumps just thinking about that moment.
Yeah.
So
although I will
that
argue that
scene
too, I will
is
argue-
just,
hold on,
for
I'll argue
me.
that the one reason about that when Thor comes back to Wakanda and does that thing, I felt a little bit of a retread of Thor Ragnarok on the bridge.
I feel you. I understand.
Because the music in that scene for me takes it to a whole nother level. Like if you watch that scene,
music just as good though. I mean, Portal music, for example, I could listen to that. all day.
I mean,
Dude, the amount of times that I just listened to Portals when the movie came out, I had it on repeat nonstop. And
I also like Infinity War gave us who I think is truly the most powerful Avenger when Scarlet Witch holds off Thanos while destroying it. Like
I don't know.
One
who you
hand,
are.
Feige
You
confirmed
will.
that she would have killed him.
With one hand, she was able to hold off Thanos and destroy an Infinity
she's
Stone
so
with
OP.
the other.
Oh my
She's
god! I got into so many. Oh yeah,
That's a good
Oh,
comparison.
that's so
That's a
true.
good comparison.
That's good.
It's a very good.
when when
the
Infinity
comparison
War
you knew
came
going
out,
into it.
One time.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Andres. I think Andres.
Okay. Yeah, no, when what's called when Captain Marvel came out, I remember I got into so many arguments with some of my coworkers over at work, basically them going like, "Oh, well, Captain Marvel is like the most powerful Avenger of all time." And I'm like, I kind of don't agree with that. Like, I think honestly, Scarlet Witch was the only one who was able to destroy an Infinity Stone at that point.
Mhm.
And I remember I went to go see Endgame with the same coworkers. And the minute she's holding off Thanos on his own, that sealed the deal for me. Like,
Yeah.
it was just one of those things where I'm like, you know what? I kind of feel like Captain Marvel kind of got a little too overhyped in that point. But I think that people are drastically underestimating Scarlet Witch.
I agree.
I'm so
I agree
excited
with
for the
that.
show. That show is going to be.
That show looks
It
amazing.
looks
I
so
will
cool.
say one more thing I want to say about this entire thing is that I have a hard time. I don't know about anybody else. I have a hard time dividing up Infinity War and Endgame. I almost just watch them as one big 8 hour or 6 hour, whatever, how long it is, 6 hour
So-
movie.
About 6 hours.
Yeah, here's the thing that we all knew going into it. We knew the two movies were essentially a two-parter. They revealed to us that whatever that live event was, it was supposed to originally be Infinity War Part 1 and Infinity War Part 2. We knew based off of that, if you have common sense, that Infinity War was going to be a downer, and everything done in Infinity War was going to be resolved in Infinity War Part 2, which Endgame. So I mean, there's a matter of you went into both movies kind of knowing what to expect. You didn't know exactly what to expect in Infinity War, but after you had seen Infinity War, you knew exactly what to expect in Endgame. I feel like both movies are the culmination of the entire MCU, but there's a matter of which one weighs heavier. I believe both Avengers movies are S tier.
I agree.
One is
It's-
higher S tier.
To me, it's a matter of you're weighing. Okay, so they took Infinity War, and if you look at a lot of fan theories from before, like on Reddit or whatever, nobody really thought they had the balls to pull off the snap or to do it. And like people are like, oh, he's going to get 2 or 3 stones in Infinity War, and then try to get the other ones in Endgame.
Or especially not end the movie with the snap.
And
they did that. They
I
took
really
the
wish
shot
that
and
they
they
would
did
have
it.
done the snap and then cut to black. I would have been like,
They
I've
weren't
waited
fucking
years.
far from it.
Almost what they did.
they were close, yeah.
Well, I was over in Hall H hearing the two screenwriters talk about their scripts for Infinity War and Endgame, and it was originally supposed to end with the snap, and you were supposed to find out the fallout of that until the next film. But
Ooh, that would have been good.
but Kevin Feige was really smart in that, where he's like, let's see what happens now, and then a year later, we're going to build upon that with the whole aspect of the time jump going forward 5 years. Then, like you also remember just all those people in the theater. The minute that his head was off, the Thanos head got cut off. You're like, where are they going with this? And then you just saw everyone just go 5, and it was said years, and you heard a whole hush come in.
There's another silence for a second there.
Yeah.
So the biggest problem for me, and the reason Infinity War is over Endgame, even though I think they're both S tier, I think Endgame is right behind Infinity War. Or even if it's not, as long Endgame deserves to be an S tier just for the pure spectacle and everything that it is. To me, the biggest problem is, and I think Cinema Wins actually brought this up.
Oh,
the Thanos that they're fighting isn't the same Thanos. It's 2012 Thanos
in an Endgame.
Yeah, it's
the 2014 Thanos.
2014 Thanos.
Yeah, from Guardians.
He doesn't have the same respect or anything for them that 2018, 2019 Thanos does.
Yeah.
So to me, there's a little bit of, I guess, love for that fight that's kind of lost.
Yeah, they're not fighting the Thanos that whooped the Hulk's ass.
But that's also why the 2014 Thanos was so quick to just say, instead of eliminating half, I'm just going to wipe all y'all out, and nobody will remember what used to be.
Yeah. So to me, they're both S tier. Infinity Wars is a little higher.
Which now that you mentioned that,
See that argument.
now that you mention that, I just thought we never got a definitive answer as to why. There's that moment in Infinity War where Thanos just goes, Stark. He goes, "You know me? I do." And you just never got a definitive answer to that, actually.
You have to assume Thanos was watching since the 2012
Loki,
Avengers.
Since Loki came and was.
Yeah, because there was
he
the
said,
part,
because he
the part
said
at the end of
Loki.
Avengers that says to court them would be to court death, and that was the nod that Thanos needs to be paying attention to the Avengers.
Yeah,
And then when you come back later on when he does the whole "fine, I'll do it myself" type of thing,
Yeah.
they're essentially giving the nod that he's been watching and paying attention that whole time. So yeah, he knows who Stark is.
And also, though, there's that thing where Stark does go up there, and he has like connection. Remember, like there's like he feels Thanos coming. Like I don't remember exactly how they describe it, but like he's got a connection with Thanos a little bit. So I think Thanos paid closer attention to Iron Man in that way as well. I wish
It's because Thanos had been watching the MCU and he knew that Stark was the key of it.
The center of the lineup on the covers.
Which, by the way, if any of you guys have seen, I'm not a huge Joe Rogan fan. Check out his episode he did with Robert Downey Jr. Really, really good.
Great. Yeah. Which, I mean, going along with the whole Thanos thing, I remember being in the theater opening night of Avengers 1, but I was in Michigan at the time, and literally I remember being the only one that when he turns around and he looks at the audience and it's freaking Thanos, I was the only one that was flipping out in the theater because I was like, holy crap, they're going Thanos!
That's probably because you were the only one in the theater who knew who Thanos was.
I was the only one that knew who he was. And then I'm just going like, there's no way they're going to do the whole he's in love with death and Infinity Stones. You got to pick one or the other.
That's pretty much my experience with my wife every time. It seems like, Kevin, she goes to all the comic book movies with me. But at the end, those things happen. She's like, I'm like, and she's like,
nerd.
I go to these movies with my dad, and he's way more read in comic books than I am. I feel like my recall on them is a bit better than his. So when we saw Endgame and Rescue shows up, he didn't have fangirl the way I did, and I'm like, you read the comics, and he did not. So like I felt proud of my moment where I'm like fangirling when he didn't.
Yeah. All right, I think this is a debate that's not going to quite end at this point.
Yeah, we did go on for 4 more hours.
Yeah. We were talking about where Endgame's going.
I think I want to slide Endgame to the bottom of S tier for now because I really feel that strongly on it. But I feel like it might move down.
I mean, we can leave it there. I would leave it there and move on.
I might be like agreeable to putting it above Blade.
I would be agreeable to that too, potentially.
I like putting it above Iron Man is questionable just because of you're arguing the first and the last of the MCU essentially. That's a hard argument to have.
I wouldn't be opposed to putting Endgame at the end of S, but putting Infinity War at the top just to kind of round it out.
Like that.
Damn it, August.
All right, well, let's get back. We'll get back to it at the end. We're gonna do a final round. Howard the Duck.
Oh, that's F tier all the way. Just
above F tier. Yeah, we can just go ahead and put that in the E. I don't think it requires.
Throw it in animated.
I would want Howard the Duck before.
I think that would be disrespect to the animated films.
That's true.
I would argue. What other Marvel movie do you get duck boobs?
That's true. I am putting Howard the Duck above Spider-Man 2, and that's my final word on that because I would watch Howard the Duck 100 times over Amazing Spider-Man 2. That's how much.
Yeah, I mean, I won't. Yeah, I won't. I won't fight you on that.
I won't fight you on that. I
Uh,
can't. Howard the Duck
I'm
creeps
not.
me
I'm
out
not gonna. I'm
more
not
than
gonna
anything else
fight
in
you
here.
over an E tier movie.
There you go.
I think I might have seen Iron Man or Amazing Spider-Man 2 more than Howard the Duck, but I would easily watch Howard the Duck before Fan Four Stick ever again.
Okay.
D.
Daredevil.
D.
Daredevil, really? I don't think Daredevil was that bad.
I
Like,
would.
I
I would
liked
put it.
No, but here's the thing: we have
I
to
would
take
not separate it.
I see, but it's going to end up in D. That's where I'm coming from.
I would.
I
I
always,
would
just
put
for the,
it.
just for the record, I would say that like as far as these tier lists have gone, I always shoot higher. I don't go for the it's going to end up there because if it ends up there, it ends up there. It's harder. It's harder to
I would put
down than push up. I have found.
are we
I-
are we basing this just off of Daredevil, the theatrical release, or are we taking the director's cut into consideration?
I think you can take whatever you want.
It's a weird situation because
The director's cut was much better.
Yeah, I would. I would put Daredevil probably above Warzone
Yeah.
I would
because
too.
I
would
really
too.
like Michael Clark Duncan and I really
Yeah.
like Colin Farrell.
I do. I like that
I
too.
got
I'm good with that.
I'll honestly say Ben Affleck was not a bad Daredevil either.
No, he
That,
wasn't-
that's
he wasn't bad.
the big problem was Jennifer Garner as a Greek like
Yeah.
shipping magnet.
You've heard what Kevin
Star.
Smith said about Ben Affleck, right? He would cast Ben Affleck to play the shark in Jaws because
Yeah,
acting
yeah.
is that good.
All right, Party got to get out of here. So Party, thanks for stopping
Right.
by, for hanging out with us.
Later, buddy.
Artists.
Oh, see you later, bud.
Take care, Party.
But I
Party
will
Jay.
say I will say one thing that I forgot about Daredevil that it should get a little bit more respect for is the fact this is the film that introduced Jon Favreau into the Marvel Universe cinematic. I mean,
Yeah.
into the whole league of producers, because if it wasn't for Daredevil, Avi Arad would have never have hired him for Iron Man.
Yeah,
And he was a good Happy Hogan too.
he was.
Also,
But right there, I feel
we
comfortable.
can't forget Joey Pants. Like
Joey
No.
Pants.
No.
Who is
Come on
that?
now.
Joe Pantoliano,
Joe Pantoliano.
famous for
He's dead.
The Fugitive, U.S. Marshals, and the Goonies.
Oh goodness.
That's true.
And oh yeah, Cypher. Apparently, he was Cypher in the Matrix also.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, then why don't we move on to
Yeah.
this one we got there? We're
Yeah,
going
I
to say
think-
it is
I'm fine
there.
with it.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think we're fine with it there.
I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't as much hate for that movie as I thought there was going to be.
No, it was a
Hey, I mean,
It's a fun movie.
it's hard. It's hard to hate. You know,
it's a
bring it
fun
to life.
popcorn flick.
All right. Let's go down. Then we got X-Men, the first X-Men. Ooh.
No, that's-
That's the first one.
Yeah, I think so. Is
Um,
it? Is X2?
I would.
I
Yeah.
like.
Wait.
I think
Let's
it's
find out.
2 I like better than the first one.
Hold on.
Isn't it?
There's,
No, that's
One is all the way
X2.
on the right over there.
No,
Right next to
Yeah, because that's
yeah, you're
Okay.
right. You're right.
Right,
This
so
is
that's
X2.
2, right?
Mhm.
yeah,
That
because-
is.
yeah.
This
Or
movie
is that
gets so
Last
much
Stand?
love, and I don't understand why.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jugger's here to tell. That's good.
I would put that in like mid B maybe.
I wouldn't even put it that
X2?
high.
I would put it actually above Punisher.
X2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
this movie gets so much love, and I just don't get it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't.
here's the
I
thing.
don't get it either.
One second, guys. Debate away. I got to take care of my cat.
Are we still in
Tell it I
agreement
said hi.
that X2 is the best of all the X-Men movies?
Of all
I
the-
Not
I
of
like
all.
No,
but-
not of all.
You think
Of
there's
the
any
original
that's better?
3, I like it the
Of
best.
of the original 3, I like the first one the most.
Oh, so yeah, the original 3. I think 2 is the best. I think 1 actually. We'll get to that when 1 comes up, but I think 2 is one of those that gets high rated based on the nostalgia. When you go back and watch that film,
It's fine.
it's fine,
Well,
and a lot of things don't hold up nearly as well.
I just watched X2 not too long ago, like one of those movies I watch before I fall asleep at night. It's still not bad, but it's still very formulaic.
It's very formulaic, and I think the big problem for me as well too is just sort of Bryan Singer's treatment of these characters, where he's like, "Well, what would you prefer, them in spandex?" It's like, no, not that. It's I don't know. I feel like the first 3 X-Men films feel like they're apologizing for being comic book based, if that makes any sense.
It does.
It's one of the things that when Matthew Vaughn came on board and he's like, you know what, I'm going to give them the bright yellow and blue flight. I'm going to give them the bright yellow and blue suits, but they're going to make sense in this universe. And they were flight suits, and that totally made sense. And there's something to adding color to these characters. I don't know. For me, X2, the first 3 X-Men films just kind of feel, I don't know, they feel out of date for me, but
they did have a great impact, though. I will say they definitely had an impact. As far as
they had an impact, but I will attribute Blade more to a bigger impact to comic book films more than the X-Men films. The X-Men just basically proved that, another one of these Marvel properties is working.
We can do a team, though. We can also do a team and make it successful, also.
Yeah.
The films, the first real team movie, I think, as far as that, it was a successful team movie, I should say. Kind of like Mystery Men and stuff like that. But which is a success in its own right, I guess, to a degree. But
damn it,
I would put X-Men 2. I would put that in the B tier at this point.
Very high, very high. I would actually put that above Doctor Strange. Just keep in mind that was one of the movies that was the forefront of like producing or proving to people, hey, we could make a good comic book movie. It's formulaic, but it's still good.
I mean, but here's the thing too, is that, I mean, you guys keep saying that it proved that you can make a group ensemble film. That to me is not a group ensemble. It's basically Wolverine and the X-Men.
No,
that's all of the X-Men movies, though.
Because Wolverine is the primary character that they follow because, he's the coolest one out of the bunch. They do dirty to Cyclops, which Cyclops, he's not that way in the comics whatsoever. He has more bones, but yeah. I don't know. For me, this still feels like a Wolverine movie more than anything else, but
But they did that on purpose because they knew going into it the Wolverine was the key character and they needed to do the entire franchise around him.
Which is why I love Kevin Feige's direction. I mean, apparently Kevin Feige has come out and said Wolverine will not be in the MCU. We will focus on the X-Men, and that's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, agreed.
I would put this at the top of C, maybe.
For what it was at the time, coming off of the fact that like the general public perception of X-Men was Wolverine off of the animated cartoon and then the first X-Men movie. They did a lot of good things with X2, namely starting it off with Nightcrawler in that opening scene, which is absolutely phenomenal. I agree that the entire X-Men trilogy as a whole is very Wolverine focused, but I understand why, because that was their bread and butter they were trying to go with. I still think of the 3 original X-Men movies, that's pretty good as far as how high we have it so far. In the upper echelon of what, like A, or was that B?
We were having it in B, but I want to welcome Ferris, Ripa, Joe. Joe has been in the chat for the whole night. Joe, and I even see Philip is in here now too. Holy
I was waiting for you to put him in. I'm like, is he gonna put him in? Is he gonna put him in? I'm like,
I must have been below.
Hold on. If we're gonna do Avengers, the first one to pass without calling it dated and talking about how terrible it holds up, X2 did it first, and it's a better movie than the first Avengers movie.
I disagree.
All right. Kick him out, please. To me, it's been a while since I've watched this, but to me, this movie, I don't feel like it knows what it wants to be.
Yeah.
I agree.
The story with Stryker doesn't really make a lot of sense.
That's the worst part of the whole movie.
I think the raid on the mansion gets entirely too much credit. I don't think that scene is as visionary as people make it. Yes, we got a little bit of the visceral nature of Wolverine to come out, but I think it's more that we finally got a peak of something that we wanted more than really the scene was that good.
I think it's the rest of that movie, as far as the whole mutants versus humans, the allegories that were made in that movie when they're with Bobby Drake's family and stuff. I think that's really what helps sell that movie, along with just the very strong, you have Stryker as a face for the humans versus essentially Wolverine as the face for the mutants at the end. It's a very strong ending, coupled on with the nice nod, regardless of where it went. Completely take that out of the equation, but the nice nod of the Dark Phoenix saga looming in, that I think that was a very well put together movie. And for it being an X-Men movie, that again, coming off of the fact that superhero movies were not that well done, they did a very good job with that. Much like, say, I would compare it with like Spider-Man 2. It was just a very well done superhero movie, and the fact that it's an ensemble, that is impressive.
Right, it touched on so many social issues, in addition to it being a superhero movie.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're talking about that on. Okay, bring it back up now. Where do you want to end?
Not Mike Wazowski anymore.
No, sure. Now it's Felipe's Mike Wazowski. Sorry. All right. Okay. Fair. PLD Products. Streamlabs.com/PLD Products. If you want to donate, that'd be great. Otherwise, we'll go in here. All right. So I'm hearing a lot of disparity here. A lot of people are saying lower. A lot of people are saying higher.
I like it at B.
Can we put it at B at this point?
I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect.
Yeah, I think
it's a good film, but it got too much credit.
Yeah,
it's a good film, but it got like the amount of credit it was placed upon it was like, yeah, pump your brakes.
You're telling me I'm watching The Godfather when I'm watching Scarface.
Well, that's an interesting take. All right,
and I loved what Andres says that like I don't know who said it because I kind of lost attention. Someone said it was Wolverine and the X-Men.
Yeah,
yeah. So that's true. It's not really an X-Men film. Like
all X-Men movies have.
No. First Class wasn't.
First Class is the only one that was.
But even on that argument as well. Sorry, and even on that argument as well, Days of Future Past has Wolverine as a character,
the main character.
But no, he's not the main character.
He's the main character.
Who?
Professor X.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Professor X is by and far the protagonist in Days of Future Past.
Wolverine's
the only reason I would argue for Wolverine as the main in Days of Future Past is if you know the comics, the original main person was Shadowcat, and that they replaced Shadowcat. They replaced Shadowcat with Wolverine just because they knew Wolverine was going to be the bigger draw. And then they gave Shadowcat the imaginary powers of the fact that she could send people through time.
I was okay with it.
I was okay with that.
It made sense in the movie universe.
It did, but it made sense only so much that you were still blinded to the fact that they basically still made an X movie surrounded by Wolverine.
It's also
it
almost
still
like
was Wolverine at the first and foremost of the entire movie.
It's like the animated series when they sent Bishop back, except you replaced Bishop with Wolverine.
Yeah. Okay. But we can talk about this when we get to Days of Future Past. Probably.
This is the Roger Corman Captain America, isn't it?
Yeah, because the cartoon it wasn't even supposed to be Bishop.
Yeah. We're gonna
No, like Farrah said, it's supposed to be Shadowcat. It's supposed to be Kitty Pryde.
Yeah.
All right. So this is I guess this is the Roger Corman Captain America. Is that what this is? Or not the Roger? Is it the?
Yes, that's the Roger Corman Captain America.
Okay. I don't either. Actually, never watched it, so I have no idea.
Why is that?
I actually probably still put it.
That wasn't theatrically released, was it?
Was it not?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. The 1990 Captain America was theatrically released.
You can just leave it there.
Yeah.
I have seen it, but I would put it above Fan 4 Stick.
Yeah,
come on, man. The first 2/3 of Fan 4 Stick's not terrible.
Fan 4 Stick is bad.
It is, but the first 2/3 is a.
All right, we're not going to argue over an E tier at this point. That low at this point. That
We're not arguing over E tier movies. Let's move
Daredevil.
on.
Daredevil.
All right, Deadpool.
That's Deadpool.
Hey.
Deadpool is an A.
Yeah.
Deadpool is high. I love Deadpool so much.
I would
To me,
fight
it's high A.
for a low S, but there's just not enough S tier.
Yeah, there's not enough extra plots. Otherwise, I'd put it there.
If there was more S tier spaces, I would argue to put it up there just purely on the basis that I feel like in a vein it kind of showed us that we could have a Logan.
Yes, it allowed us to have R-rated comic
I
book
I
movies.
would put Deadpool over Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah,
I would too.
I would too.
Because I
I'd
think
put it over
I think that
Endgame, but that's just me.
I think that they are in a similar vein, but Deadpool does it better.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Deadpool also
Ragnarok,
goes further.
Ryan Reynolds is just a charm.
But the other thing too is Deadpool also. Not, I mean, when you look at that film, people just go, "Oh, it's a Deadpool story" and stuff like that. But honestly, the main heart and soul of the story is the love story that he has with Vanessa, and that is what holds it together. Like, you have not seen a love story like that where two characters are both just kind of, I mean, not to say crazy, but they're both each other's crazy. And if it wasn't for that love story, it would fall apart so fast. And you also have the fact that it's Ryan Reynolds. You also have the fact that the script is really great and it bends with time a little bit. And also, it's the first comic book movie that we got that really bent and twisted with the fourth wall. And I think that absolutely belongs in the
my favorite line in Deadpool is like, we can only afford 2 X-Men.
I like to describe Deadpool as a cross between The Princess Bride, X-Men, and a porno.
Yeah.
I think it's
the thing they did so well is I went to see that with my ex-girlfriend who knows nothing of superhero movies, and she loved it and she thought it was so funny, and I, who know at least some superhero movies, thought it was even more funny. It works regardless if you get all the jokes or not. It still works because it's just inherently funny.
It's a good movie.
Can we just agree that Negasonic Teenage Warhead is the best?
Coolest name.
So emo.
I love Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
I love
If My Chemical Romance was a superhero.
I know. I can't see her without immediately start singing "Nothing Compares to You" in my head.
Hey, Paul, bring up Smithy's comment. Bring it up.
Yeah, I was gonna say something about those comments too. They're disagreeing about the fact that we have Deadpool so high.
I mean, I think Civil War should be above Endgame, but I know I'm very much alone on that thought process.
I mean, but this is where we get into that conversation again about quality and
impact.
But Civil War set up stage 4.
Civil War, while amazing, it was topped by films in the same franchise, and it was also not the first time that they rolled out a film in that vein like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love Deadpool.
And so that gets it a little bit of an edge up, is that it is somewhat one of a kind.
For me, it's, you don't get a Logan unless you get Deadpool.
All right, Kelsey, you got something.
And then, also, I do think rewatchability has a thing, and Deadpool is all genres. If you're in the mood for a romance, you can put on Deadpool. If you want to watch a comedy, you can put on Deadpool. If you want to put on a superhero movie, you can put on Deadpool. It feels so many needs that it's just extremely rewatchable.
The other night.
And
I watched it recently too. I love that.
No offense to Civil War, I don't remember that much from it. I remember 3 things: the airplane scene, Spider-Man showing up, and Black Panther in the tunnel.
You don't remember the ending fight between Tony and Steve?
That too. The 3-way fight. That's it. That was it.
The Spider-Man scenes at the airport fucking stole that movie. I mean, that scene alone was so good.
Everything else, I didn't care. Ooh, hold up. The scene Tony finds out that Winter Soldier killed his parents.
All right, so at this point, we're already going through half the movie.
That's my least favorite scene.
We just explained half the movie, and we're like, oh, the only scenes I like are this entire half of the movie.
Yeah.
That's all I remember is just half the film.
I could go Civil War over Deadpool, maybe, and I love Deadpool, but like I still agree with what someone said about like Deadpool being over Thor Ragnarok. So in that case, I'd say like move Civil War above both of them because like Deadpool or Thor does like it's
I don't know about that.
To make Thor Deadpool.
Plus, I will say keep Deadpool where it's at because for one other reason as well too, it proved that fucking Bryan Singer was wrong by saying, "Oh, we can't have a giant walking colossus walking through the entire film." You know what? Deadpool's gonna take that and just say, "Fuck you, Bryan Singer."
I hope Bryan Singer is good.
I hope Bryan Singer.
Hey, get that shit off the screen.
Wait a minute. I don't think we need to use that as the reason why Bryan Singer was wrong. I think basically Bryan Singer is the reason why Bryan Singer was wrong.
Yeah, I think Bryan Singer was
wrong overall.
I don't think we really need to. We don't need to.
A lot of the films that we're looking at, you know, I remember in the first X-Men you saying you can't have anybody in bright suits. Oh, look, half of these movies, all these kids are all these people are in bright suits. You can't have a walking CG character because that doesn't work. Oh, look, Colossus is not only a walking CG character, but
to
he's
be
also
fair,
parts of the film.
CG came a long way between the time that the first X-Men movie came out.
I mean, yeah, that is fair, but
That's a fair point. Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Paul, what are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you? Stop it!
Stop it.
The main reason I would argue for Deadpool is you look at how comic book movies have come so far when Deadpool was released. We went from like when Blade came out in 98 and you're still like, I don't know if comic book movies are going to have a solid future to when Deadpool came out. You literally translated straight from the comics to a movie.
But they recut Deadpool.
Here's another point for Deadpool. Here's another, and I think this is a pretty big point. Of all the properties that Marvel received back from Fox, how many are they considering folding into the MCU without changing?
Yep.
That's true. That's true.
Without changing, how many are they consider folding back into the MCU?
Absolutely true.
They're considering one.
Yeah. They're not.
And there's a reason for that.
Although, who knows how much Disney is going to tame down Deadpool?
That's
no, but they said they're not.
But what I'm getting is everything else they've just flat out said we're going to find our own way to do this. We're not going to keep. We're not going to keep any actors. We're not going to keep any stories. We're just going to find our own way to do this.
As far as X-Men and Fantastic Four, yeah.
But Deadpool, they're like, okay, we need to find a way to make this work in our universe. We have to.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, they could get away with it with Deadpool coming into Disney, and they knock him down to PG-13. They start bleeping him out every time he says a curse word, and he's like, "What the hell?"
Well, that's what they're gonna do in crossover movies. They're gonna tame him down.
And
but
one more point.
All right.
One more point. X-Men Origins Wolverine. That's why.
That should be an F tier.
We'll talk about that.
Can we start an F tier? Can we add an F tier?
Let's move on. We're gonna get to
that. No, I know. It's how great Deadpool is.
But yeah,
what that abomination?
All right, I'm gonna say I don't like. Dean, you're right. Deadpool isn't better than Ragnarok. I think Ragnarok's a better movie, but Deadpool
I highly
is
disagree.
more important. I think Deadpool is more important.
There are no good sex scenes in Ragnarok.
That is true.
International Women's Day alone should make Deadpool be the highest tier.
Oh, right.
Elsie.
All right.
Elsie loves that scene.
All right.
I do love that scene.
That's probably your computer.
Let's start a fire.
What is this
Captain
one?
America: The First Avenger. I think it's one, right?
That actually is
I
really
agree.
good.
I put it B.
I would
agree.
put it.
Yeah.
Hold on. All right, one more time. I will open up the argument to say I love this movie quite a bit, and I think it's a very
Me too.
highly underrated film. I would put it probably mid A tier myself, but I'm comfortable with putting it low A tier.
I think it's good right where it is.
Yeah.
Low A to high B is where.
Yes, I agree.
I'm fine with that.
Low A or high B.
Yep.
I'm fine with
For
where it
a
is.
few years, there was a lot of hate around this movie. I feel like it's kind of starting to wear off a little bit.
I never understood the hate. Honestly.
I didn't either.
People just thought it was too cheesy, but that's Captain America. Like that's who he is.
It's supposed to be. That's kind of like what it was supposed to be in a way.
Exactly.
All right,
It's
anybody?
one of the most
put it-
comic accurate.
You put it
of all the
low
Marvel movies.
A, right?
I put low A.
It's good.
We can drop it if someone has a compelling point.
Dwayne, what do you
think
say? What's your thought, Dwayne? Go ahead. You can say your thought.
This is just me personally. I don't think it's better than Thor.
I think they're about equal personally, but
Yeah, I would say at best they're equal, which means either Thor needs to move or Captain America needs to move.
Oh, that's right, Dwayne. You're right.
much
You're right.
better. I mean, I thought Thor should have been higher to begin with, but who am I? I'm just a humble boy from New York.
I actually
Right in the fight.
I like Thor better than what is that? Is that Iron Man 3?
Yeah.
Iron Man 3 is a good movie, not a
I don't
great
know.
Marvel movie.
I think that, and it's not because I don't like the first Avenger, but I just think Cap in that movie is kind of boring.
It's supposed
I
to be.
do.
I know. I know what he is.
I agree.
He's American fucking white bread. Like that's what he is.
To be fair, that's also
And-
why I think Captain Marvel
and
should
it-
be a big.
And I know that's exactly what he's supposed to be, but I just think it makes the movie as a whole less interesting than Thor.
Actually,
not by much.
I'm
I
with
think,
Dwayne.
I just
I
think
think
that
it goes through a lot more than Thor does, though. Especially when you bring in the fact that at the end is when he wakes up from his like 60-year sleep or so,
Yeah.
and he's in the middle of Times Square.
But
I don't think he does though, because
I think
because
at low
it's
A
the
it's
whole-
going to
the
end
whole-
up being
the-
a
the
high
whole
B anyway.
The whole point of that movie and why he was chosen was that he wasn't going to change. He was who he was before the serum.
Yeah.
Like that was the
Yeah.
whole point of picking him.
Yeah.
So
He could've-
that's
he could've
that's
done
why
that all
it's
day.
that's why it's a kind of uninteresting journey in that film.
It was the idea.
I'm not saying it's
was he
bad.
had
I just think
personality,
it's
and then he physically matched his personality.
Right, it's the mirror image of the other origin stories. Where the other origin stories, the character had to catch up to their powers and their bodies. In Captain
Yeah.
America, the body had to catch up to the spirit.
Exactly.
I believe Thor is better than that for one reason only. When Thor says, "Bring me my horse," I laughed out loud.
Everybody goes,
I laughed
"I'll
out
have
loud.
another smash." Those are
And
two
here-
best parts of that movie. But
And my argument is, I think, like I said, Thor and Captain America, First Avenger are pretty equal. I do put Captain America before because the female love relationship is so much more believable in Captain America. Or their chemistry's awful. I love Natalie Portman, but their chemistry's awful.
Oh, it is terrible.
I think
She
she had more
mailed it
chemistry
in.
with, they weren't chemistry with Hayden Christensen, and that's saying a lot.
And Haley Atwell is
But
a
here's
fucking
the,
gem.
am I the only one? Am I the only one that's worried? I mean, like, I love Natalie Portman. I absolutely love Natalie Portman. But am I the only one that's kind of worried about Natalie Portman coming back to the MCU?
No,
and have that
I'm not
in there?
worried because I think that she wants to work with Taika, so I think she's going to be fully invested.
Yeah.
I think if it wasn't for Taika, she would be mailing it in again.
But she was fully invested when she did the first film. But the thing, but the thing that the big X factor for me is going to be Taika Waititi because he is a genius.
Yeah,
Right.
I love that man.
Yeah. So just the idea of a Natalie Portman Jane film directed by Taika Waititi, I think they're going to lean pretty far into just sort of the more humorous aspect and maybe call out the fact that they don't have a connection.
I might be wrong.
If they keep them separate and don't play on their relationship, I might be okay with it. If they do shove them together being in love again, then I'll have problems because it's not believable. But
Yeah.
if they just focus on her as an independent entity from him, then I think it'll help a
I
lot.
might be wrong, but I thought they verified that it's going to be the comic book cancer storyline,
Yeah.
right?
But I don't believe it's gonna be that prominent. Like not as much as like what the comics made it out to be. In fact, I'm willing to bet they're probably not gonna give Jane cancer at all.
I thought they said they were. I thought they verified that.
I heard that they
I've heard they are.
That they were going to.
Yeah.
they were, and Taika Waititi apparently said that he's going to be very
True to the comics in a way.
careful. He's going to be very careful and very respectful very respectful on that aspect. And if it was any other director, I'd be like, well, let's see. But seeing Taika Waititi handle Nazi Germany the way that he did,
Jojo Rabbit,
and Jojo Rabbit, and then also setting up. I'm not going to spoil it here. Setting up the shoe scene. Anybody that knows that.
Yep.
Setting up that moment took finesse, and it took a director that knew exactly what he was going to do. And it took a director who had an empathy level that the minute that happens, it breaks you. It automatically breaks you. And I think that with the Jane story, I think he's going to delve into that, and I would love to see him tackle that aspect.
So, two questions. Do you guys think that it's going to end up with Jane being with Tessa Thompson? And my second question.
That would be cool.
I think that's how it's going to go, personally. Do you think we're going to see Beta Ray Bill?
I think it's going to be Beta Ray Bill. Christian Bale is playing Beta Ray Bill.
I think so, too.
I will tell you, someone who's as A-list as Christian Bale, he's not playing a character where you don't see his face.
I don't know, man. He's weird.
Oh, no, Robert. Have you seen Vice?
You don't see
but you still do that with Christian Bale.
No. In fact, he may love this role because it's going to require CG, because it means he doesn't have to lose or gain weight.
Joking aside, he still wants to be seen.
But he's weird. He likes being weird.
Not that weird.
All right.
Honestly, bring Captain America down and behind Thor.
No.
Leave it high B. We'll figure out the end of it once we get more movies on the board.
Because
leave it A, and then we'll see where it goes.
I understand the arguments. I do understand Dwayne's argument, and I do like it, but I don't know if I can get Thor over all these, and I can't put Captain America down below these at this point for my.
Yeah, I think we should wait till we get them all on the board, and then
we're not going to argue this one. Thor: The Dark World.
It's
okay.
D.
Here's
I go D.
Okay.
This is where me and Dwayne are going to start having
this is not a shitty movie the way everyone makes it out to be.
No, but I think it's a D.
but it's not good.
I have a. Someone asked me to rank the MCU films, maybe like 3 months ago.
Mm.
This was in my top 3.
What?
And I'm going to tell you why.
Whoa.
I think, and it's not purely on quality. I think I think I'll tell you what the fuck if you stop. I think Thor: The Dark World, outside of maybe like Civil War and Infinity War, is the most single influential film in the MCU. The things that are put into play and put in motion with the events of that film, I think, are the furthest reaching of any single film. The death of Frigga alone changed the entire landscape of the MCU. It birthed the redemption of Loki. It caused the fall of Asgard. What, directly or indirectly, the death of Frigga caused all of, which in turn brought multiple Infinity Stones into the hands of Thanos.
All right, but also
that's why I think it's not. I'm not saying put it in A or even B, but I think it's at least a C movie.
You're talking plot points, but they're not well done plot points.
Right.
The fact that he dies is a thing.
I think it is well done.
If you're
And I think that's the reason that movie didn't have to be the moment that they went back to in Endgame, but it is, and it is for a reason.
Because of his mom.
But Guardians set up Thanos in Endgame and Infinity War. So if you're going to talk about putting things in motion for future movies,
I'm talking about the events of that single film, right? the events of that single film, the death of Frigga, in particular.
Wayne, before you continue, where would you propose this goes? I want to hear what, because you're saying one thing, you're saying other things about not A. Where do you?
I would put it.
Just curious.
Above Captain Marvel.
I think Captain Marvel set up all of Phase 5.
So I would put it in between Captain Marvel and was that Guardians Volume 2?
I'd be fine with that.
You put it here.
The thing about
I put it there.
I'm actually fine with that. I'm actually fine with that.
I think
I'm not
saying it's going to be very important.
The thing about
maybe,
like,
but we don't know that.
Maybe though. That's a maybe. Just
I mean, Far From Home was already set up by Captain Marvel, and going forward, every film is going to be affected by it, leading up to Secret Wars, which I believe is going to be the end of Phase 5. But
that's
you don't know that.
But we're not there. But we're not there yet. I'm going off what we know and what we got, and like that's why it's in my top 3 of like the MCU films, because of the influence that it has on the entire universe. With that being said, I think that like I know people want to put it in E and D, but I don't think the movie is that bad. Yes, there are problems with like the chemistry between Natalie Portman and Chris Hemsworth, and the fact that like they couldn't even film reshoots together. They had to get his wife to stand in for Natalie Portman because she refused to be like in the reshoots. Like I understand all that, but I still think that the impact that the movie has on the universe gets it to at least a C.
I can agree with C. I just don't think it's that high in C.
Yeah. To me, I was gonna piggyback off him. To me, this is where we see Loki the way he's loved by everyone he is now. Yeah. Before, I think Christian actually mentioned it recently on SEN.
Yeah.
Before, he was just kind of like a semi one-dimensional, somewhat quippy villain. In this, we kind of see him more of as like an anti-hero. And I agree with pretty much everything he said. And to me, the funeral for Frigga is one of the most beautiful scenes in the entire MCU. I would argue that this belongs in mid to high C, kind of right where it is, and just not bottom of the barrel like a lot of people kind of think it is.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Chris Hemsworth's wife, Elsa Patinkin, played the great Pataki, played the great Alina Neves from Fast 5.
Yes. Yeah, we're not talking about
Helga Pataki.
They'll never be a franchise.
You were with Fast 5 or Fast Furious the way Paul is with Ed Harris. It just has to come up. Just has to come up every stream.
Oh, John, I'm sorry, Robert. I don't think you should be talking shit to me right now.
I will just say with
why?
Thor,
because you don't have the entire chat behind you right now?
No, I didn't. Robert, you forget. I didn't need the chat. It was a clean sweep. Both judges agreed with me.
I will just say back to Thor: Dark World. I'm okay, sort of where it is. I would put Captain Marvel in front of it personally.
I would too. I think.
But yeah. I don't need it lower than that. I'm fine with it.
I agree.
I would put it behind Captain Marvel.
I mean, I'll give it the waste of Christopher Eccleston like that. Like it hurts.
Nah,
he's still my favorite Doctor.
Nah, we had Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell's better.
He's my favorite Doctor too, Dwayne.
Yeah,
he's my thing about
he
Thor Dark.
He was wasted.
My thing about Thor: Dark World, it's just so it's so forgettable. Like nothing stands out really, apart from maybe Frigga, and that is fair.
Right.
And like the point that they actually go back to that in Endgame is a good point. Like Loki, I'd say he'd have that turn either way eventually because he just became so popular. Like it just happened to start in this movie. But overall, I think it's just forgettable.
Also, I think a lot of the moments they went back to in Endgame, they went back to because they wanted people to care about them more. I think it was an intentional way of manipulating everybody's emotions.
It's the only time we've seen that particular stone, right? They didn't have much of a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have got it on Earth before.
Yeah, they could have went pre.
They could have got it before.
They went
Jane
into
even came in contact with it. But
at
that point they knew where it was.
Yeah, they could have prevented her from getting cancer. Those pricks.
All right.
Exactly.
So right now, I'm okay, I guess.
But I'm fine. I'm fine with it there. I just did not want it to get thrown in and lumped
Yeah.
in with.
I want to hear Andres' point.
As long as
Yeah.
it's like below Captain Marvel, I'm good.
One thing though, Dwayne, you like I'm the first to say that Thor: The Dark World is actually probably my least favorite out of all the MCU films. You have actually been legitimately the first one that has come up with a good argument as to why it might be better than what I think it is.
I agree with that.
So I will say I will thank you for that. All right.
Yeah, I fully understand everyone's criticisms about the film. I do. But I wholeheartedly believe that it does not get enough credit. And the credit that it is due, it doesn't get because of how bad the other parts of it are.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one, Elektra, which honestly,
I can't even. I saw this movie in theaters and cannot remember any of it.
I'm one of those people that I need to buy every single one of the Marvel films whenever they come out on DVD. This is the only one I don't own.
But that's me too. I didn't buy it and have no desire to buy it.
I watched it. I watched it on TBS, and I literally sat there contemplating where my life went wrong.
Ooh, it's above Fan 4 Stick.
You know what? I will.
I would put it below Fan
Nope,
4
I would put that below Fan 4
Fan
Stick.
4
100%.
Yeah,
That's
I
going
probably
below
would
Fan
too.
4 Stick.
Okay, all right. I'll
That almost ruined comic book movies for Hollywood.
Jennifer Garner does not need to be in a comic book movie.
Okay.
I mean, no, she can be, just not in that one.
She doesn't need to be.
She was great. She was great in the Netflix series.
Yeah, that's all right. X-Men First Class. Right.
That's A. That's A, homie. That's A right there.
That to me, that's the best X-Men movie.
That's A.
Yeah.
I think Deadpool's the best X-Men movie, but I know it's not
Honestly,
I don't think of Deadpool as an X-Men movie.
Yeah.
I agree, but I'm
Other than
saying.
Deadpool, it's my favorite. X-Men.
Honestly,
I'd go high B
above,
probably, but
it's above Avengers from me, man. I'm just me. That's just me. It's above Avengers. Point that out.
I mean, I think a lot of these movies are above Avengers, but I'm fine with
I would put it above. What was that? The first Captain America, the first Avenger. I think it's above. I think it's above that. I think it's below Avengers and Guardians, only because while it is the best X-Men movie, they did get 3 chances to make a good X-Men movie before they finally found the formula. Whereas Guardians kind of they made up the formula as they made that, and Avengers was, you know.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement. Yes.
Problem with the argument though is, did they find the right formula? Because they made like really 2 good X-Men movies and then just fell off after that. While the Guardians movies have been fairly decently solid. I mean, 2 wasn't as good as 1, but it was still a decent movie. We're probably going to rank X-Men movies well below Volume 2.
Yeah.
So,
I think Volume 3 is going to have a lot to say about that argument.
Class, but
well, I'm not saying that Guardians worked as a formula going forward. I'm saying the formula worked in that movie.
And it really shouldn't.
What I'm saying is X-Men. They had 3 movies in order to try to make X-Men work, and depending on who you talk to, only one of those 3 movies really works.
Yeah, no,
I'm good with where it is. Yeah, that's perfect because I do have a knock against it, and I've already talked about how they treated Darwin. That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit right there.
Oh yeah,
that's good old fashioned racism.
Yep.
By Kevin Bacon.
Keep it right there. Keep it right there.
All right.
But the way they treated
I
Darwin,
actually like that quite a bit, but
I mean, the way honestly, they did all the heroes of color in that movie is kind of fucked up.
All right, this is going to be an interesting one for me, I guess. Black Panther.
I'd have that like in the same.
High A.
That's high A.
Very, very high A.
High A, me too.
I'd go right behind Deadpool.
I would put it in front of Civil War.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I'd probably put it before Ragnarok.
That's where I would put it too.
I think it's like right behind Deadpool.
Yeah, I agree.
That's right.
agree.
I have it too. Behind Deadpool.
I'd have it probably where it is now, like around Guardians.
Yeah, that's for me too.
I think like, it depends on if you go like, again, impact, like cultural impact. And like
if you base it on impact, it's an A. S.
It's all
if
of that. But
it's based on impact, it's S.
Keep in mind that Black Panther is the only movie of the MCU that actually got nominated for Best Picture.
Definitely, but and this is not to take anything away from it, but that was a lot due to the impact because like
Right.
I love the movie as a movie. It's good. The impact is amazing.
Right.
I
So
put
Iron
it
Man
in
is not
the
nearly as good
Ragnarok.
of a movie.
The other thing I will give Black Panther as well too. Before Avengers Infinity War, Killmonger was hands down the best villain we ever had in the MCU up until
By
that.
far.
I agree.
I agreed as well.
Yes.
Most relatable.
I like Michael Keaton better, to be honest.
Honestly, some people don't think Killmonger's a villain.
He's not.
No.
He's an anti-hero, but
I want to.
That's the other thing too.
There's
Is
some very
I would-
valid points.
I would put it.
we keep forgetting as well with.
I
sorry,
think Thanos is an anti-hero
One
too.
time,
though.
one time.
but again, we're talking about how Thanos is a great anti-hero, anti-antagonist, and Killmonger is a great antagonist. You remember back in the MCU in the early days when they had a really bad villain problem?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
That we completely forgotten about that.
Wait, no, wait, Andres. Okay, that's 2 out of the 28 films. Okay, let's not say they don't have a villain problem. They have a villain problem.
I mean, Thanos is the villain in 5 out of those 28.
Yeah, someone's got a lot of feedback.
Oh, there's just out. I'm gonna try to meet some people and see how real quick.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it was Ferris.
No, now it's gone.
Serious either.
Now it's gone. Whatever it is gone.
Oh, it could have been Ferris.
Muted myself, so it wasn't me.
Hashtag blame Ferris.
Okay.
Yeah, I muted myself as well.
Alright,
I think I think it's
No,
fine.
it's still there.
Yep, there it is.
Definitely not me.
Is it something coming through your desktop audio, Jody?
Because when I just muted my mic there, I mean,
I still hear it.
Yeah, it's not Paul.
Now it's gone.
That's weird.
weird. All right. Well, let's just push forward and
Yeah.
hopefully fair it
I think it.
It's Ferris.
There it is.
That was great.
All right, let's push forward again. Let's kind of push forward again. Wow, this is great.
I'm now in
quality
charge.
TV.
I'm at top. So
I love that you're on top.
Well, maybe it's not Ferris.
Weird. Okay, this is great. This is great quality entertainment right here.
Who has the static on their microphone?
All just like,
Yeah.
who is it?
Yeah. It's a.
This is like a live stream version of Among Us.
I think Black
I've been
Panther
muted
is-
for a
is-
while there.
Is good
Yeah, I've
where,
been muted.
where it's at.
All right, Black Panther, it's where it's at right there.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
Where did
Yeah.
we can
It's-
see. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like right in the middle of A. I think.
Yeah,
That's, I think.
I think it's good there.
I'm okay with that too. I mean, I agree. It's I wasn't as huge a fan of it, but definitely impact wise, it's hugely up there. And Killmonger is one of the best villains, absolutely. So, all right, moving on to Wolverine. Is this
Yeah.
That's the Wolverine, right?
the Wolverine? Or is it?
I think
it's not
that's the
Origin,
Wolverine.
right? The origin.
It's the good one. It's the Wolverine. It's James
Okay.
Mangold.
High D. I mean, low C, high D.
I would
God,
put that.
I put it higher. I put it.
I would put that above Ant-Man and the
Whoa.
Wasp on C.
I would too.
I would
Yeah.
not.
I
agree.
put it in the I put it in the C, but the top of the C. I think that's the top
I
of the
would
C.
honestly put it above. I would put it above the Punisher for me. I actually really like
Yeah,
it.
but the third act was just really bad.
It was horrible.
It was really bad, but I mean, it was not terrible. But the villain, I think, is just completely a betrayal of everything that's come forward because we got a grounded, serious Wolverine movie, and then all of a sudden you have the Silver Samurai, which is a giant freaking CGI character. That to me is more of a disappointment more than anything else. I wouldn't necessarily say the third act it completely kills the third act. It's a glaring issue for me, but I would keep it right there. Actually, it's fine where it is.
I would not. I would have it much lower.
I like this.
I would put it in at the top of the C.
I'm okay with that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Because or maybe the bottom of the B, like, but because when it comes to those two, I'm just trying to think like which one. If I got both of them in my hand, which one am I gonna put in?
I'm watching
put in to
Wolverine.
watch?
I'll watch Punisher.
I'm gonna put
I would watch
Punisher.
Actually,
Like, I'm gonna put Punisher on probably 9 out of 10 times.
I probably would as well.
I have.
Over the
All
Wolverine.
right, I'll
Yeah.
see to the rest of the panel at this point. I actually liked it a lot more. I should probably put in more.
No,
well,
I like it. It's just that's how, because of how similar I feel about the two. Like that's kind of how I had to
I do
decide.
not like
Oh,
that
God,
movie
here
at
we
all.
go.
Silver Surfer.
Here we go.
Fantastic.
Surprise, Silver Surfer?
Surprise. Silver Surfer.
D.
D.
D. Yeah.
Spider-Man
Yeah.
3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Below.
better than Spider-Man 3. That's
I'd put it below.
I actually pulled a quadruple feature on the day I saw Spider-Man 3. I saw Spider-Man 3, went to go see Pirates 3, and then saw Shrek the Third, and then saw Fantastic Four 2.
Holy
You
shit! I'm
poor
sorry.
man.
That was kind of a very mediocre day.
It was a tough day. Yeah.
Mediocre.
A lot of hills and valleys.
That's
I actually like it better than Warzone, but I'd be honest with you, I saw it like in the theaters and I haven't seen it since. I don't remember a lot of it, but I remember liking it better than I like Warzone.
I love the Silver Surfer in it.
They
Yeah.
they did a great job with the Silver Surfer, with the exception of like Lawrence Fishburne's voice. By the
Yeah.
way, for a point of reference, Silver Surfer is probably like my favorite comic book character. They did they did a good job with him.
The writing sucked.
The rest of the movie was just bad.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Agreed.
also, I think what's called another point of reference as well too is Doug Jones, Oscar movie. Doug Jones did the physical embodiment of the surfer, and I thought he was perfect.
Yeah, I agree with
Doug
that.
Jones so much.
But I'm
But
happy.
I-
I'm okay with him.
like him.
I'm okay.
Love
with
the Silver Surfer. The rest of the movie,
I'm okay with
uninspired.
him as a teacher. That's fine, I think, at this point. All right, we'll move on. Iron Man 2. Ooh.
Ooh.
I will actually be okay if we rank this below Iron Man 3 at this point.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
think so too.
I would.
Honestly, Iron Man 2 is one of my least favorite of them.
I would put that definitely. I would put above basically everything in the C tier.
Really?
That far up. I think it was.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was.
I thought Iron Man
put
2
it
was one of my
behind
least
Captain
favorite Marvel
Yeah.
movies.
I'd actually.
I
might
would
even-
put it right above Thor: The Dark World.
That's right where I put it.
I
Yeah.
really like it. I don't know why I like it so much.
I got it.
That's the thing. I enjoy it too.
That's what I would do. It's my least favorite MCU film.
There's,
Yeah, I think-
there's,
I'm not going to argue with it. I don't.
yeah,
I would say Iron Man 2, probably my favorite thing about it is Mickey Rourke.
yeah. I was gonna say there's just something about him.
Let me tell you something about this
My
film.
word.
This film has
It's my
a
bird.
Queen song,
I will
in
be
it,
with-
and I still think it's my least favorite MCU film. And that's just a lot. There's a Queen song in it, and I usually love the film even more because I like jamming out to Queen. I still couldn't even get into this film, so I'm going to put it
That's-
right there.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So
The worst thing about Iron Man 2 is that we did not get more Sam Rockwell after.
yes,
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I was gonna say the exact opposite. That like Mickey Rourke is what doesn't work for me, but the
I
rest of the
agree.
movie is fine. Like it's not as bad as people remember it as.
That's a rough
Yeah.
accent.
that is a rough
It
accent.
is.
All right, X-Men: The Last Stand.
Put it right below
D.
Spider-Man
I'd
3,
actually go E on that
It's
one.
right there.
but I'm okay with D.
right?
Yeah, right
Right
there.
where it's at.
I would much rather watch Howard the Duck. Is all I'm saying.
I would do that.
I'll put it right there just because of.
All right, we'll do that for now. I'm going to go on it. All right, Spider-Man: Far From Home. This is a very polarizing.
B.
I would actually put it above Homecoming. I actually like
Really?
Home better.
I don't agree with that.
I
have not watched
love
this one yet.
Homecoming. I like
So-
Far From Home.
So
that
I,
one,
ha- I
that
have
one deserves to score high just for that the sequence of Mysterio putting him through the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
that
was
was
really cool.
Yeah.
The
So
thing
I,
is that-
so I have the same problem with this that a lot of you guys have with Jamie Foxx in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
I really, really dislike Jake Gyllenhaal.
Wow.
Not so much as the Mysterio before we get the reveal, but once you get the entire encompassing of Mysterio's character, I'm less interested, and I think he's like just kind of just a whiny bitch. oh no! Tony Stark made fun of me.
Here's the thing. From a comic standpoint, though, that actually is what you want. He actually, like, visually does look a lot like Quentin Beck from the comics. That's really
cool.
good casting choice.
I'm not talking about his physicality. I'm talking about I didn't like the fact that his main motivation was that Tony Stark made fun of him. It's like
Andres, go ahead, Andres.
That's a solid one.
I disagree with that. I will agree that it's kind of annoying that we have yet another villain that is sort of the diuretic dribblings of everything Tony Stark has done. Like, honestly, at this point in time in the MCU, the biggest villain is fucking Tony Stark. All right. The Sokovia Accords? No, let's rename that to the Tony Stark Accords. All right. Like, seriously, every single problem. But anyway, but with not only did Tony Stark make fun of him, but also he stole his technology and basically said, oh, this tech that you were going to use to basically create a VR world, it's going to be my own personal freaking therapy thing, and completely dissed him and took and basically a lot of the other people that were under Tony Stark as well too. It's a lot of
he didn't steal anything because he worked for Tony Stark. Therefore, Tony Stark owned the technology, so Tony Stark can do whatever the fuck he wants with it.
Yeah,
He's just unhappy with what Tony Stark did with it.
Whatever you say, you capitalist shill.
Take. No. If you're that upset with it, take the money that Tony Stark paid you and go do something better with it. Don't like you literally became the exact thing that you hated about Tony Stark by being so upset about. Instead of taking the money that you got paid and doing something that bettered the world, you just became an asshole.
This is the Edison Bill Gates argument.
Here's the thing. That's like
the
movie, and we shouldn't blame the movie for a fault of the movie. But if you're fine with that, how are you not? What is your problem with Max Dillon and him being a fan of Spider-Man?
I'm not. I get your point, but I think
like
is bigger.
That's why
I think they're equally thing, but I think it's more of a detriment in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 than it is in Far From Home.
Also, I think people just give Far From Home credit for the visual effects and forget about the character pieces that are lacking.
Yeah, but I love the better growth as far as I love Spider-Man's growth beyond Iron Man in this film. That whole fight he has with himself about that, like the sequence where John Favreau, Hogan, Happy gets him up in the airplane. They have that scene where it's one of my favorite scenes. I get chills every time I think about it. I watch that scene, turns on the music and everything else. It's a beautiful way to see Spider-Man become who he is now at this point.
Yeah,
for the Spider-Man film, and I also throw it in there. J.K. Simmons in the after scene. I love me J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson. I think that's the best comic book casting in the history of mankind, as far as I'm concerned. So you put that in there, it adds up.
Yeah.
I want pictures of Spider-Man.
I'm with you there, and I think that the end of Far From Home is amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just think that if we're gonna go after one movie for something, like, we can't gloss over it for another movie.
I'm not gonna.
Sure we can. We're making lists.
Hey, welcome to Whose Line Is It Anyway, where the points don't matter and the rules are made up.
The answer is Spider-Man 2 from the beginning to end is just a broken movie. While Far From Home is still a pretty cohesive movie, I understand the argument about Mysterio, but that might just be centered just on Mysterio, while the movie overall is still a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a broken movie, whether it's Electro, whether it's the
Goblin,
the Rhino at the beginning and the end. Just
I'm also wondering, just like how stupid are the people in his class?
Very.
That's very
true.
Mary Jane's smart.
Yeah, Mary Jane figured it out.
So,
you mean to tell me in Infinity War not a single person saw him jump out of that bus?
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah,
I think
I want a last point in, and that is that, like, in Endgame, Tony Stark dies and the movie ends.
Oh, really?
That's Tony Stark. We needed a movie where we got to like deal with the fact that Tony Stark and Iron Man died. So like, I'm good with that movie where it is, but then for me, like, I got in too late for that discussion. Like, Homecoming is like high A for me, but that's over and done with. I just wanted it for the record.
Right.
I was on that
Wait,
point. I
if
like
we put Iron Man in an S tier because of its impact, then the movie dealing with his death has to be more relevant, right?
No,
no.
Not more relevant,
So-
but it's
No,
it's
because
a
his,
point
his
for
death
like.
is only relevant because of the journey.
I'd say we needed it.
We've considered how relevant his death is in the fact that Iron Man 3 is in the B tier right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
This is
that
the
movie
only
would be, like,
MCU
straight
movie.
E.
Okay. So, are we okay for right now then, generally speaking?
Yeah.
At this
I
point?
guess.
But yeah, I'm fine with it. This is the only MCU movie that I have not seen.
That's the first time Kelsey has side.
And
I like Homecoming
I-
better than Far From Home. So just only thing with me was switch those. But that's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
only. Other than that, I'm okay with where it is. I
The,
just
the other most exciting, or most thing I'm most excited to see for the next phase is how they deal with Spider-Man's identity being known.
Yeah, me too with that.
Yeah.
All right, Blade 2.
Blade 2 is C. There's no real development of Blade himself in that movie. It's a great movie as far as being done by Guillermo del Toro. It has a great plot that is just confined straight to just that movie, but has no effect overall in the rest of the Blade franchise.
As call
What are you
sign
ta- what
the
are you- what are you-
Daywalker.
What are you talking about?
I'd have to say I haven't seen this movie, so
I have not seen it either. I saw Blade 1 and I didn't see Fat
So
Pass.
the brief rundown is there's another higher elevation of vampires, the Reapers, that have been created. I'm not going to give any in regards to that, but the Reapers have been created and they're hunting down vampires. So the vampires recruit Blade to be a part of their hunter team to start going after Reapers. And I mean,
That club scene.
The creation of the Reapers, and the movie ends with the destruction of the Reapers.
It's not going to give anything away.
There's a pretty big thing that happens that impacts. Wait, yeah, it is in Blade 2, right?
But it's only in Blade 2, and it doesn't have any effect like at all in
No, hold on.
after Blade. After Blade
Or
2.
no, it's the No, it is big. Hold on.
I
Let me
can't
make sure
remember.
it happened in Blade 2. Let me just make sure it happened in Blade 2.
There's not a single thing in Blade 2 that affects anything else.
Okay, while you're looking this stuff up, where are we starting this at this point? Let's
Uh,
see the starting point.
That's actually fine right there.
Yeah, right there.
I'll take for me, Blade 1 is absolutely the superior film, but Blade 2 is even more of an action film than Blade 1 was. Like it kind of Guillermo del Toro, he's a genius, but for this one, I think his intention was more for it to be an action film rather than it being character study is not a good word at all for this.
Yeah.
But a much more slightly grounded film, if that makes any sense.
All right.
Much more slightly grounded.
Okay. Does anybody argue its placement at this point instead of like going into?
I mean, I do, but I'm sure I'm going to be on the losing
Same,
end of
but
this.
I ain't that like.
What do you think?
I think it should be above Punisher.
It is. Oh no.
No.
Punisher
Yeah.
up there.
Yeah.
I think so too, but I mean, I ain't gonna fight with people over it.
So we have to put something down where we have to rank something downwards. We're going to put it up.
No.
No, yeah, we had 11 films per tier except for the S tier. I think that's how we had.
Because I think it's better than the majority of the films that we put above it in C, and I think it's better than.
I can't remember it enough to judge it. I'll be honest.
I think we don't hit a film that is better than Blade 2 until we reach Thor.
The argument of Blade 2 is he partners up with the vampires, but after the confines of Blade 2, he's right back to hunting the vampires. There's nothing in Blade 2 that matters at all whatsoever.
But that's also the other argument that you can make for a lot of these other films that are higher up in the sea level. They don't have any stakes for the world in that point.
Yeah, and you're talking about a film in a series that was created before like a cinematic universe was really a thing. Like they weren't trying to make films that like affected every film going forward. They were just trying to create standalone films that were good in the series. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
This isn't the. We're not ranking MCU films.
Yeah.
Where then that would be more important.
Blade 2 was in Blade 2 in most people's opinion is better than the first one, and it didn't need to like create this overarching like gigantic universe. It did exactly what it needed to do.
I was say, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna rank Blade Trinity much lower than Blade.
No.
2.
Oh yeah, Trinity. Yeah, I'd say Trinity is
All right, we'll get there. Dwayne is making an argument. I think most people are going that it's lower this range at this point.
Yeah.
So I think we'll have to overrule Dwayne.
But
yeah, well that's why I didn't even
bother
really fighting for it, because I know I was going to get outvoted.
I don't even. Is this?
What is that?
Roger Corman, Fantastic Four.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Really?
You can put that right above Fan 4 Stick.
Yeah.
I put it below it, but I'm not gonna.
No, I've actually watched the Roger Corman Fantastic Four, and it's actually surprisingly much better than Fan 4 Stick.
Yeah,
it actually is watchable.
I agree. And one thing the Roger Corman film has over the Tim Story Fantastic Four films is that you actually buy the romance between Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, because Jessica Alba and I forget what his name is.
Ian Griffith.
Johan Griffith.
Johan Griffin. Yeah.
Ian.
Like you absolutely do not buy their chemistry at all. And honestly, it's a big thing with them.
They should have got someone other than Jessica Alba, because he's great.
He's fantastic. Yeah.
Age of Ultron.
Okay.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm prepared to fight for this now, because this movie is underrated.
Like, you want it to be high, but it really probably shouldn't.
I would.
You
I
want
would
it
put,
to be anyways.
I would put that under Thor.
Me too.
I would have it above. I'd have it.
Yeah.
I'd have it below Homecoming.
You have it here.
Oof.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm okay with that too.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah.
That's almost exactly where I'd put it.
Yeah. I won't fight too hard on that.
Yeah, you don't gotta
Because I do. Well, no, because I really do enjoy, as poorly executed as some parts of the film are, I really enjoyed James Spader as Ultron.
I did too.
Yeah.
And
James Spader's a delight.
The party scene where they try to lift the hammer. That was one of my favorites.
James Spader has a voice that I think rivals Morgan Freeman and James Earl Jones. Like his.
I am the Lizard King.
His voice is peak.
Which one of my favorite lines in the entire film is at the very end when Hulk jumps into the Quinjet and you just hear him just go, "Oh, for God's sake!"
And like the party scene in that one.
Film,
yeah.
I wanted this film to be so much better, and honestly, for me, I think the only one thing that's holding on for me is the nostalgia, because this was the first movie that I saw when I moved out to LA.
Mm-hmm.
And fun thing, I actually saw it. I was hanging out over in downtown LA. It was on the same night I was going to go see John Schnepp's Death of Superman premiere over in Hollywood. And so just to kind of kill the time, I went over to the El Capitan and saw Age of Ultron, and I was ready for the gas, and I was just really disappointed by it. Like, I was just kind of let down. But at the end of the day, it's not a bad film. No.
I was let down too.
Yeah, I think I like it more than most, and like the party scene was one of my favorite scenes in the MCU before Cap actually lifted the hammer in Endgame, and after that it just got even better. And like I personally, I'd have it like above. Like I'm good where it is now for reasons that I'll get to, but like personally, I like it more than like Captain America: First Avenger and X-Men: First Class, but I cannot put it above the two new Spider-Man movies because I love them too much. So I'm good where it's at now.
Yeah, the trailer for that,
oh yeah,
was like, Oh,
Fire.
Fire.
So, and who knew you could take Pinocchio's "No Strings on Me" and make that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. No,
So
there are no
sinister.
strings on
It
me.
was so
Yeah.
dark.
If the 2000s know how to do one thing, it's to change the way we view songs entirely.
Oh,
Ghost Rider:
Is this
Spirit of Vengeance.
Spirit of
actually
Vengeance?
haven't
What is this?
That's an E, man.
has to be E.
You can put that above.
I will
What's-
actually.
I
I
put it
will
behind
actually-
Howard the
What's
Duck.
after
almost everything
Spider-Man?
in E.
What's after Spider-Man 3?
No, I will watch anything in E right now
X-Men
before I
Last
watch
Stand.
Spirit of Vengeance again.
I would.
In fact, I've seen Elektra multiple times,
Oh,
and I won't watch Spirit of Vengeance.
I would watch that over everything else in E, but probably not anything else in D.
you know
I'd
what?
rather watch Howard the Duck.
It might just be okay right there. Then it's
All right.
for me as well too. Spirit of Vengeance. I love the character of Ghost Rider, but
Same.
they just don't know how to. Avi Arad doesn't know how to tell any of the stories for that character.
Yeah.
It was lead up to basically just one of the biggest disappointments.
What's his
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did it way
what
better.
was his what was his name? Gabriel Luna from
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Agents of
Yeah.
S.H.I.E.L.D. That was
Yeah, they did a better job with him in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. than they did in the two movies.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fantastic Four. The Tim Story Fantastic Four.
above Daredevil.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
He still managed to get out his vote for that one.
I was gonna say I don't know if he was sneezing or if he was just disgusted by saying he put him above
I
Daredevil.
might even put it higher up than that, but I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed this movie when I was.
It actually wasn't that bad.
No, I really
Okay.
like it too. I really like what is his name?
Julian McMahon.
Julian McMahon.
I like him
Yeah.
visually as Doctor Doom, but once he put the mask on and they still kept his voice exactly
It was
the same
silly.
without doing any vocal changes to his voice, I was like, okay, this sounds
It
ridiculous.
was silly. Yeah. That.
Yeah.
Let's not fight. No, let's like.
I will say if we can get anything back from Fan Four Stick, if we could get Toby Kebbell back as Victor Von Doom, that would be great.
I mean, also the utter failure that were future Fantastic Four movies should elevate Fantastic Four up just slightly.
True. Yeah. That is true. Somehow they made that one movie work.
MCU making a Fantastic Four movie, they could do it with Popsicle Sticks and it would still be better.
X-Men Apocalypse.
E,
D.
low E, behind Elektra, please.
I would put that.
I wouldn't do that.
I mean, I would put that. I would watch Apocalypse before Last Stand.
I would. Too.
I would
I
too.
would too.
Yeah.
But it's just
But it's close.
To me, that means Last Stand needs to move down, not Apocalypse needs to move up. That's good.
I'd probably watch Apocalypse before Spider-Man 3 too, but I think it's around where it is.
Yeah, I think that those are.
I'd
all
still
kind
rather
of-
watch Howard the Duck.
I'm keeping Spider-Man 3 up there because of J.K. Simmons. That's the only reason I'll keep it above.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think it's fine right there.
I think it's good there.
You win again,
Oh
Jake.
my
guys,
God.
no, honestly, Apocalypse, they built up so much goodwill after First Class and Days of Future Past that the minute they had Bryan Singer come back and they were just like, well, you know what? We're going to completely just chuck away any character development that we had and just turn it into just what we had before, but just with a guy in a big purple suit, which he's not supposed to be fucking purple. He's supposed to be freaking gray. In fact, En Sabanur, Apocalypse's real name, En Sabanur, actually means the gray one. It just fucking pisses me off that Bryan Singer just feels like he's so above the comics.
Right.
And just
They should have done like they did Apocalypse in X-Men Evolution, where they actually did make him this all-powerful being that it took everyone teaming up against Apocalypse. That's where they should have taken that movie, and then you still could have done the same ending where like everyone's teamed up, and it's very hard to take on Apocalypse, and then you get like Jean Grey's Phoenix powers that we're gonna forget about.
But here's the
breaking
thing.
through.
Here's
Even
the thing,
as-
though. She
Shell.
doesn't have those because she hasn't encountered the Phoenix yet.
That's
like,
what.
it
That's
makes
why I said that we're gonna
sense.
forget about. They're breaking through, and then we're gonna forget about them. That's why I said it that way because, Like we completely forget that they did pop up at the end of X-Men Apocalypse, and then they pop up again in Dark Phoenix.
Oh, the actual Phoenix was inside us all along.
They could have even just done the animated series way that they did it, and it would have been better.
For Apocalypse or Dark Phoenix?
Well, I mean both.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah.
No, but the other thing that disappointed me about Apocalypse as well is that they introduced fucking Cyclops again, and you're thinking, oh, they're going to do a much better version of Cyclops than they did in the previous. No. He gets freaking sidelined over to the side. Like, honestly, what I want to see in the MCU with the X-Men is Cyclops actually being the leader. Like, I was waiting, like, probably one of my favorite moments in the first Avengers film is Tony Stark, although he is the star of the film, I mean, he's the main lead. He does give the leadership to Captain America. Like, one of my favorite moments is him looking over at Cap and goes, "Call it, Cap," and then Cap goes, "All right, go down to 30-second, block all this people up." That's exactly what you do in Cyclops. Cyclops is he's the leader.
He's the Leonardo.
Exactly. There you go. But yeah, God, once you get me started on X-Men, I can just go on and tear on this. So
Me too.
He's also
Especially when we
really
get to another
powerful.
movie that's coming, I
Alright.
have opinions.
I'm going first on this one.
Ghost
I have
Rider.
a soft spot in my heart for this movie.
Really?
Me too.
I can't help it. It's just so perfectly campy, and I love Nick Cage so much.
Love Nick Cage.
I'm not going to argue for it anything ridiculous. Just go ahead and put it above Spider-Man 3.
I would put it.
Spider-Man 3. So
That's a very arguable position right there.
I would probably put it either at the top of D,
end of C,
or if we want to argue Warzone in front of
No.
Warzone after Daredevil, because again, this is one of those ones where it's like if I got two of them if I got the two of them in my hand, which one am I gonna pick to watch?
I'd rather watch Ghost Rider than Daredevil.
And I think I'd rather watch Ghost Rider than.
I'm perfect.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it there.
That's a lot better than I thought I was going to
Here's the thing. Again, I go back to the argument, like, by Daredevil, are we including the director's cut?
Yeah.
Because at least the director's cut of Daredevil is way better than Ghost Rider. But I will agree that Ghost Rider is way better than Warzone.
Yeah, I mean, because of how much I like both movies, I'm not gonna fight too hard to get them flipped.
Yeah.
I would say Daredevil has the edge just because the director's cut makes it a much better movie.
Yeah,
I'm probably after Daredevil. That's fine. I just.
All right, I'll put it there. I don't really.
I'm okay like that. I'm okay like that. I honestly thought I was going to have to argue it for it being higher, which I think I might have to argue for this.
And let's all just acknowledge that I basically just made an argument for it because a movie has a lot more Coolio in it. It's better than a Nicolas Cage.
All right, this is the MCU Hulk, right?
Wait, this is
yeah.
I can't wait
that
for
is.
when Batman and Robin or Forever or whatever pops up.
To
again,
me,
so I
this
can
is
use
the
the
weakest
Coolio
favorite
argument.
All right, MCU Hulk. I think it's a little underrated, to be honest with you, but I don't know what
It is.
I do too.
I'd go after Blade 2.
Let me see. After Blade 2, I would put it higher than Blade 2.
I would actually go high. I would actually go to the top of C, honestly.
Yeah, I would go above Ant-Man and the Wasp with Incredible Hulk.
I'm okay with that. I actually
I'm-
love that movie.
That was a
I'm
solid.
I'm okay with that too.
movie.
I really like all of these.
I really wish they would have, as much as I love Mark Ruffalo, I really wish that we could have got some more Ed Norton.
Ed Norton was great.
I was fine with Ed Norton. I think I just liked every single other thing about it.
Oh yeah, that's also the other thing too. We got the leader set up in the first film, and just
No payoff.
in 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they might just pull a Red Skull, and it's like, oh wait, he's back.
Yeah.
All right, I'm good with that there. I think I could argue that. That's fine.
Man, I thought I was gonna have to fight that one.
Yeah, I liked it. I'm a pretty fan, actually. All right.
Don't worry, there's got one's gonna be a big fight later.
The Amazing Spider-Man, the first Andrew Garfield.
I mean, it's better than the second one.
Where's
So
the
we have that.
I would high C, low B.
I
would
would
put it
put
right in
that.
front of Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
I would.
Wait,
I'd
where?
probably go higher,
Oh,
but
the second one's an E. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm okay with being right there.
there.
I'm okay with it there. You will have to
The-
move something
the-
out of C because I think we're too full now.
It is. This is now. Yeah, we are. This is the 11th.
Push Punisher down.
Good call, Kelsey.
Go ahead.
Don't
Push,
hit off
push,
him. I tell the double
push,
shoes that way.
yeah, push Punisher on down.
I'm okay with that.
Amazing
The villain
Spider-Man
and
was where they told his origin again, and it involved the lizard.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, the villain and the villain plan in this one is ridiculous, but the rest of the
Yeah.
movie is good.
For some weird reason, it is.
Watching Amazing Spider-Man 2 has to be one of my favorite moments seeing a movie in a theater, which there's a moment where the lizard just going, Peter, I'm just trying to save everyone. I want them to be like me. One person in the audience, he literally yelled at front and just goes, I'm sorry, this is a black person as well. Someone just yelled out, Ninja, nobody want to look like you. And the entire erupted. I was like, oh my God. Amazing Spider-Man 1 holds that spot for me. No matter how bad the movie is, it always leads up to that. So I just love that.
I'm good with it there.
Yeah.
I think it's fine there.
Oh, Winter Soldier.
Oh,
That's gonna be pretty high.
I mean, I'd put it S
Never.
personally, but
This is gonna
Yeah.
be a
I
fight.
would. Yeah, I'd put it first in A.
That
I would
yeah,
put it there.
Either
I mean, I'd
low
put it at Endgame. but-
or high A.
I put it in S tier myself.
I'm okay with it on
I
S2
would.
too.
I think it's better than Blade at this point.
are we only allowed?
I
we're
put
only
it-
allowing 5
Five.
movies next year?
Five.
Yeah, there's only 5
For now, until I
I
can
put
get
it-
Paul later.
We all know who's really in charge here.
Is anybody arguing against S tier at this point?
Yeah, I put it below Civil War.
You put
Really?
it down below Civil War. Wow. Okay. Anybody else?
No, that's a good comic book espionage movie thing.
Yeah.
I'd put it above Endgame personally, but you know.
I feel like that was the first one that like tried branching out a bit from in the MCU from just a like
Cookie cutter MCU film.
superhero movie, and this one was like the first one that tried like bringing in genre to it, like espionage.
Yeah, Maddie, I agree.
It's 5. I only got 5 slots, Maddie. I only got 5 slots.
Yeah,
I'm okay with dropping Blade in it, but I wouldn't move it any lower than that.
Yeah.
I think we might need to open up some more spots in S tier.
I just think Endgame's an A movie.
Not gonna happen.
Blade should be an S.
Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna take one out and I absolutely had to keep Winter Soldier in the S tier, Endgame is going down to A.
I agree.
I'm okay with that as well.
I agree because if honestly, I
will watch Blade so much more than almost every other film on this list.
I guess I just really need to watch Blade because y'all are living and dying by it. And
the blood rave
father
in
of
the
it all.
beginning just sets the tone for the entire series.
You hear a lot of people saying that what really started the Marvel movies was X-Men. It actually was Blade, but a part of that problem is because nobody knew that Blade was based off a comic book. When it first came out, everyone just thought it was a Wesley Snipes anti-vampire movie.
And that's why I wouldn't. That's why I would say it's not the father.
I mean, I understand.
It is
that
though.
argument, but
It is
regardless,
because
still a
it
Marvel
succeeded.
movie.
It succeeded without people needing to know that it was a comic book film.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
and that's why studios greenlit superhero movies afterwards.
All right. For right now, I'm going to table this discussion for now. I'm going to keep that where it is.
Yeah.
We will go back and check it out at that point. The first X-Men film.
Speaking of,
well,
I mean, I would actually put it in A because, like I just said, it's the father of all comic book movies.
It's got impact. I'll give it. It definitely has impact.
I think X2 is a better movie than X-Men, but
I think the original X-Men actually should rank higher than First Class.
I disagree.
I think it should go maybe at the top of B.
Yeah. Okay. I'll readjust my opinion. To X2 does need to be above X1.
I'd actually honestly put X-Men around here somewhere. To be honest with you,
I'm fine with
that. Actually, kind of makes
with
sense.
that.
You know what? It's it's going to be one of those that, you know what, I'm not going to argue for where it goes, but I will say that X1, go back and rewatch it, because me and my buddies, we actually did a rewatch of all the X-Men, of most of the beginning films in the Marvel Universe, on the day that Stan Lee died, and X-Men was the one that did not hold up well. Like,
I don't think it's a good movie. I think X2 is a far superior film.
It's very formulaic.
It's incredibly formulaic, but it started up the formula, but also at the same time, it just, there's only, for me, there is one truly good scene in the film, and that's the opening where you see Magneto in the concentration camps, because
that's a great scene.
That
is a great scene.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I kind of like what happens when Tony gets struck by lightning.
All right. So is everybody okay with this at this point for this one?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
The original Ant-Man.
Ant-Man.
I liked Ant-Man.
This is an A.
I think
and the A is debatable, but this is
I love Ant-Man, so I agree with that. It's an A.
I would put this
below First Avenger.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I would put
You
it.
could say this is the best origin film.
I would put it.
But I'm good with either one.
I'm gonna. I might hurt some feelings here. The internet might come for me. I would put it above Black Panther.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
Wow. I would not. But
I could go Avengers.
I would agree with you, but because of where Black Panther is, I can't. Like I would Black Panther down.
Until Doctor Strange came out, Ant-Man was by far my favorite origin film.
Yeah, I agree.
By leaps and bounds. I mean, there was no other movie
much better.
coming close.
It was way much better than it had any right to be, because nobody was like, "Oh, we need an Ant-Man movie." No, we don't.
Yeah.
But we got one, and like, it actually was really entertaining.
The magic that
Black
is
Panther
Paul
needs
Rudd.
to be higher.
Yeah.
No. Black Panther was fine where it's at. I just think Ant-Man.
I gotta be honest with you.
Go
Like,
above it.
after that argument, after you hearing that, I'm confident saying this is actually where I would put Black Panther compared to those as well. To be honest with you, that's my personal thing.
I wouldn't do that.
Ant-Man respected Marvel humor. I think that Avengers and Ant-Man should both be above. I think Avengers should be below Black Panther and Ant-Man personally.
No.
I would agree. I would
Black
agree with
Panther
that.
needs to go back where it was.
Yeah, Black Panther should not be that
Yeah,
way.
Black Panther was right where it was.
Ant-Man's fine there at the end of A, just because I think Captain America as the First Avenger slightly edges it out, not only in origin, but just because of impact.
Legacy.
I think impact.
And I think
I'll give you the impact, but I think Ant-Man is it's a better movie.
But let's not push it on this again. This is Ant-Man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
This really should not be an A for all intents and purposes, but it is. So
it's in the top. It's easily in the top 10 of the MCU films, where 3 of those are Avengers films.
That's probably where the
top 3
here too.
but that's what I'm saying is I don't. Do you put the first Avenger in your top 10 MCU films? Because I don't.
I do.
I would.
Yeah.
I agree.
Avenger.
I would put
Ant-Man is probably in my top 5.
Wow.
I don't put the Avengers in my top 10 MCU films.
No.
There's no reason why an Ant-Man movie should have been made, but it works.
And
not only does it work, it worked it worked better than almost any other origin film in the MCU.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's just a lower budget version of Iron Man.
But also, but back to talk about impact and things.
Not
how
true,
they
because Paul Rudd wasn't really a shithead to begin with.
Kelsey.
We talked about impact on the whole entire MCU. We brought that up a few times. Without Ant-Man, we wouldn't have future stories, which is how they fix the whole thing in Endgame. Like the quantum, everything, that is because of the things that happen in Ant-Man and Wasp, things like that. Those have big impact.
That is the Thor the Dark World argument right there. I agree with that.
Yeah.
By far,
But
that rat saved the universe.
I'm good with it where it is.
It's fine. It's fine at the end of the day.
I don't.
No, I don't think Black Panther needs to move. I think Ant-Man, and I'm also taking into account where we put X-Men First Class and Guardians, and I think Ant-Man is Better than both of those films too.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
All right.
X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine.
Yep,
That's fine.
go ahead.
Right
Yep,
there.
yep,
Next.
that's fine
The
right
next
there.
one.
Yep.
Next.
It deserves to be an E tier. There's no point in arguing it for.
I would actually
Yeah,
still argue that Elektra needs to be above Fan Four Stick.
Let's not parse.
Not an argument I'm going to have right now. We're
What is
gonna.
it?
All right. Deadpool.
Now we're just splitting hairs.
Deadpool 2.
Not as good as Deadpool 1, but not that far behind.
I would
put it above.
Right there. Right below Avengers, maybe.
I would put it right below Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna argue this one.
I'm okay with that.
Keeps hurting me so much to see Spider-Man knocked down. Oh,
I know that bothers me too, but
I
I also,
understand.
but I also do.
right there.
Okay.
Perfect.
No Lord.
I mean, we've got 60 movies on this.
Yeah, I don't even
list,
want to
right?
argue anymore. I just wanna get
like it's hard. Like
We're in the home stretch, guys. Look at that. We're in the home
Late
stretch.
Trinity.
you can go ahead, put that right under. Put that right underneath Ghost Rider. Yeah.
I would argue for it being slightly higher just because that was the preview of what Deadpool was about to be.
Oh, actually, you know what? That it does have, I think, my favorite line in all of the Blade films.
Coochie coo.
When Blade and Dracula finally meet, and he like calls him a motherfucker, and he's like, "Motherfucker."
I like that. Yeah.
Because he's so old that he's never heard the term "motherfucker" before.
or when Dracula goes into the goth Hot Topic shop.
Oh yeah, and he's just
all the weird
yeah.
No,
And he gets mad at all the Dracula memorabilia.
There's like a Dracula vibrator, and he's like,
yeah.
And the two employees are eating Count Chocula.
Yeah.
Although I do think the funniest part is Jessica Biel putting in headphones as
oh my god,
and entering a fight. Yeah, totally. That's what you want to do. Take away one of your most important senses.
Thoughts on the Hulk?
The angry Hulk.
Angry Hulk.
No, that needs to go to E.
Oh,
I don't say it would be E, but
I would put it. I would put that under. I would put that under Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I would rather watch
Vengeance.
I would rather watch
or Spirit of Vengeance, whatever the fuck it's called.
See,
I actually like this movie.
Although I'd like to move Howard the Duck.
You like the Gamma Dogs? You like that?
No, because that's a little.
And the whole thing with his dad was ridiculous.
There are parts of the movie that I like, but it's so little that like I can't.
That movie's not watchable.
The whole part with his dad ruined the movie for me.
I like Hulk.
Yeah.
I'll put it right out there. I like it better than Blade 2, I think, if I remember correctly.
I don't think you've seen Blade 2 recently.
I don't think you are remembering Blade.
You're going the wrong direction, Paul.
I actually really like this movie quite a bit. I know I like it better than Warzone. I know I like it better than Warzone.
Well, I'm on the back yet, buddy.
I think
not right now.
I can understand liking it more than everything else in the D tier, but once you get out of D, you lost me there.
Yeah, you can't.
That's kind of where I would put it, maybe mid D. I would watch
before Spider-Man 3, maybe.
I'd watch Spider-Man 3 before I'd watch that Hulk.
Yeah, easily.
All right, I'm arguing. I'd argue it for it.
I'd watch
I saw both these
Elektra.
movies in theaters. I was more disappointed by Spider-Man 3 than Hulk.
Here's the weird thing. Like, I'll watch Elektra and X-Men Origins before that Hulk, but I won't watch Fan 4 Stick. I'd rather watch Hulk than before Fan 4 Stick.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't care enough about any of this at this point. Anything in the D or E
If
tier,
it's, you know what, to be honest, if it's in the, as long as it stays in the D tier and below, I don't really care where it ends up.
There you go. That'll do that. Make me happy.
Well, acquiesce to you, Paul.
Spider-Man, the
Oh,
original.
that goes up. That goes high.
That's a B or an A.
The first Spider-Man.
So
I
Two is
would
better than
top
one.
B.
this really hurts me to say it, but it's a B at best. It doesn't.
I think so too. I'd go
Yeah,
high
on the
B.
B.
Maybe right after Doctor Strange. Or...
Tom Holland is a better Spider-Man.
Yeah, I would put it after those Spider-Mans.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
okay with that.
I'll keep it that high just because of Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, also keep in mind
Any
we're
movie with Willem Dafoe in it is an A+ movie.
keep in mind we're about to rank Spider-Man 2 also, which obviously is going to be
that's
higher.
gonna trump it. That's got to be A.
Yeah, Spider-Man 2, we've got space in the A tier.
I won't argue for
we just got to figure out where in the A tier it goes.
Yeah.
I don't think in the A tier.
I don't think it belongs in the A tier.
I think it's bottom
I
of the A
think this
tier.
is one of the most overrated Marvel movies of all of them.
I do agree it's probably pretty close to X2 just because they're the second movie of the Marvel franchises that came out in the early 2000s, and both X2 and Spider-Man 2 were called fantastic right out the gate. So
Yeah, but Spider-Man 2 since then has been known as the greatest superhero ever made until like recently.
Actually, I still hear people say that Spider-Man 2 is one of the best comic book movies ever made.
I know, and I do not understand it. It's got one of my favorite sequences, but I would put it ahead of X2, but it doesn't belong in the A tier.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I would say bottom of the A tier, top of the B tier.
Yeah, I put it there for now. If we need to shuffle it down more, we can.
I'm okay with shuffling some stuff down for now, but yeah, right. I think this film, it absolutely holds up even still to this day. I mean, like there's certain aspects that people like to go, oh, it's a little cheesy and stuff like that, but for me, it's the Steve Ditko, Stan Lee Spider-Man fully translated to the screen perfectly, and honestly, it's also one of the better villains we got in a long time with Doc Ock. I love Doc Ock in this.
Right. Doc Ock is the best part of it.
Only like the problem is they made him human at the end. They let him be redeemed at the end of the movie instead of letting him just continue to be a crazy scientist.
Well, yeah, but that was back when we were still having comic book movies where no matter what you did, you had to kill off the villain at the end of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But still, to say, I still think Spider-Man 2 laid the groundwork for a lot of films that a lot of stuff in comic book films that we take for granted now. So I think I would say it actually goes higher up, but I'm okay with it being right there. That's fine.
I agree.
All right. I will keep it here for now, and maybe we'll have that during our last session. Last part of this.
I don't think there's anything that's higher up that's left anyway.
Days of Future Past. I think that is the best X-Men movie there is. To be honest with you. I love Days of Future Past. I have a lot.
I would put it right behind First Class.
I would put it above First Class.
I do like First Class a little bit more.
I could see the argument for before First Class.
I like
just
First
because
Class.
it brought in the original and the new X-Men.
Yeah. It was a combination, kind of like an Endgame before Endgame kind of thing in a way. Like, I mean, obviously a lot lesser part, but it did bring together the different franchises, almost like the beginning of the multiverse in a way.
Yeah.
Plus, it also undid X-Men: The Last Stand, which I will forever be indebted for it.
Gotta give it credit for that. Yep.
Let me ask you a question. As a whole, what's better, X-Men movies or Spider-Man movies?
X-Men.
Really? I think X-Men movies above Spider-Man.
Here's the thing: all the X-Men movies are essentially one solid, jumbled up franchise, while you have multiple franchises of Spider-Man. So, are we comparing the one jumbled up X-Men to all of the Spider-Mans?
Yeah, it's kind of a hard sell.
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose that depends on the outcome of the No Place Like Home.
That's true. Which is exactly what Days of Future Past did.
Whatever.
So we're going to be integrating all into one thing. That's
Because
if
that integrates all of them, then they're no longer
one jumbled
three
separate. They become one
franchises.
jumbled Spider-Man.
They become one jumbled continuity mess that a place where continuity doesn't exist.
I just don't understand how every Spider-Man movie is lower than 2 X-Men movies.
I think they're equal, to be honest, because they both have they have 2 or 3 really great films. They have 2 or 3. They've got like a handful of decent films, and they've had some crappy films. I think it's kind of an equal franchise, to be honest.
Only have 2 bad films though. The X-Men franchise have had more than that.
I don't think they've had. Well, I'm not sure. Are you throwing the Wolverine movies in there as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's look. So you got X-Men Origins Wolverine. Shit. X-Men Last Stand. Shit.
Hey, speaking of
Dark Phoenix,
shitty X-Men movie, let's talk about Dark Phoenix.
Which I want to say things about this movie.
That's another one of those I'd rather watch X-Men Origins Wolverine or Elektra.
Go ahead, Kels.
Okay.
Like to
Dark
talk about.
Phoenix is my favorite story of all time, counting
Yep.
books. Like it's my favorite story of all time.
Absolutely.
I'm tired of them ruining it in movies.
Yep.
However, I like her as Jean Grey. I think she is not the problem. The script is just garbage. And so she
Yeah.
had nothing to work with. So I just want to say I like her. I think she's a good Jean Grey, but it didn't save that movie.
Yeah, no, and the other this is very sad too because it's also a casualty of the fact that Fox didn't ask Marvel if they could use the Skrulls because the Skrulls were originally the villains of the film, and apparently 20th Century Fox didn't ask the MCU for permission to use the Skrulls, so then they had to completely rewrite it, and then there's certain moments in the film where you're just like, oh man, this make more sense, but that's so weird. It feels like a jumbled up Frankenstein of a film. And then also on top of that, 20th Century Fox desperately needed a hit and they screwed this film over. So
yeah, I don't think that this is worse than The Last Stand by any means.
Yeah, I don't think it's worse
definitely
than
better
Last
than
Stand.
I think it's a D movie.
I take back what I said earlier. It's not shit. It's just not good.
The
I think
only
it's better than
problem, the only
Apocalypse
problem
also.
I have with it is
Definitely better.
the animated series was able to do the Phoenix
There.
saga
I would put it
so
right
much
after Hulk,
better.
personally, but
yeah,
I actually would probably put it up here. I had a little bit of. I had some.
I enjoyed it as a movie.
I would too. I think it's good right there.
Put it over
Ghost
Daredevil.
Rider over Dark
I-
Phoenix.
Yeah,
I would watch
I
it
would
over
easily
anything else from
watch
the DC.
Daredevil, Ghost Rider, maybe even Hulk.
Yeah.
I like James McAvoy enough.
I do not care for her as Jean Grey. I don't think she could carry a backpack. She's just
Wow.
I
not,
think at a certain point, a lot of these movies are just interchangeable with each other, and it's
yeah, to a degree. It's just
yeah, by
Yeah.
this point, so
Okay.
to me, she just doesn't have any charisma.
Dolph
I don't think
Lundgren
she was the problem
Punisher.
with this movie, but
The Dolph Lundgren Punisher. He didn't
Oh.
even have
put it
the
at the end.
skull on his
You
shirt.
could put that like
I'd rather watch it than Fan Force. Like I look forward to watching Dolph Lundgren than looking forward to seeing.
Yeah.
I would
guess
agree with that. Just to get
I
right
would I would put it maybe above the Roger Corman films.
I don't even care. Just put it wherever you feel like putting it.
Okay.
It's in there
We
somewhere.
all agree it's an
Alright.
E, so that's
Yeah,
fine.
I think once something hits E, it's just basically the end of the road.
So Venom.
That actually, surprisingly, the fact that it doesn't have Spider-Man involved, it actually was not that bad.
I'd
I
put
would
it high
put it-
C.
I
I would
really
put it above.
And
like
I'm a
Venom.
huge
I would put
Venom
it above
fan.
the Wolverine.
I would put it there too.
Yeah,
Actually,
Yeah,
probably put it above
above
the Punisher,
Wolverine.
but I haven't seen the Punisher yet.
I would put it right
Not
between
for-
Punisher and Wolverine.
Yeah,
Where's Wolverine? No,
Right after Punisher.
high
Yeah.
C tier is where
I
Wolverine is.
see. Oh, up here. Okay.
Yeah, right after Punisher is where I'd put it.
That being said, I'm not looking forward to what's his face's Cletus Cassidy in Carnage.
I don't know,
I
man.
think
It could be good.
decent
I
cast.
don't know. Apparently
Woody
they
Harrelson just,
apparently they got rid of the
terrible
clown
wig.
They so they've made some changes. They
And I have
listened a
faith in
little
Woody
bit.
Harrelson. I like Woody
Yeah,
Harrelson.
I think Woody Harrelson can do it.
So
But
I
I
think
think-
Do I wish they would have got like maybe Joseph Gilkin? Like
Mm,
that would have been fucking
Jackie
dope.
Earl Haley.
Jackie Earle Haley would be good
I
too.
think
Yeah, that
Feige's
would've been
gonna
great.
be. I think Feige's gonna be helping them with that a little bit.
All right.
Well, if they're trying to incorporate Spider-Man into it,
Yeah, that's why I
There's
think
only
Feige's
one
gonna be
thing
there.
I
Yeah.
have.
Howard the Duck over Spider-Man 3.
You
I
know
would
what?
put-
I'm gonna be honest with you.
I have-
Let me say this real quick. Starju has been with us the entire time, and he's been saying that the entire chat. I'm willing to throw him that bone.
I've been saying that too.
Howard the Duck
Spider-Man
over
3?
Spider-Man 3. It
Howard
does
the
have
Duck-
like.
D?
Howard the Duck should be a D tier film.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, fuck
let's
it,
be
why not?
honest. There's no other movie on this list that has duck boobs.
And you know what? Howard the Duck was the first Marvel movie, and
Not even a chuckle, huh?
they brought it back. Howard
Yeah.
the Duck is an Easter egg in Endgame. So
There
I
you go,
mean,
Starju. I'm
he
putting
was
it
the
there.
first and last. He was in.
I'll give it to him. I'm gonna give it to him. Fuck it.
Yes.
All right, there you go.
I came out here just to fight for Howard the Duck. To be honest with you.
Well, your battle was won. So therefore, now we have to go back and we're gonna finish this up now. The S tier. Going back to the S tier.
I'm perfectly happy with the S tier exactly the way it is.
You know my opinion, but I'm not gonna fight.
Yeah.
I'm
I was.
not gonna fight, but personally for me, I think Blade deserves to be in the S tier. As
I agree.
I would drop Endgame and put Blade up, but that's. Just
I would
me.
swap those. I'd be
Same.
fine with swapping those.
I would
two.
just put Blade up there and just make S tier 6.
I would be okay with putting Blade at the
And
end
then
of this year
Spider-Man
as
2
an
goes to
honorary
A tier.
6.
Yes. Wait. Make the
Let's-
S tier 6. Put Blade
Let's
up
make it
there.
easy. Just
Spider-Man
make
2
S
goes to
tier
A
6
tier.
and everyone just gets one
everything
extra
goes
movie
down.
added on.
Yep.
I would just.
I am not
I
changing
honestly-
S tier again. That's my one rule from now on.
I
only
don't-
five.
There's
I
no
don't
rule as to
think-
why S tier has to only be 5 and can't be
It's the
6.
PLD projects rule. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Endgame is S tier.
Well, the only way for this to
I
make
don't
sense
either,
is
but-
you're gonna have to break your one rule.
I did already the first time. That's why I changed it after that. So
I mean, I think there's how many people are also in the Endgame's not S tier, because I don't think it is. I think
is.
I think it's at the
Hold on.
very tip top of the A. I don't think it's S tier though.
okay, okay, Kelsey,
I think Endgame and Blade should be swapped exactly.
Andres,
absolutely, Blade and Endgame need to be swapped.
Austin,
Leave it the way it is.
Robert.
I think Logan needs to come down a peg and put Blade up there.
Oh,
You want to put Logan on the A tier?
I would stick Logan at the top of A tier because so many other movies are more deserving of that ranking than Logan. Logan is good, and I understand, but Infinity War and Endgame and Blade and Iron Man, all of those, the stuff that they've accomplished and them being good movies at the beginning, so much more important than Logan. Logan was just like a cap to Wolverine's story.
You're not going to win this
and-
battle. You're not going to win this battle, Robert.
Well,
You're
here's
not
the
gonna-
thing.
Damn, Robert, talk yo talk,
Yeah.
talk yo talk.
Here's the other thing. Nice. Here's the other thing to keep in mind. The first two Wolverine movies have it started off crap, and then you got one that was okay, but then ended in crap, and then all of a sudden you've got one that's supposed to be the end all be all. It didn't earn that right. Logan did not earn the right
the
to be
standalone
that
movie, though,
high.
almost
To
more
be
than
fair,
anything
the
else.
first 3 X-Men movies were Logan
It is there at the top just based on quality of the movie.
Yeah, but the other movies that are up there, there's a bunch of other movies that are high that should
Okay.
be higher ranked into what was achieved. And
I
what
will
was
say,
like-
Robert, I got to cut you off there at this point only because at this point we all, almost everybody else agrees that Logan is S tier. I think. Is there anyone else who believes Logan's not S tier? Okay, Robert, you lose. Robert, you lose. Okay, that's pretty good. So as far as Endgame and Blade, though, Robert, that's what we're talking about now. Yeah. Robert, you can say Endgame or Blade. Which one for that one, Robert?
Oh God!
Because right now, Kelsey and Andres are switching Blade and Endgame. Austin is saying it stays the same.
I'd have to go with Endgame just for what was achieved, but Blade was the father of it all.
All right, I'll come back to you. I know, Dwayne, you're Blade over Endgame. I know
you,
that.
you already know where I stand.
Okay, Joe, you're Blade over Endgame.
Yep.
Elite.
again, as call sign Daywalker, this is tough, but no, I have to go Endgame.
He's never seen Blade, right?
I have.
Oh, you never saw the second one?
No, I haven't seen the second one, and I saw it recently too, so I don't have the nostalgia glasses on. Like, it's good. But yeah,
all right.
no, Endgame.
So it basically comes down to me at that point because it's like basically what? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Well,
1, 2.
Joe, what was your?
Oh no, so it's 4-3. Oh god.
I'm Blade all day.
Because I'm
so
Endgame.
yeah.
There we go. I'm Endgame. So we're
So,
really,
so right
tied.
now we're 4-3.
We're tied. Can I count? It's 5 in the morning here. 1, 2,
4 and
3,
4.
4.
Yeah. Well, unless
1, 2,
we go, unless Robert, are you locked in at keeping Endgame in there?
Join the revolution, Robert.
I'm
Come on,
asking
Robert.
because he
Come on,
did say he
Robert.
was going to come back to you.
That's true.
Stay with me, buddy. Stay with the end game. Come on. I voted for you in the general debate. Come on. Or general debate, the fucking Mo base.
Portals. Robert, portals.
Oh, we're over here buying votes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Speaking of buying votes, hey PLD, check Streamlabs.
Oh, who sent that in? Oh,
I mean,
Austin in the Stream Lab. Thanks, Austin.
Since he voted, he was one of the few people who voted for me based off of like actual argument skills and facts and whatnot. And schmobates, I'll go with Endgame.
Yes.
Guess what? Ferris is back.
Ferris, Blade over Endgame, right?
You can
I
mute
can't
it.
hear you.
You're
muted,
gonna
buddy.
unmute yourself, you idiot.
There you go.
Bro, it's Blade.
Yes.
Blade.
Yes.
And by the way, this you voted for Bruce arguments and shit. Fuck you, Robert. I'll whip your ass. I'll whip your ass. Okay.
It was completely the audience.
All
but-
right, we're not talking
No,
about Blade now.
Robert, okay, let me put this
All
to
right.
you. The judges picked me.
That's not what we're here for, Ferris. This is not the point of the stream.
Anyway,
Bro, okay,
anyway.
like I feel like Endgame gets propped up by the 10 years of history.
Yes. 20.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, but did you blame it for that though?
No, I don't blame it. No, I like it. It's a good film, but like I too watched Blade recently. Still fucking dope.
Yeah.
I watched Endgame recently too, so fucking dope.
Yeah, I know, but Blade is better,
And
bro.
Howard the Duck was the only thing that linked them both.
Blade is
Like,
not
linked
better.
the whole Marvel universe. So.
I like Blade.
And here's the thing is that for me, Blade goes in the S rank not because of nostalgia, but because of the fact that consistently it is consistently good all throughout. Whereas for me, I feel Endgame took an hour and 47 minutes before it got to that amazing third act, before we really got the ball cracking on that. Because, I mean, for me, honestly, Blade, it goes up to the top of S on its own merits, whereas Endgame is, for like,
It needs everything else to
It's
get
a
it
greatest hits role of the MCU.
Yeah.
It's a great tie off to the MCU, but also it relied a lot on previous films and it relied a lot on fan service in order to make it as good as it was. Not necessarily saying that it didn't work, but I'm just saying on its own,
Endgame is the new edition Gold album. Just all the great hits. Just all the great hits.
There's nothing wrong.
All the hits. Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with that. But as a singular film, if it didn't have the 12 years, it would.
But it was made with that in mind, so I can't.
Well, yeah,
blame
but
that.
like we're also talking about cultural impact, right? Like we're also bringing that into there, right? Blade was Black Panther before Black Panther. Like we're not gonna point that out.
Blade was Deadpool before Deadpool.
Okay,
Yeah,
so Blade
right.
has had, all right. So we've had Blade, had Deadpool, had Black. Okay, when have we ever seen anything happen like where we've had a culmination of 22 movies and had it be successful?
Those 12 years are like that's.
I mean, but if you're gonna do that, like
James Bond.
Infinity War
War
and
did first.
Endgame are
Yeah.
one film.
It is one film, though, so and that's why I'd keep them both at S tier because there was one.
You could
film.
also argue that like none of those movies
Okay, then
would have had
okay,
Blade
okay.
not come in first.
Exactly.
Robert's
That,
even arguing for Blade now.
see?
I mean, come on.
It's
Robert, shut up.
it's a
Paul,
swing
mute him.
argument. You're talking about what started the Marvel comic book movies
Paul.
and what
Oh, that's
essentially is
Marvel comic
ending the
movies,
Marvel
definitely.
comic book
Paul,
movies.
you just put yourself in a box. If Infinity War and Endgame is one film, just put Blade in there and add them as one film then.
Yeah, no. If Infinity War and if you want to consider Infinity War and Endgame like one film, then put of the two films that make up the one film, put the better one in and give Blade a spot.
Exactly. That's literally what you just said, Paul. That is, we are using your argument.
Give Infinity War its S tier spot and give Blade a spot.
Or here's another better
Oh no,
argument.
Andres.
Yeah, sorry.
Just let Paul marinate.
Yeah, let Paul marinate on it.
Don't do it, Paul.
Hold. Don't do
I don't
Come
like
on,
watching
Denizio.
Paul marinate.
Come on, Denizio. You know what?
Because even Robert was arguing for Blade,
yeah,
and he was the one who
it's
wanted to pick the Endgame.
2, 3,
I could
4,
argue
5.
either way. I see logical arguments for either one.
No, but scratch that. It's 5-4. We win.
It's 6-3, really.
This is not democracy.
It's
this is
it's
the
like
PLDocracy at this point.
Yes.
Honestly, it's 5.5.
Ferris,
It's 5.5.
Democracy.
Ferris, he switched them already.
See, I told you. I knew
Just
it.
take the win. On that, I gotta go to bed.
Never let it be said that I run roughshod over everybody on these shows.
It's
I will let
5:17
it
in the
stand.
morning. This is where I gotta leave you. I feel like I'm accomplished getting Howard Duck up and getting Blade up, and I get that. I'm good. I don't need anything else to be accomplished today. Have a great night.
Later, man.
All right. I will let it stand. I will put Blade in there. Not running roughshod over everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's
I go to
right.
bed now.
He's gone, and then we can
See you guys.
And Steven Dorff is great in that film, and he's never great in anything. That's how great Blade is. Steven Dorff is great.
Yeah.
All right, they just lost a vote. So what's the vote now?
Well, no.
Revote right now.
In favor of Ferris's argument there, name another good Steven Dorff movie. Come on. You can't.
Thank you, man. It has Simon Phoenix as Blade.
Endgame stuck the landing after 12 years and 20.
I would argue that Endgame didn't stick the landing though, because of the points that Andres brought up. It didn't stick the landing.
The problem with that is
Wait, I got one for you. Hold on, real quick. I got a good Steven Dorff film.
We haven't. You got? Oh, really?
I got one. Wait for it.
Let's hear this.
Is he in something with Ed Harris?
No. The Gate.
No.
How can you not like The Gate? You guys are all
never heard of it.
You never heard of The Gate? Robert, honestly, you would love The Gate.
Public Enemies.
It's PG-13.
No. With Johnny Depp?
Yeah.
No.
SFW?
No.
Judgment Night?
Paul, none of these are better than Blade. Paul, none of these are better than Blade. That's the point. You know, honestly, thank the Lord they went with the other version, not the other version that we saw. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oof, that was a great.
Not that red blob cloud thing. Yeah.
That was a great editing choice. It's great.
Fine. I'm doing it a little bit under duress, but I will let it go because of
duress. What are you talking about duress? You moron! You made the right choice.
No, you didn't.
No one's holding a gun to your head. You're not under duress.
You're not under duress.
You got I think you got 3 films that at least two people on the panel for each of them said didn't belong in the S tier. So I think you're still coming out on top with your choices, PLD.
Wait, who said Iron Man doesn't deserve to be S tier?
No, I think that there's been arguments against Logan. I think there's arguments against
Winter Soldier.
And I think there's arguments against Iron Man.
I would honestly, just based on my choices, I would probably be okay with pulling Winter Soldier out just to have Endgame in.
Honestly, I think Winter Soldier gets a little bit too much credit.
I wouldn't say that, but I would say
I agree, but
it gets too much credit.
yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I had to have Endgame in there.
I had to have Endgame in there. It's
What is it?
We had to have dude. We had to have Endgame in there. We sacrificed Winter Soldier.
Kelsey, what's you started sighing? Did you?
I personally would put Winter Soldier there before Endgame, but I'm not gonna drag the stream on for another half hour while we argue about it. So.
Kelsey,
you can do it, Kelsey.
Kelsey, you know what? You have a compelling point. You know what, Paul? I think we should discuss this a little bit more. Okay.
I'm sure you do.
I want to address Dean's comment. Yes, Spider-Verse is obviously S tier. It's obviously the highest on the S tier, but we're only doing the live action movie.
We're not.
Yeah. If like, let's be real here. Like,
Spider-Verse is the best movie on this list.
Yes.
You know what?
I don't know if I'd go quite that far, but I did like it quite. I never noticed. But
honestly, man, Days of Future Past is an S tier. That also gets a little bit too much credit, to be honest.
I love Days of Future Past.
I love Days of Future Past, but I also love First Class, except that one little scene that we already talked about.
I would actually on my personal list.
The racism.
Yeah, the racism. God damn it.
the little thing.
The big thing. How you gonna kill the black man who's named Darwin, whose powers is to beat you through evolution? Make no sense.
You can only evolve so fast.
Because also when it's racist, it's also attack on science. So it's like just double whammy, just shitting on everybody.
Yeah. You know what sucks?
Then also
Like-
that bullshit they gave to Zoe Kravitz. What the fuck is it?
Like
the
the,
fuck?
the fly thingy? Like,
Yeah,
she's
it's
like a
bullshit
fly?
ass powers. What the fuck?
Look, y'all. Science doesn't actually exist. If Borat 2 has taught us anything, it's science doesn't exist.
All right.
No, I know it's funny. It's like I love that scene where like they're at the strip club and they're like, nah, we want to see the other thing.
Don't worry, Malcolm, you'll get it.
We want to see your wings.
We want to see your wings.
Ooh, the DC movies.
No, right now. No, I'm not gonna do it.
No, that's actually the DC one's actually easier. The DC one's actually
Yeah,
easier.
because they're all going to end up in D or C.
Yes.
Is it easier? Are we?
Well,
are we
because I will be
bringing-
opinionated about certain.
No, you know what's
I will
it's
too.
gonna be-
Like,
no, yeah, it's
are
gonna
we
be
bringing
harder.
like Road to Perdition onto this? Like, are
Ooh.
we
V
like
for
really
Vendetta,
getting?
Watchmen.
Yeah, are we really getting in there in the nitty
Not right
gritty?
now. We're not. God damn, no, not.
No. I'm talking about if we did DC movies, like.
I think we would. It depends on what
Like,
they. I think somebody would.
Because I think if we did DC movies, I think we're talking Road to
All
Perdition,
night
A History
long.
of Violence, V for
Oh, and
Vendetta,
Dark Knight.
Yeah, Dark Knight. I think the S tier would be
I
an interesting
Malcolm,
conversation.
relax with that nonsense.
All right, let's figure out what we're doing next
Fucking
week.
nonsense.
The S tier is filled with every single DC movie that stars Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, according to Kelsey.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
not gonna
sorry.
argue Suicide Squad is Esther. That how
I'm
you
so
all
sorry.
happen.
I can't get past that club scene with Jared Leto. I just can't.
Okay.
Hey, man, you see these sexy fine lady?
All right.
Like,
No beef. No
So
beef.
I'll be good with this at this point. Can we finally say? I don't think anyone will ever be fully, officially, like completely happy.
No.
But are we
I
good?
think we're.
You know what? But honestly, not completely happy, but I'm okay with where things are now.
I honestly don't give a shit. I would watch all these movies again.
Yeah,
Like even Spider-Man 3. That's how of Marvel degenerate I am.
All right, Robert Adams. Where can the folks find you?
You can find me over on the Cinefanatics channel, youtube.com/Cinefanatics. Coming up, we've got on Halloween, we're doing a live public watch along. Me and my brother who hates horror movies, we're watching Halloween. So that's going to be up on Halloween night. Come join us. You don't have to be a part of our Patreon to watch it. But speaking of our Patreon, we did do a watch along. Myself and Andres over here did a watch along to Evil Dead. So you can still watch that if you're on our $5 tier or higher. It was a lot of fun. I had a blast doing that with him. So hop on that $5 tier, patreon.com/Cinefanatics. You'll be able to watch that. And yeah, Schmodown replay whenever Schmodown's going on. And tagline Tuesday nights, 9:30 p.m. We talk about movies.
Awesome.
Simple.
Awesome. Anything you want to plug?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube with my friend George, AG Disc Golf. I'm also on Twitch, twitch.tv.solargnome. It's just like solar gnome, but with an A in between the letters. That's pretty much it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Explain it later.
All right, there, Daywalker. Anything you want to?
No, not really. Like I'm on Twitter, but most of my tweets are in Swedish. So like, unless they're really
Like, I'll follow.
You want to learn Swedish? It's a good way to practice.
I've been looking for a good Swedish Twitter to follow.
I literally follow Philip. I follow Philip on Twitter, and I see tweets. I'd be like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Let me translate this real quick. Yeah, I was like, because I was like, damn.
Y'all won't be able to spell it anyway. So.
Yeah.
All right, Ferris, where can the folks find you?
I'm every Fridays at the Let's Get Ready to Talk Schmodown podcast. Also on Twitch during our hangout streams whenever we feel like doing those. Which is cool. We've had Dwayne a couple sometimes on. Yeah, you guys also can watch my Schmobates victory over that guy.
You took on Philippe, huh?
Yeah, over that this guy. This guy.
You can watch the chat promote the victory over me on Schmobates. Because there was a popularity contest
You can also,
and not an actual
I also want to point out, you can also talk to the ghost judge, PJ Campbell, and the judge, Abby Field, vote for me. I didn't even need the the Twitter poll to whoop your ass. And I'm here. I'm in chats. I'm in Dwayne's chat here and there. I'm on the Sean
Yeah, because
Sullivan
Video Drew has magical powers. Okay.
Damn right, she's a demonic demon, bro. She's a demon. I'm on POD streams. I'm still waiting on my invite for on the Cinefanatic stream. I don't know why I haven't got an invitation.
I don't know why I haven't gotten it either.
You'll have to reach out to my brother for that one. But since he was also notating that the chat was completely popularity contest, I'm pretty sure that's not happening
why
either.
you haven't been invited.
Yeah, I don't know, Dwayne. I don't know, man.
Actually, no. Again, like I said, nothing against Ferris. That chat was weird.
Dude, hey,
no, dude,
hey, I got swept by James White because I didn't use numbers. and guess who my judge was?
Frankie Numbers.
Frankie Numbers. So guess who didn't side with me on a single argument?
The only thing that would have helped me out, I think, is if y'all got Megs as like a judge, and when I'm quoting like Megs' facts, she'd be like, "Those are correct numbers. Those are correct. I can't argue those."
No, dude, no. Y'all think that was hard? Imagine like arguing for Video Drew with Video Drew in the fucking chat watching my every fucking dude. I was so
Imagine
scared.
arguing against John Roca while John Roca is the judge.
Yeah. So real quick, what Ferris just said. So I talked to Eric later because we did the Schmodown replay with Eric, and I asked Eric, like, by the way, is Video Drew upset with me because I was arguing that she wouldn't survive a horror movie?
Yeah,
all right, Dwayne, where?
By the way, John Roca threatened to break my legs after Schmo Bates. So
breaks everyone's legs.
Go ahead, Dwayne. Where can the folks find you?
You guys can find me on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch at Burkmade. So it's twitch.tv/Burkmade. I did a 24-hour stream for Alzheimer's charities on Wednesday. I'm gonna be doing another one. I'm not really sure when yet because the one that I did have planned is the day after my father's funeral. So obviously I'm gonna be moving that one.
Not really in the mood for 24 hours. Yeah.
Well, it's just I won't be back in California in order to do it. I would do it if I would be back, but I know that I'm not going to be back in time, so I have to move it. Also, I will be streaming like in between then because I'm leaving like next Thursday to go home for the funeral, so I will have a couple streams in between then. I was recently advised that I have to pay my bills and not give all my money away for charity, so. For those streams, I think I'm gonna do like 50% of the proceeds go to charity. I'm still gonna give as much of it as I possibly can to Alzheimer's related charities. In particular, I think until November 6th, I'm gonna be donating to the Alzheimer's Association walk to end Alzheimer's because on November 7th is the walk, so they're not taking funds for the walk after that.
Gotcha.
And then after that, I will be donating to the Robert Fisher Center for Alzheimer's Research Foundation. And then my last stream of the month is going to be for National Family Caregivers Day. So if anyone has had someone who's in their family who's afflicted by Alzheimer's, most people can't afford professional caregivers.
Yeah.
So someone in the family has to quit their job, or you got to rotate in the family who's taking care of that family member, and it takes a toll. The national, I think it's called Mental Health America is the name of the organization. They specifically provide mental health resources for family caregivers. So that's what I'm doing in the next month or so. So please come by a stream, stop by, say hello, tell a friend, donate either to my stream or donate to the charities directly, whatever. I don't really care as long as the word gets out, the help gets, spread where it needs to be helped. And then also I might be back on tomorrow. I was on tonight, Ben Goddard, twitch.tv/the Ben Goddard. All the proceeds from this entire weekend are going to Kevin Smets, his GoFundMe. to help him. He's not there yet, but he is going to reach a point where he's going to have to stop working, and he's going to need, money to keep him and his family afloat. And I think we've reached the GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're surplus to needs. So anything that we get now is going to be more than what Kevin needs, and it'll be just that much more security for him. So let's
Hashtag smash cancer.
Smash cancer, not Schmodown Nashville.
Yeah, not Schmodown Nashville.
We tried that one already. It didn't work.
It didn't stick.
It could.
Yeah,
man,
gotta wait till the Schmodown comes up.
I don't
and
know,
start
man.
floating around again.
Yeah, they should have won to Nashville, man. Nashville, great.
Nashville. Oh my god. Okay, so I was in Nashville about a month ago. I think I know where I'm gonna fucking retire.
Yeah,
Yeah, the amount of land, the houses. Oh my
Nice.
god, they are for what I would get out here. It's insanity. I hope they do a Schmodown in Nashville just so I can go take pictures of some of these houses.
Man, yeah, man. And Memphis is a stone throws away. Yep. Good barbecue.
Yep.
All right.
Great barbecue.
All right, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Andres, where can you find that?
Well, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram as Galagos. You can also find me on Twitch.tv as Galagos209, where I do my video game streams. I actually just did an entire stream of Resident Evil 2 from start to finish in one go. So I'm particularly proud of that. And also, I'm going to be on my buddy Steve Craven's his YouTube channel, because we're doing a retrospective on Friday the 13th, the 2009 remake. And that's going to be out in time for Halloween, guys. So that's where you can catch me. It's going to be at High Voltage Media on YouTube.
Very cool. Very cool. I'm looking forward to that. Ferris, you got something to say?
I have a question.
Okay.
Andres, how do you say your last name?
Gallego.
Thank you.
There we go. Boom.
Or however I mispronounce it for an entire week, hyping an event that I'm doing with him.
Oh, hey, but honestly, Eric has known me for, at this point, 5 years, and he mispronounced my name for 5 years.
Actually, the funny thing, we had Andres on Chill, and I was talking to Eric. I said, Eric, how does he pronounce his name? And he told me Gallagher.
Yeah.
I was like, I wrote it the whole time, and I didn't find out later. But you know what? That's okay.
I grew up with everybody mispronouncing it, so by this point now, just getting the first name, I'm okay with.
Yeah, our producer was like, his last name is Gallegos, Ferris. It's Gallegos. I was like, okay, thank you.
All right, Kelsey, plug yourself.
All right. You can find me at KelseyKids90 on Twitter and Instagram. You can also find me at Call to Action Podcast all over the week, anytime. I just pop up, always on Call to Action Live and Chill. My YouTube channel, if you look up Kelsey Kirkland, you'll see my face. If you will subscribe to that sooner, hopefully, rather than later, I will start doing my Panelist, which is my comic book-based show. I will be spotlighting animated comic book movies, since those don't tend to get watched as much, and there's some very amazing ones, particularly DC in my opinion. So check that out, and hopefully I'll be doing that soon.
Sweet. All right. Actually, got to check out the more animated movies myself, to be honest with you. But okay. At Paul_Denuzzi on Twitter. Thank you so much for being here. You can find me here doing these things, generally speaking. Also, I have been doing a watch along of V, not watch along, sorry, I mean, a watch through of V and going through that, the sci-fi show of the 80s, which I love. I will eventually, once I get to it, I promise, I've been promising this for a while. I'll be getting to the Harris dance at some point. Where I go with all the movies about Harris and make you love him like I do, or die trying. Also, Call to Action, Chilled Action with Danny Joy and with Kelsey. We have Stacey Howard coming on next week. No Chill tomorrow. Next week, though, that should be a fun one. And you can also find me on the Action Industries YouTube channel, producing for Ben and Drew and all their stuff, as well as Class Action, which is my own show with Eric Jarvie. And finally, I feel like John Roca now. There's so many things to talk about. And finally, last thing I'll throw in there is I'm producing for Brad Gilmore and Jen Sturger on Coming Up Next on the Schmodown Entertainment Network. And we have a good show coming up this week. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of Halloween special. And hopefully we're going to see, because Brad lost the bet. It's going to be not Jess and Brad, it's Jen and Brad. It's going to be Jen and Jessica. Brad Gilmore dressed as Jessica. That's what we're going for. The costume comes in and it works, because I can't wait to see that myself. So without further ado, I want to thank my esteemed panel, the ones who are here now, the ones who left us already. They didn't make it. They didn't have the stamina. It's okay. I barely have the stamina. Thank you guys for. It's 12 people in the chat still. That's awesome. I'm impressed that we made it that long. I'm impressed with staying with it. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Coming up from where I probably will not be able to do one next week because of Halloween, and I'll be working. I think I'm going to be working that night, unfortunately. But probably a week after that, for the rest of the year, I have Saturdays off, so I'll probably do more of these. I'm sure some of these people will come back for more for DC, for Star Wars at some point, some kind of Star Wars one, and at some point, I'm sure I'll do a Middle Earth one, Philippe. I'll do that one with you somehow. I don't know how we'll do it. What we'll do, but we'll make something.
We'll just talk about it for 4 hours.
Perfect. Good enough. Love you guys all. Everybody, salute you guys. Take care. Good night.